Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, May 5th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well, and if you are celebrating, a very happy Cinco de Mayo to ya. Feliz cumpleaños? No.
Oof.
Anyway.
That's happy birthday.
Wow.
Hey, listen.
Let's do it from the top. Maybe lose the.
What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
Feliz Cinco de Mayo.
Okay, pretty close. I mean, I had the Feliz part right.
Wow.
But cumpleaños.
It's a celebration of sorts.
Right.
You know, it's like you say Mazel Tov for many different things where I come from, and so we don't just specify. In any event, no good deed goes unpunished. If you are celebrating, I hope you have a great time. And if you're like Frank and celebrate, I mean, it's really like your New Year's Eve, May 4th, I would imagine. Hope you had a great time yesterday, right?
It's tough.
What do you do? You go out there with the lightsaber?
Look,
You
the original
go
trilogy came out 52 years ago. Like,
Yeah.
I'm ready for it to
to die?
rest. Yeah, like this.
I thought this was a big day for you.
It's not.
And your
It's the
type.
fact that you would make that assumption is also
You're kind.
my kind. Get on with the show, bud.
Well, it's great to be here. As you can see, not a lovely day in New York City. In fact, all week long, it seems like we're going to get a lot of this. So it's good to be indoors. A lot to talk about. Holy smokes, what a weekend in combat sports. From Times Square to Riyadh to Las Vegas to Iowa and everywhere in between. A lot happened, a lot to get into, and I'm very excited about this show for multiple reasons. Fantastic four-pack of guests, but also we have a lot of time at the beginning of the show to get into everything. By design, I'm looking forward to that very much. I'll tell you who's on the show today. Back into the show, a certain individual named Alexander the Great Volkanovski. Yes, the brand new UFC featherweight champion for the second time. He is reigning supreme at 145. You'll recall just a few weeks back in Miami, he defeated Diego Lopes to win that title. He'll join us for the first time since that win. Always looking forward to chat with Volkanovski. And also, I have to always say this, it will be 6:30 a.m. in Sydney when he joins the show, Tuesday morning. Mensch. Hall of Fame Mensch is Alex Volkanovski. Love the guy and appreciate him very much. So we'll talk to him at 4:30. What about Smiling Sam Alvey? He goes out there and not just defeats Tyrone Spong, Karate Combat 54 in Abu Dhabi, he knocks him out. There's a thing where some guys and gals leave the UFC and just like Mike Perry, where he found this groove in BKFC, Sam Alvey has found this groove with Karate Combat. He's now the heavyweight and light heavyweight champion there some way, somehow. And he knocked out Tyrone Spong. Afterwards, he called out Eddie Hall. What's happening? He was on like a historic losing streak in the UFC, and now he's crushing it. We'll talk to him about that and a whole lot more. Prior to that, we'll be joined by D-Rod. Daniel Rodriguez had a big, impressive win over Santiago Ponzinibbio on Saturday at the Wells Fargo Arena in Iowa. And prior to that, we shall be joined. I got to fix Tommy. We shall be joined by Cory Sandhagen, who had an amazing win over Davison Figueiredo in the main event on Saturday in Des Moines. People say it's Des Moines, but really if it's a French word, it should be Des Moines, D-E-S. Anyway, perhaps the boys in the back can enlighten us on that in a moment. The Sandman, Cory Sandhagen, will join us at 2:30 to talk about the big win. Where he goes from here. Is he going to be the backup fighter here in well, I was going to say here in New Jersey, but across the river in New Jersey on June 7th when we have the title fight? Is he going to be the backup fighter? Is he going to weigh in on June 6th? Love talking to Cory. He's really coming into his own with his personality and the YouTube channel and the social media and all the trippy things that he likes to do. I feel like we're finally getting a glimpse of the real Cory Sandhagen, and it's a lot of fun. And so those guests will join us on today's program, these individuals, but we got a lot to talk about as far as the weekend is concerned. Rick and I attended the Times Square fight on Friday. Quite the story on how we even got there, to be honest. We'll get into that. and of course the action and the aftermath. I was kicking myself afterwards. We should have done like a reaction video from the area, but it was a little hectic in the aftermath, so we didn't. So you'll hear our reaction on today's program. We also have to react to what happened in Riyadh 24 hours later as Canelo Alvarez defeated William Skull to become undisputed champion again at 168. And then afterwards, Terrence Crawford walked into the ring. They announced September 12th. They announced that Dana White and TKO are going to be promoting it. It's going to happen at Allegiant Stadium, and now we are off. Some thoughts on that. And this scene right here, imagine Terrence Crawford flying all the way from New York. He was there on Friday and getting to Riyadh, and imagine Canelo Alvarez slipping. And this doesn't happen. Well, it did happen, and I have many thoughts on it all. We will also talk about last night at T-Mobile. Naoya Inoue got a scare. Second round, he was dropped for just the second time in his career. He came back in the 8th to defeat Ramon Cardenas in a great back-and-forth war. If you're looking for a sure thing in combat sports, it doesn't matter what it is. MMA, boxing, pro wrestling. If you're looking for a sure thing, a guy who always delivers, it's Naoya Inoue. Kill or be killed, all action, all entertainment. He's incredible. He really is one of my favorite people to watch in combat sports, compete, and he did it again, although it was scary, and he was a gigantic favorite. I think he was like a minus 10,000, something crazy like that. Cardenas came to fight representing San Antonio, Texas in the best way possible. There you see Inoue on the mat, and it was scary stuff, especially with a big fight coming up and planned for September against MJ Akhmadaliev. But he came back later in the fight. He did the job. A nice return to the United States for the monster, the pride of Japan, Naoya Inoue. So we have to talk about all that, plus some news and notes. But I do want to start with Des Moines, Iowa, because if you watch this show, if you watch The Boys in the Back, you know that everyone was very excited about this card. First when it was announced, and then that morphed into a road trip, if you will. I guess, can you call it a road trip if no cars were involved? I guess so. Maybe just a quick...
Absolutely.
We're still hitting the road. We're still
on the road.
A 24-hour séjour. And they did it. They made it happen. They even linked up with our old friend TST, and they actually went to Des Moines. So what I would love to do, on this bank holiday, by the way, sorry for taking you away from the festivities, Pizzi. I understand today is an off day over in the UK and Ireland, so commiserations for having to join us. Did you have a good bank holiday?
I had a fabulous bank holiday, lads. Thank you very much.
What is bank holiday?
They have one like every 3 weeks over there.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's
just a day off from work.
I guess the banks are closed. I don't know. I don't know what this one is for. Honestly, May Day.
The 1st of May is usually May Day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, were you gonna scrap yourself this weekend? It looks like those knuckles are a little bloody. What's happening?
No, it was garden.
Oh, look at you.
Your hand looks a little swollen too.
What does the garden look like?
Did you break?
It actually is. It feels like it's raised here, GC, just for the record. Definitely does feel like that.
Can I predict what happened?
Wheelbarrow?
Oh, no, I thought you were so frustrated with the garden you punched the wall and broke your hand.
No, I am. No, like that could be a reason, but we had to move 1.5 tons of stone from the front of my house to the back of my house. So you had a wheelbarrow, but because we bought so much timber, there's such a narrow way to get into the back garden that I kept smashing my hand off the wall.
Wow.
But did it stop me, Ariel? It didn't fucking stop me.
No.
2 tons of muck out of the back garden, 2 tons of stone into the back garden. Did I do most of it? No, I didn't. My dad did, and my brother did. But did I do a little bit at the end and claim all the credit? Yes.
When you say 2 tons, do you literally mean you moved 4,000 pounds worth of stones into your backyard?
Yes. Like well, we did 2 bags. So like the first one was 1.25 and the next one was 1.25. Incredible. So yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible.
Well,
it's looking terrible still, lads, to be honest with you. I don't know
you're an
when
inspiration.
this is going to end.
We'll get there.
Thank you.
We'll get there.
You're the working man, and we appreciate you very much. Okay, so this is what I wanted to do. Like, I just want to know. I kept texting the group chat. I was getting very few updates. I wanted to live vicariously. What are the vibes? What are we eating? What are we doing? Who are we seeing? Are we at the fights? Are we showing up just for the main card? Take us through it, gents. GC, Rick.
Yeah, I mean, you were texting like we were out there living life.
I know.
In
I'm
Des Moines,
just like
Iowa. We were just experiencing
Sorry, I just
all
wanted
that Iowa has to offer. We've put together a bit of a slideshow. I'll say, like a bit of a
just to
presentation.
know, we were on the ground for such a short amount of time. Like we can't waste time. Like instead of going to this, are we gonna go to the text message? No,
I
we
just
have
wanted to
do
know.
It.
I was into it.
So we tried.
I know we say 24 hours. It was closer to like 21 and a half.
Okay.
Like we didn't even get a full 24 in beautiful DSM. But yeah, I mean, it starts at LaGuardia. Just a delightful. I cannot stress this enough. Such a delightful morning. Paid extra for the parking pass. Walk right in through security in maybe 5 minutes. Camera guy Nick, who's with us, hooks me and Rick up with guest passes to the Delta Sky Club. We get breakfast, coffee, hang out. Walk right onto the plane. Empty as can be. I'm still sitting Delta Comfort. Shout out. Rick back in coach. Camera guy Nick up in first class. It's me and one other guy in Delta Comfort. Plane is completely empty. They're throwing out snacks. Everybody's in a great mood. We're all heading to Des Moines. Like it's hard. It's hard to come down from that. The morning started brilliantly.
It should be noted, like 3 hours before that last picture that we showed, like I was in Times Square. Like I came straight from Times Square to the airport.
Yeah, Rick texts us at like flight takes off at like 9:30, and Rick texts us at like 6:30, and he's like, "Hey guys, I'm getting to LaGuardia now." I was just like, "Brother, I just woke up, man. I'll see you in like an hour and a half, dude. Like I'm in no rush to
We'll connect the dots when we get into our Times Square experience. Rick might be the only person in the world that went to the Times Square fight and the Des Moines fight.
I'd put money on that.
I was thinking the only other person who might would have been Stitch Duran. I checked.
No, Stitch at a UFC.
No, but he went to the Inouye. One.
No, I'm saying you're the only person in the world who went to Times Square and Des Moines.
Those two, yeah.
Yeah.
It's that floor at both, man. Life is good for New York Rick, I have to say.
Just wondering, when you guys are on the plane, is there any indication that anyone else is making the trip to Des Moines, the pilgrimage for the UFC fights?
A couple of people in UFC gear.
Oh, love it. All right.
Yeah. So it's like the vibes are high. We're really getting excited. We have a video here of New York Rick first making contact with Des Moines.
Okay.
Obviously, I got to play the Helwani role here.
Oh, this is great.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, it looks fantastic.
Des Moines gets there.
Is it cold?
48 degrees here in Des Moines. Didn't prepare for that.
48?
Didn't think it was going to be cold in Des Moines. It was rather chilly.
There's an inside joke there in that camera guy Nick, when we land, goes, "Hey Troy," because Troy's on the ground. "Hey Troy, is it cold there? Do I need to get a hoodie?" Like she's camera guy Nick is asking about the temperature. So that was the joke as I was coming off the plane. That's why I asked, "Is it cold?" So
we walk around the Des Moines airport, basically in search of a sign that lets people know that we are in Des Moines. We settled for a desk at one of the gates, and then we actually found the real sign. This is basically the archway to let people know you've arrived in Des Moines, positioned right next to the bathrooms and the trash cans. A beautiful indicator. You're in Des Moines, baby. You made it.
Love it.
And then as we were on our way out, we also noticed we got to book our return flight for the 37th annual World Pork Expo. I'm very much looking forward to that. Pretty much everywhere we went, we had pork.
Wait, just curious, the Pork Expo, is it about like bacon and stuff? Because there's an actual live pig in that photo.
Yeah, I think it's about pork farming. And the industry of pork.
It's awful.
I wasn't aware of Iowa's like pork exploits until GC filled me in. I thought it was corn.
Yeah, we thought it was corn, which Iowa is the #1 exporter of corn in all of America. Pork is what really gets the people going out there. I didn't see a single stock of corn. I didn't see a single ear. It wasn't on any menus.
They're feeding the pigs, the corn.
I think you're nailing it because the pork was running rampant around this place. I think at every location we had.
Good thing I didn't go,
pork.
basically. Not from my country.
Yeah. So then right from the airport, just a quick 5-minute drive through the local neighborhoods of Des Moines. We go to Smitty's for a pork tenderloin sandwich.
Wow.
Best
Holy
onion rings in the area. Those are the awards behind me. And then look at this sandwich. It's a monstrosity.
What is that?
Quite a portion.
Can't even keep up with the bun. Just a giant slab of a pork tenderloin.
Is
Fried
it breaded?
It's breaded.
Oh, yeah,
it's like
breaded
a
pork.
katsu.
It was great.
Okay. Now, how much research went into this?
like local places in Des
Yeah,
Moines. Yeah, pretty good amount. A lot of people from Iowa chimed in as well.
Love it.
Yeah. So
what are we giving that, or are we going to save the ratings and whatnot, the reviews for Boys in the Back fight fees? Okay, fair enough.
reviews for the fight fees.
Sorry.
And then we just kind of looked at what Des Moines had to offer. Some beautiful murals, local artwork here. Yeah, I mean, there it is. That's, if you needed to know what Des Moines is about, that's it right there. Just a beautiful mural. And this was on the walk to our next location, Fong's Pizzeria, which is like an Asian fusion, which is where we linked up with TST.
Legend.
Big Troy jumped in. There he is.
Yeah, there he is in the flesh.
Yeah, in the flesh. TST.
Doing the Hulk Hogan.
Got a lot of love in Des Moines. Fong's Pizzeria. Hawaiian fusion in there as well. We split a big tiki bowl, me and Rick.
Okay,
Rick's
wow.
got the Kalen
What a
Clark
time.
going now. A little crab rangoon pizza.
What?
Yeah, man, it was wild stuff. And then we did a kamikaze shot.
Wow.
Us and all the boys. One Mac Life's Oscar Willis joining the party. You had to wear a helmet when you took it.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Oscar Willis kept saying that we're supposed to smash the glasses on each other's heads afterward, but they didn't allow that in the restaurant.
Was the kamikaze like the margarita type, but with vodka? Like it's a lime-based one?
It was lime-based,
Nice.
yeah.
Shout out.
Yeah, it was great. Here's a selfie with Fong's Pizzeria, shout out. And then we were walking, and there was a UFC bar where Misha Tate was having her after party afterward. Got a selfie with a 314 poster. Not sure if that's Diego or Volk, one of the two. But yeah, it was great. We're walking around the streets of Des Moines, good times. You know, people are getting amped up for UFC 314. And then we hit our last spot, Lachelle's. Great burger place. Look at
how much are you eating in the span of like 7-8 hours here?
A lot. Three full meals in like the span of like 4 hours. I was done eating for the day after this.
And what was that? What was Lachelle's?
Burgers and tater tots.
Oh yeah,
just simply divine. I mean, it was unbelievable. Yeah, I mean the tater tots were some of the best I've ever had. You'll see it on Fight Feast. They had one TV. It was playing Surf's Up, legendary movie.
Hell yeah.
If you know anything about that. And then we were done eating, and we went back to the hotel. We cleaned up. On the way back to the hotel, this is TST with his corn helmet on.
Love it.
We ripped a couple Modelo's, brewed for those with a fighting spirit beforehand. Where the boys are getting ready to go. On the way back to the hotel, I'm walking, and there's this big dude in headphones and a Venom kit. And as we walked by, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Rainer the Ritter.
Hey.
Didn't bother him. He's locked in. It's fight day and everything like that. But the more I looked at him, it was definitely Rainer the Ritter just walking the streets of Des Moines by himself. Like
Pre-fight.
Yeah, maybe 4 hours before he was supposed to fight Bo Nickel. It was great. And then we went to the event, which was a good time in and of itself. Great seats. Shout out. Crowd was pumped up. They were energetic. And it was a good time, man. It was a good time. TST tried his first corn dog ever.
Wait, who's the guy giving the finger there?
He just jumped in.
Wow.
Just the guy.
It's just a dude?
Just
okay.
a dude.
Look like Paul
Point of
Costa.
love, right?
Yeah, Des Moines love. He was ripping a vape pen all night. It was great.
Nice.
Good times. It was good times.
How was the
We
Wells
were
Fargo
accused a
arena?
few times of ripping the Benjamin in the
Yeah. Wells Fargo was a really solid arena. It holds up to just about any arena I've been to, like 16,000.
Oh, wow.
It was
New?
good.
What do they have there? What do they do there?
Concerts mostly. WWE the night before.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it was a good time though. It was a
All
good
the
time.
top artists had some kind of representation there. They do a lot of musical concerts. It was a great arena.
And then we were out at 8 a.m. the next morning.
Damn. What'd you do after the fight?
Went back home. The streets of Des Moines were crazy afterward. Everyone flooded onto like one single street.
Really?
It was
you guys
pretty
didn't
late.
partake?
Nah, I didn't partake.
No.
I was
Early
running
flight
on
out.
like an hour of sleep, so I was
Sure.
ready to hit that.
Yeah, we were pretty wiped.
Overall, are you happy you guys made the trip?
Yes, for sure. No regrets. Would I return to Des Moines? Absolutely not, unless there was a reason to do so. It's just like it's this weird tier of city that like there's not much there, but like it is a city, like a Birmingham, Alabama, a Jacksonville, Florida, a Hartford, Connecticut. Aptly named the Hartford of the West because of insurance ties, but it is also just basically a Hartford implanted into Des Moines. Yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time.
You share this sentiment, Rick?
Yeah, I mean, this is my second trip to Iowa, and I feel like I've seen Iowa now.
You're good.
I'm good. I can retire from my trips to Iowa, unless we go back to the pork festival.
Yeah. 37th annual
37th
Pork
annual.
Expo. We're all gonna have to be there. The event itself, I think I am firmly in the camp now. It's a better experience on TV.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like they do the spotlights dancing in between fights, and there was like a first round finish, and then it was like 20 or 25 minutes before the next fight. And it's just like you're sitting there, and you're just like every 7-8 seconds, you're just getting blinded by this spotlight, and it just keeps coming over, and you're just like, oh man, like this is kind of starting to hurt my head a little bit. This is getting tiresome. And then you kind of forget when you're sitting at home on the couch, and you can like go and do other things, and you can go to the bathroom whenever you want, or you can cook food, and like you just kind of sitting there enjoying yourself. You forget how long it is. Like when you're just sitting in that arena for 5, 6, 7 hours, you're like, man, I have been here forever. And then on the last note is crowd is like 95% male, and like probably 95% of those male are also drinking. So you go to the bathroom and the line is just like 150 dudes deep, and it just takes so long to go to the bathroom that then you're sacrificing and you're missing some of the fights. And yeah, I still have to go to a pay-per-view, so I cannot speak on those, but fight nights I feel like are better from home. I'm going to Atlanta. Call me a casual. I think I'm just pulling up for the main card.
Wow, this time did you go from start to finish?
We went like second or third fight in. We got there fairly early.
So my stance has always been, if you're a fan, hardcore, casual, whatever, you got to go. You got to experience it, maybe in a couple of different cities. Vegas is great. Although Vegas, until you get to like the big fights, especially on a pay-per-view where it's typically, it's typically at T-Mobile over there. I'm not talking about the Apex cards. You're there for the prelims. There's nothing going on. There's no atmosphere whatsoever. So in a place like Des Moines, who isn't used to getting this, I'm assuming it was pretty full from the from the early prelims, and I'm assuming the crowd was pretty hyped. But it is very long, and then you end up realizing like you miss the commentary, you miss the replay, you miss the different angles, you just miss all of that in between rounds, the coaches, all that stuff that just makes it.
I've sat floor, I've sat like lower bowl, I've sat upper bowl. I feel like I've had each level of seat, and at each one I still find my eyes like going up to the jumbotron, just because that is the best view. Like there's no cameraman, there's no cage, there's nothing standing in your way. So it's just like this is what I would be watching at home on TV. But credit to the Iowa crowd. They showed up early and they were loud. Like the Misha Tate fight, the Jeremy Stevens fight, they were hyped up. Like they were very loud.
It felt like in town everybody was there for the UFC. Like, and to that point, like a lot of the people we met and fans that came up to us were not from Iowa. They were from Minnesota or Michigan or somewhere else.
Big Minnesota contention out there. A lot of people like, I was just like, oh, so you from Des Moines? They're like, nope, Minnesota. Drove down.
I'm with you, Ariel. I think there's a value to going to the event, especially if it's a first time. To me, it's about the energy, right? It's about like if you're going to be in this crowd and experience a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and there's some huge knockout, and you can say I was there, and you get that pop, and everybody's in on it. That's the thing. You're hoping for one of those. But as far as like watching fights, you're not going to beat TV. It's too good these days.
All right, so let us talk about the fights. I'm glad you guys enjoyed, and there were a few notable things that happened. Number one, Cory Sandhagen defeated Deiveson Figueiredo. Let's talk about the main event. I want to get to the rest throughout, but I want to start with the main event. Cory Sandhagen defeats Deiveson Figueiredo. Brilliant fight from Cory Sandhagen. He had to come back. He was frustrated that he wasn't getting a fight. He had not fought since August, and he really had to sit on that loss to Umar Nurmagomedov that happened last August. And this is still one of the best bantamweights in the world, but kind of feels like he's been forgotten about a little bit. So he had to prove a point. He had to make a point, and I think he did just that on Saturday. He was very dominant in the first round, extremely dominant, and ended up winning in the second round. Figueiredo suffering a knee injury. The vibe was kind of like, oh, it's a shame. Oh, freak injury. No. And Sandhagen said it in the aftermath, and he'll say it today. He made that happen. From the 50-50 position, the way in which he was positioned, the way in which their legs were tangled, what he was doing on the ground was to create a sequence and a moment like that in which either Figueiredo couldn't get out of or gets hurt in. So he inflicted that damage. It wasn't a freak thing where he rolled his ankle or, got poked or something like that. Like this is all Cory's doing. And so to me, this is a very, very, very impressive and legitimate win. And when you look at his resume and you look at 4 of the last 5 and you look at the fact that the title is being defended in a little over a month, he, in my opinion, should be next. There really isn't anyone out there with a stronger claim than him. And I would love to see him fight for that belt. And there's something about his intensity right now and his burning desire to finally get that shot. There's just something about the vibes that he is giving off. I said it many, many moons ago, maybe 2019 or 2020, this guy will fight for a UFC title. He fought for the interim, never fought for the undisputed, if you will. I loved what he said. I'll be the backup. I'll kiss their ass if they want me to. I'll do what needs to be done, but I want to be next. And if he wanted to be in that conversation, I think he did everything that he had to do. He did everything that he had to do on Saturday. I was really impressed with that victory. I was impressed with the tenacity. I was impressed with the aggression. I was impressed with everything that he was doing. He has really come into his own, and he deserves to be celebrated. You know what's also crazy that I never quite so. Okay, why?
No.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
that.
man.
No, yeah. No, you know what's weird? Because I was looking at his last few fights. He said in the... Did he say it in the post-presser? Or did he say... I think he said in the post-presser, he said he never fought on a pay-per-view before. And I was like, is that possible? Cory Sandhagen never fought on a pay-per-view? And his last few fights weren't on pay-per-view, but he did fight 250, 267. So I don't know what he's talking...
267
Yeah,
was technically not a pay-per-view.
Okay, but a number...
Nice trivia fact there.
250 was a pay-per-view. That's when he lost to Aljo.
It was a pay-per-view.
241 was a
Maybe
pay-per-view.
not in a long time.
Yeah. Maybe.
Said it, and then I was like, is that possible? Anyway, what did you guys think of Cory's win, and do you agree that he should be next? By the way, in case you're wondering regarding the bantamweight division, you do have O'Malley who's fighting Merab. There's Jan there. There's Umar there. Sandhagen there. Figueiredo there. Song Yadong, Marlon Vera, Rob Font. The one who obviously has a claim as well is Peter Yan, who he did fight for the interim belt and who he did lose to, but I don't know if Jan versus Merab is a tough sell, but if it's O'Malley versus Jan, and if O'Malley wins, does Merab get another crack? Who knows? He's pretty damn close, is all I know. What do you guys think of the performance, Rick?
Yeah, flawless. Like, this is as good as it gets. From a guy who, we've talked about it before, is like, he's always been right there, but not able to take the next step. He's always been the guy who's one shot away from the title shot, and he finds himself right back there, right? He's either next in line, one away, he's right back there, and he could never quite make that next leap to get into the title fight. I think it's time. It really is time. This division has kind of like faded away a little bit. The log jam at the top has kind of faded away. We'll have O'Malley and Merab resolve their issues. Then it's Jan. I guess Song Yadong is kind of in the conversation at least, but it's really Jan and Cory that I think are going to be the next man up. Maybe they fight, maybe they don't. I wouldn't have a problem with Cory Sandhagen getting a crack against either O'Malley or Merab next.
What do you think, PT?
Look, I think Jan has a great case too. He's beat Yadong Song and Figueiredo back to back. He's obviously beaten Sandhagen before, but I do think you're right in terms of the Merab fight with him, a rematch. It's not making me jump up and down. If O'Malley wins, I love the idea of Jan via O'Malley over 5 rounds. We've talked about it lots of times here, but just in terms of the performance, it was brilliant. And you talked about the leg entanglement situation there. It's almost like Figueiredo was killed with a sword he brought himself. He was killed with his own sword because he was the one who began the leg entanglements against Sandhagen. And anyone knows this kind of system, this leg lock system, there's a counter point to every move. There's a counter to that counter, everything like that. So he stayed safe. He put himself in the position to win. And he's completely correct in what he's saying. Like, he made Figueiredo pay for going into that situation with him. Really, really good. He's a brilliant, brilliant fighter. We've been saying this for years. It's just a weird situation with O'Malley and Merab and the rematch. It's either Jan or him. I think depending on who wins, we can make up our minds then. I'd much rather see Sandhagen in against Merab and then Jan against Umar or something like that. Or the O'Malley rematch we've been talking about for so long.
What he also has going for him is that he has never fought O'Malley or Merab, so it's a fresh matchup.
Yeah.
He's won 4 or 5 Jan 205. What do you say, GC?
Yeah, so I'm in 100% agreement with you guys in the fact that it was just such an incredible performance. Even if it is technically like an injury, the knee got hurt. Cory Sandhagen was dominating that fight, and I really do think that he caused that knee issue for Deiveson Figueiredo. Where I disagree is that he should be next. I think it is dependent on the result of the fight at UFC 316. I think if it's Merab, Cory for sure. We don't need to see the Petr Yan rematch. It was 50-45 across the board. It was a dominant performance by Merab. If it's Sean O'Malley, I think Petr Yan has an incredible case for it with how close their fight was and where he's at within the division. I think if Merab wins, you do Merab Cory. I think if Sugar wins, you do Sugar Yan too.
Interesting. Okay, so it's all dependent on what happens. It's not a done deal. And we know even if he does end up being the backup, weighs in, that's not 100% as well. Ian Gary's trying to do that this week, but guys like Pavlovich in the past have done it and not been rewarded. So there's no 100% certainty. I think it ends up being either a fight against Yan, a rematch, or he gets a title shot. And I know the winning streak is one, but if you look at the body of work, and I think what helps is that he's never fought these guys, so it's a fresh matchup. I don't know if Merab Yan is a sell because that fight was so one-sided. I would a fight that I've always wanted to see is Sandhagen versus O'Malley, and I'm really curious to see Sandhagen versus Merab if he prevails.
Honestly, the way like Sandhagen has shown his personality and he's getting in on the YouTube channel and he's trying to really become a star, I think is going to play in his favor. I really do.
Do you guys think
that's it? He's always been a reflective, interesting guy, right? You've always loved interviewing him. But now he's really leaning into more of the like content that people are going to start going, oh, I like this guy a lot more than just, hey, he's contemplative and can kind of speak a little.
At worst, he is one away. Yeah. Like at worst, he's a Yan fight, and if he wins that, he's guaranteed a title shot, or he is title shot next. Like that's how close we are to an undisputed title fight for him.
Do you guys think if O'Malley beats Merab, that Merab is going to get a rematch? No. You think they're going to move on?
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I think he should.
The sugar era is back, and we move on.
At 1-1, I think they would give him one just because it would be 1-1.
Oh boy, I don't.
I know they dislike Merab, but it's just like I honestly think O'Malley would be like, yeah, we need to run that back.
You're rolling the dice there. You got the outcome you wanted with Sean O'Malley, and now you're like, yeah, let's just give the machine.
I think O'Malley would call for it, and the UFC wouldn't give it to him.
I don't think so.
Leon treatment. He'd get the Leon treatment 100%.
Yeah,
I think they'd go and do either O'Malley Yan or O'Malley Sandhagen at that point. Bigger fight, O'Malley Yan or O'Malley Sandhagen?
Yan, because I think Yan's more of a known quantity to the point that we're making Sandhagen not having fought on many pay-per-views, not none, but many. Yan has been a fight night headliner, pay-per-view guy for his entire UFC run, so he's a more known quantity for everybody. I think they go Yan. I think that fight is a bigger fight, rather.
Well, there's a great story to be told, right? Because of how their first fight went and how close it was and how a lot of people thought Yan actually deserved to win. Great story to be told, but man,
Sandhagen and O'Malley have had this like latent rivalry thing brewing for many years now, and it might be time for that to come to a head.
Yeah, good options. Good options.
No bad options.
Him winning definitely puts him.
Then you've got Umar in that mix somewhere. Like there's a lot of fun to be had at bantamweight.
Okay, so that's what happened in the main event. Now let us talk about the chief support, the co-main event, because it is one of those that reminds me of. It reminds me to a degree. Rick, do you remember when and PT, you'll remember as well when Sage Northcutt lost?
Sure
and
do.
Everyone wanted to this isn't new, by the way. This thing isn't new where someone loses and the internet, it happened to Conor and it was on a much, much larger scale. But when he lost to Nate, everyone came out. When Ronda lost, everyone comes out. People are just foaming at the mouth to see that hype train get derailed. And let's be honest, Bo, very confident. Some would call him cocky, talks a big game, speaks about himself being better than this guy, that guy, with not a lot of fights going into this fight. He only had 7 pro fights, obviously an incredible collegiate wrestler, multiple-time Dan Hodge Trophy winner, All-American national champion, all that stuff from Penn State. But this was a massive, massive, massive step up in competition against Rene de Ridder. And, you know, the odds wouldn't suggest that because he was once again a gigantic favorite and he lost. He lost fair and square. It was an absolute brilliant performance by RDR. The knee to the chest took everything out of him. It was a brutal shot to the solar plexus, and there he is, the multiple-time one championship champion, proving that on this Saturday there are levels. And so, of course, in the aftermath, there's the fraud check stuff and all that. And I'm not even going to sit here and say, oh, fraud check, what does it mean? Like, we don't even have to get so granular when it comes to that. On Saturday, Bo Nickel was matched up against a very good fighter, a fighter who has been around the block, who has had success in other organizations and some early success in the UFC, and lost fair and square. And so now we get to find out who Bo Nickel is. Now you get to find out who Bo Nickel is. Does Bo Nickel brush himself off and work his way back up? Does he eat that humble pie because everyone's coming after him? Everyone's kicking him while he's down. Does he use this as a teaching moment? Does he use this as an opportunity to work on his weaknesses, work on his holes, or does he just say, to hell with all this, I don't need any of this shit? We're about to find out. Henry Cejudo, one of the very few guys who came to his defense, who offered some public support, tweeted this: the wrestling world has taken a hit today. Keep your head up, Bo Nickel. This is not the end. I got finished by Demetrius Johnson with a similar body shot. Remember it well. And I went on to avenge that loss and become champion. You are capable of doing the same. Get back on your horse, brother. I even saw Darren Till offer some support. They've gone back and forth. Till offered some support, a bit of a cheeky shot, but overall, I think he was pretty kind. There wasn't much of that. Everyone getting their licks in, and that's par for the course. He's a big golfer. He's an avid golfer. He knows you talk the talk, you're going to have to take it if it doesn't go your way. To me, my definition of quote unquote fraud check is that like you're a never was. Bo Nickel is not a never was. Bo Nickel is going to be someone. That was just his 8th pro fight. He is going to be a player. He is going to be a force if he wants to be. If he wants to be. There was once a time very early in McGregor's career that he lost. And look how he built himself back up. Like, people lose fights. They sometimes don't lose in co-main events on UFC, on ESPN, and with all that attention. But he has a lot of work to do. I'd love for him to be a little more active. Now you got to take a step back. We were all waiting for the step forward, the step up in competition, and it was not his night. He lost to the better fighter on the night. No ifs, ands, or buts. But now we get to find out. I don't subscribe. You could say whatever you want. You could say fraud check. You could say he's a bum. He's a hype train, this or that. To me, my definition of fraud check, the way people use it, is you are not worthy of the attention that you receive. Bo Nickel was worthy and is worthy. Now we're going to find out. We're going to find out who he is and what he's made of. And maybe this is the breaking point. Maybe this is the point in which he doesn't come back from. Maybe he'll never return from this. I have a sneaking suspicion that a guy who was that successful on the grandest of stages in collegiate athletics is going to be very successful. He is going to bounce back. And I will also say this. I think some people, they get their jollies when they think that, a UFC hype train gets derailed. I have to defend the UFC on this one. I don't think they rammed Bo Nickel down our throats. I don't think they put the cart before the horse with Bo Nickel. I don't think they were putting him, in main events when he didn't deserve to be in main events. In fact, top of my head, he hasn't main evented a single card for them. Not even like a bullshit Apex card. Are they putting him on pay-per-views, showcase fights? Absolutely. This wasn't one.
Had to fight twice on Contender before he made it to
fights. So like this wasn't like, again, I think some people get off on the fact when it's like, hey, the UFC's pet project or the UFC's boy lost. And there have certainly been, like, they felt that way with Sean O'Malley. It blew up in your face. It blew up in your face. This wasn't one of those. This was a 7-0 guy losing to a much more experienced fighter. And I personally think he'll be back. Will I be proven wrong? Only time will tell. But I don't think this is the end of Bo Nickel. What do you think, Rick?
I think this was Bo Nickel's 8th fight. Not UFC fight, 8th fight. And he's in there with a guy who has much more experience, who's good. I did not think that Bo Nickel would lose this fight. I was very confident that Bo Nickel would win this fight. But we're going to learn about Bo Nickel. I think my concern about his future is not whether I think Bo Nickel can be a good fighter, because Bo Nickel is such a decorated wrestler. He could win fights just on that alone. But I'm concerned about some of the growth and mixing it all together and those things. but he has so much time and opportunity to come back and work on those things that I'm not concerned about that. How he reacts to strikes, right? It looked a little bit like Brock Lesnar. It looked a little bit like he just did not want to be hit, and we saw it. Those are the things that I'm concerned about. But those are also the obvious things that if you're Bo Nickel, you can go back and work on. Those are the things that you need to fix if you want to be a top-tier mixed martial artist. It was a wake-up call. And now, as you've said, this is the moment. It was not those fights before. It will not be the fights after. This is the inflection point. This is where Bo Nickel looks himself in the mirror and goes, do I actually want to do this? And can I be the best at this? I'm with you, and I would put my money on him giving that a go. I would put my money on that. It reminds me of Aaron Pico. It reminds me of so many guys who, these hype prospects that come from the wrestling world and are decorated, and you go, look at them. They fell on their face. Fuck them. They're never going to be shit. And just rushing to do it. It's too early. It's too early to proclaim him as good as he said he was, right? Where he's talking about fights with Hamzat Shemaev and things like that. It was always too early for that, but it's also too early to close the chapter on a guy who is as talented in the wrestling game as Bo Nickel.
Oh, I stand corrected, guys. I stand corrected. Shout out to the chat. Thumbs up to the chat, who are very quick to remind me that he was put on the UFC 300 main card. All the way down. Oh, the horror. Oh, the horror. Hey, guys, just to let you know, Jamal fucking Hill headlined UFC 300. Miss me with this thing that it was such a big deal that he was above Yuri and Alex. Guess what? More people saw Yuri and Alex. Oh, they put him against Cody Brundage in the 5th fight on the main card. Who gives a fuck? They didn't put him in the co-main or the main. In fact, I don't think he's ever been in the co-main of main or of a pay-per-view. Like, this nitpicking of where they placed him on the card, so quick to jump on this. You're all just exposing yourself. As Rick just said, this has happened time and time again, and it won't be the last time. You get a guy, you see the look, you see the way he builds himself up, you see the way he talks. Yeah, of course, he talked a big game, and he's going to have to deal with those repercussions. That's what happens. But guess what? The reason why we were drawn to him was because he talked that big game. There are a lot of people who come from collegiate wrestling who don't amount to anything, who don't move the needle whatsoever. You swing for the fences, and maybe sometimes you hit the wall and you got to come back, or you strike out. But you're saying you're not going to watch his next fight? That's what this whole thing is. This is prize fighting. You're not interested in seeing how he builds himself up. You're too busy celebrating his demise. You're too busy celebrating the fact that he lost to a really good fighter. Don't be disrespectful to RDR. And to all the media who is saying this as well, where were you guys going out on a limb saying RDR is going to smoke him? I didn't see any of you say that. I didn't even make a pick. So I'm like, this is not me trying to like back anything up. But come on.
I do think we have to zoom out for a second to just be like, Bo Nickel is in the position he's in because of what he's done previously, right? It's not that Bo Nickel was like just some random schmuck in a line that they go, oh, we're going to take this guy and rocket him to the top because he's a friend of some XYZ person, or it's nepotism, or whatever. Bo Nickel is one of the most decorated collegiate wrestlers of all time. There's a reason why he's in this position. And the fact that he's put into this position and everybody wants to see him sink or swim, and both sides of it, only benefits the UFC. It is not this like benevolent gift to Bo Nickel randomly by the UFC. There is a method to the madness. There is a reason this is happening. We look at Paddy Pimblett. People can't wait for this man to fall on his face. People can't wait for this guy to falter even a tiny little bit. And it propels him into bigger and bigger heights in the same way that it did Bo Nickel. This is not some like secret Bo Nickel agenda or strategy. This is just the fight game.
I'd say it's a casual take to say that he's been fraud checked. Like anyone who's watching MMA knows how good RDR is. He's only lost to a heavyweight that lots of people thought would make a lot of noise if he was to compete a heavyweight in the UFC, Anatoly Malakin. He's a savage. And I guess, look, in his first 2 fights, we were probably saying, I thought we'd see more of RDR. His first fight, let's say, because he did do a good job against Kevin Holland. But this is how dynamic this guy is. He's a savage. Look at this game plan, like coming with shots straight up the middle against a guy who is going to try and take you down. I thought he was absolutely brilliant. And look, he's a really interesting addition to the UFC middleweight ranking. I think a lot of people would have said this guy was going to have a big impact on this division when he came across from one. I know he had a fight in UAE or something before that. But to say like this is a fraud check when he's fighting RDR is a casual take, honestly.
I will say, in defense of the people saying fraud check, I don't know if it's as much as the opponent as it is the way that he went out. The second round where, like, to Rick's point, like, it just looked like he had no desire to be hit in the face at all. He didn't want any part of that fight, and once the fire started burning, he wanted out as soon as possible. I think the performance is why people are saying it more. If he had gone in a 3-round war with RDR and it was a 29-28 or a very close fight and like he was impressive throughout, I don't think as many people would have been saying that. I think it was the way that the performance went. And to your point, Ariel, I actually think you say, like, you're not going to watch his next fight. I actually think his next fight might be his most watched fight because people want to really find out. I am the most intrigued in this next one because, to be totally honest, I think I overrated where Bo Nickel was at and underrated where RDR was at. And I really want to see, like, if Bo Nickel has it, if he can get in that dogfight, if he can use his wrestling can transfer to MMA, if he really does have a future at the championship level of this sport. Because after Saturday, I definitely have some questions around it.
Some very honest stuff from his head coach, Mike Brown, on Instagram saying, was a tough weekend, but maybe one that was needed. Things have been moving fast for Bo Nickel, and to this point, he has been able to make things happen and secure 6 finishes and 7 victories with the limited experience that he has. Bo has all the attributes that you want if your goal is to become a world champion in mixed martial arts. He has athleticism, a strong, confident mindset, a great family support system, and he started combat sports, specifically wrestling, at a very young age. These are all the boxes that you want to check when developing an elite MMA fighter. But the one thing Bo doesn't have is live fighting cage time. And for this, there is no substitution. MMA fight experience is crucial, and actual time in the cage is extremely important. As a team, we had our concerns about moving so fast, and we realized the dangers of fighting such high-level opponents so early. But Bo is a unique athlete, and the UFC has him on a fast track. This past weekend, Bo's lack of experience showed. His wrestling and athleticism wasn't enough to overcome what was in front of him. Renata Ritter is now 20-2, was a multi-time 2-division world champion in ONE FC, a very reputable organization. Props to him for coming with a strong game plan and executing what was needed. This is the fight game, and it's cliche, but this is where we learn. This is where we make changes and where we make the biggest gains. I'm confident that this is going to fuel Bo, and it will help him direct his focus to another level. To all the critics dogpiling, remember, Bo is nothing more than a man in an arena trying to support himself and his family. I love that from Mike, not backing down and saying that he has a lot of work to do, and now we're going to find out. Now we're going to find out who he is.
He at the end there, he put it perfectly. The people piling on. You mentioned McGregor losing to Diaz and everything like that. Ronda Rousey losing. Like when I got on Twitter yesterday morning, sitting at the airport, every single tweet I saw was just people shitting on Bo, left, right, and center. Like he was really getting a taste of the MMA world on Sunday morning. He
slipped very early in his wrestling career and turned that into a positive and ended up having a legendary wrestling career. Again, no real dog in the race. Obviously, love having him on the show, love talking to him, but taking nothing away from RDR. I think RDR is brilliant, and what a great signing he was for the UFC. And after, remember RDR's first fight? People were kind of like, meh, you remember that?
The Mearshart one? Kind of? People were shitting on him. MMA fans are fickle as hell. Like, the story is not done being written for Bo Nickel.
Yeah, now he's being
I
celebrated.
think that plays into it a bit, too. Because of that first performance, right, granted, he was really good against Kevin Holland, but the reaction to RDR in his first fight was so bad, I feel like it's some kind of hangover into this fight, too,
We do have to acknowledge, though, like, Bo Nickel is a wrestler and one of the best wrestlers. And he's spending a lot of time on the feet with guys who he's not going to be better than. That's just a reality. Like, at the level that he is now fighting at in the UFC, he's not going to have... I would expect that in addition to just sharpening skills and things like that, we're going to see a strategic shift from Bo Nickel. Now, fights start on the feet and you have to be on your feet. But quite frankly, if you're coming in to be a kickboxer, like, you're not going to do too well. Bo Nickel needs to be a wrestler, and I think he can be a dominant wrestler if he wants to be. And so we'll see how his style and his strategy looks from here on out. He's certainly going to have to work on the hands as well and the striking exchanges as well. But man, if you had that Khamzat Chimaev, put your head down, double leg a guy in the first 30 seconds and dump them on their head and pound them out, like I think he could walk through quite a few guys. So I'm not done with the Bo Nickel potential, but I think we need to see something different.
I would subscribe to the fraud check sentiment if he lost to a Cody Brundage, with all due respect. Yeah. RDR is a multi-division champion in ONE Championship, and you may not be someone who respects or watches ONE Championship, but a lot of great fighters fight there and have come from there, who have come through there as well. the UFC, if they wanted Bo Nickel to win this fight, it was a bad matchup. They messed up. The matchmaking was off. And if his management thought that this was the type of fight that gets him into, elite territory at 185, they messed up too. They underestimated who RDR was. He fought brilliantly, and it was a brilliant finish, and he deserves all the praise. And then afterwards, he said he just beat the best of American wrestling, and then he wants the best of American striking. And in that brief moment, I'm like, who's he talking about? Who's he talking about?
Obviously.
Sean Strickland. What? I was like, what? I mean, I like it. Listen,
is he the best American striker at middleweight?
I don't know. I mean, it didn't quite hit the way I thought. I like the matchup. I'm okay with it. I think we all kind of like the idea of Izzy fighting Strickland again.
Yes.
But if that doesn't happen, I like the matchup. I'm okay with it. I just wasn't expecting it. I mean, look, you got Jared Cannonier out there. You got
I feel like
as far as American middleweights, yeah, you got Brendan Allen out there. There aren't a ton of choices.
I think the name came first to his head, and then he tried to figure out how to tie it. I don't think it was.
He's probably not getting that fight. Also,
why?
You don't think?
Yeah, I just don't think so. Sean Strickland's currently number 2. RDR is
he's 13, but he's going to move up.
Probably not a ton. He's probably going to move up like to 11, 10.
I would do that fight. That's no problem.
I'm down for the fight. I'm not saying I don't want to see the fight. Is he going to get the fight?
Cannonier? What about Cannonier? Cannonier feels like an appropriate step up.
Cannonier fight anyone, yeah.
I feel like we gotta do like
him and Anthony Hernandez on the ground.
Vettori 10 seems like a little outdated, no?
Well, I mean, these things are sterling. They're bulletproof.
I know.
Middleweight needs some turnover.
Vettori's 10. He's 10.
By the way, can I just say RDR versus Robert Whittaker would be fun?
Yeah, I mean, Robert Whittaker needs a fight.
Caio Borralho?
No, Caio's not taking that.
No, he's not taking that.
I think it's more important to worry about who Bo fights next.
Okay, fine.
Who does Bo fight next?
Michel Pereira.
Oh, geez. I mean, why can't he fight?
Michel Pereira.
Why can't he fight like a 35th ranked guy? Like go back to the, so he had the Paul Craig fight. So there was a bit of a.
There's a jump up, yeah.
Yeah. If you're his team, do you take him all the way back?
All the way back to where?
Like again,
series?
Michel Pereira's lost 2 fights in a row.
Bo Nickel
Val Woodburn rematch.
No, the Val Woodburn thing is not helping us.
We're done.
I have to be honest.
No. Okay.
I don't think level of opposition was his problem in this fight. I really don't. I don't think level of opposition was his problem in this fight.
I think it was an issue.
I think it was.
Come on, man.
I think it was. It was style. It was strategy. It was style, and it was that he has 8 fights. He has not been in the cage a long time. If you put him in there with anybody who has a lot of experience, he's going to be at a severe disadvantage. It's not that RDR, because he's a high level, it's going to be a problem because Bo Nickel has 8 fights and he's in the top and he's in high positions in the UFC. It did not used to happen this way. You used to have to build up. You used to have to get experience, and then you could get into that position. He got fast tracked to it. I don't think it's the caliber of opponent. I think he needs to drastically revise the style. To have been on the feet that long with RDR was a strategic error. If he was on top of RDR raining down elbows, he'd look great. You need to get into positions that help you win, and he didn't have the cage experience to do that. And I think
he lost the grappling exchanges, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't they end up on the ground and Bo Nickel was on top and he got reversed?
He's putting him off his game by countering his wrestling in the first round. He takes a clinch position off it. He's striking him there. So Bo's in a situation where he's like, right, fuck, what am I going to do with this dude? I don't want to end up in a disadvantage grappling situation either, because everyone knows a wrestler doesn't want to be the guy on his back or in the weak position in these exchanges, because that's very much a jiu-jitsu thing, right? Like that's more of those guys.
And he had not been in that position before because he has 8 fights. He has never been turned away in that way before because he has 8 fights.
Yeah.
And now he has.
Do you guys think if he never talked about the Khamzats of the world, the Darren Tills of the world, etc., but fought the same guys in the same sequence and lost the same exact way, that the reaction would be different?
Yes.
Yes, 100%. The amount of memes that I saw where it was just like, when me and Khamzat fight, I'm going to be minus 1,000. The clip of him, I think it was at the UFC 300 weigh-in show, where he's just like, don't be surprised if when I'm fighting for the title, I'm a minus 800 favorite.
Yeah.
I think it's things like that, saying how he's going to be the champion, and when he gets there, it's going to be in dominant fashion. I'm not going to lose a fight. I just don't think MMA fans take well to that until you actually are a champion. I think like a McGregor on his way
Ilya.
up, people hated him until he becomes champion. People hated Ilya until he becomes champion. Honestly, I'm seeing Patty getting this babyface turn now because he's winning and he's getting to that title contention and could potentially be a champion one day. People are starting to recognize.
Oh, if he
how
falls,
skilled he is.
it's going to be
I know the hate watches
miserable
will be there,
online.
but like
Yeah.
the hate watches I saw getting off for Bo Nicola, I was just like, people really like. I didn't realize how
Yeah,
much
same.
vitriol and hate there was for him.
It was weird.
One thing I did want to ask you guys, just with how big RDR is and the physicality that he used in that fight, and I don't know how Bo's weight cuts are and everything. Is there any argument to be made to consider 170 at his size?
Well, the only
That's
thing I'd push
interesting.
back there is like Paul Craig was also pretty big and he looked fine, in the striking there. To Pete's point, like RDR is well-rounded, right? He's got the Thai boxing. He's fantastic on the ground, obviously, as we've seen throughout his career. Like he's just a well-rounded guy, and I just don't think Bo was in there enough times with anybody who had as well-rounded a skill set where he knows what to do. He's just in a position where he didn't have a lot of options. He didn't have a plan B. I think he needs for plan A and plan B to be taking people down. If he's going to be ultimately successful, I think the hands are just going to come along slower. But we'll see what changes he does make. We'll see what that looks like. But it was a wake-up call for a guy with 8 fights. He's got 8 fights.
You're right.
Be
You're
said
right.
enough.
It's just you're right in that. Like I agree when I think about this more. He has never been in a situation where a guy is putting an onslaught on him like RDR did, right? Like he's never been in that panic where, oh fuck, like this is happening to me. I'm getting hit everywhere. I can't stop this guy hitting me. So I think certainly in that kind of framing, the inexperience certainly hurt him, But I do think RDR had to do a lot to get in a situation where he could just be pouring it on him,
Yeah, he rose to the occasion big time. He showed up in a major way.
Let's give props to the other winners on the card. Daniel Rodriguez, who is going to join us later in the program, had a brilliant finish against Santiago Ponzinibbio, a 5-punch combo in the third round to win that fight. Very impressive stuff from the man they call D-Rod. Shout out to Montel Jackson continuing his winning ways, picking up a unanimous decision win over Daniel Marcos. You see the rest of the main card results there. Notable, of course, Jeremy Stevens losing in his return fight to the UFC. It was a one-fight deal. He posted on social media he's going to be back. The question is he going to be back to the UFC? Is he going back to BKFC? We'll see what happens. How big of a deal was Jeremy Stevens in Iowa, guys? Big pop?
Huge pop. Insane
like,
pop.
Everyone around me was going insane. Anytime I went to the ground, they were like, stand him up. Stand him up, ref. I mean, like anytime he landed shots, the crowd went insane. I mean, there was like she had to have been like in her early 60s, like chomping on her nails, nervous. Like anytime like Jeremy got taken down, she was just like, no, damn it. Like people were, if he had won, and like he landed some big shots on Mason. Like, shout out to Mason Jones. His return looked great. He looked really, really good. But if Jeremy Stevens had knocked him out, that place, the roof would have come off of it. Like any shots he landed, that crowd went crazy.
Tough for BKFC because here you had this guy who was on a roll, goes to the UFC in a somewhat under the radar fight against a somewhat under the radar fighter. And now, if I'm David Feldman, I'm like, golly, I built up Mike Perry. He loses Jake Paul. We haven't seen him back. I built up Jeremy Stevens. He goes back to the UFC. Who knows if we're going to see him back? So it's tough.
I agree with that, but I don't think their hallmark is like, we've got the guys on winning streaks who got the momentum. Their hallmark is we put in guys who are guaranteed to scrap, and Mike Perry and Jeremy Stevens
you just don't want to see those guys lose when you're trying to build them up as being Teflon. But to your point, shout out to Mason Jones. Had a tough first run in the UFC, had to go back to Cage Warriors, and I thought looked very good in this fight against Jeremy Stevens. I want to give a shout out to Yana Santos, who had a very, very impressive win over Miesha Tate, just in the fact that she beat Miesha Tate. I think a lot of people were expecting Miesha to win that fight. I think Miesha was the favorite.
She was a slight favorite. Crowd was going crazy for Miesha as well.
Yep, legend of the game. Seeing some of the results there. Shout out to Jillian Robertson, Canada's own, with a very impressive finish in the second round. And in doing so, she retired Marina Rodriguez. Somewhat surprisingly, Juliana Miller with a win as well. Good to see her back in the winner's circle. Any of these performances stood out? Did the people go?
Jillian Robertson.
They loved her.
Jillian Robertson, when like not really from the fan perspective, but she's scary at 115.
What was that, Pete?
Beckoff, that lad who just came out and
Yeah.
body bagged his boy.
Yeah,
In the
Ryan
first round.
Loder.
It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, he's McCoy just signed up on Twitter. He's been tweeting his ass off over the last like 48 hours. Shout out to him.
If it is in fact him, got a performance bonus as well. So did Kwang Lee and RDR and Cory Sandhagen. So shout out to all.
Nothing
of
for
them.
Mason and Jeremy.
What's that?
That should have been fight
Nothing
of the
for Mason
night.
and Jeremy.
No.
That should have been fight of the night. Shit.
They did the 4 performance
Yeah.
instead of the fight of the night.
Oh, that was unbelievable.
Gents, I want to talk about my Friday night.
Let's hear it.
Because Friday there was a much talked about event that happened in Times Square. There was a lot of talk about the personalities on the card, headlined by Ryan Garcia, going up against Rolly Romero, Devin Haney, Jose Ramirez, Teofimo Lopez, also on the card against Arnold Barbosa. I have to be honest, for a moment there, I didn't think that I would be one of the lucky ones who got to attend. Remember, they didn't hand out tickets. Tickets weren't for sale. It was somewhat of a closed-off VIP event. But at the, I don't want to say 11th hour, maybe the 10th or 9th hour, we did get the invitation, and I was happy to check it out because, A, I love New York City. I've been living in New York City since 2004 and never thought that I would see a fight of any kind in Times Square. Shout out to Beat the Streets, by the way, the wrestling organization, the amateur wrestling organization, who has done events in Times Square before. So it's not completely unseen, but as far as boxing is concerned, never before has this been done. There was some talk of us doing a watch party for this event, but my general feeling was the people want to, whomever is watching this, whomever is buying this, you want to take it all in. You want to see what it looks like to watch a fight in Times Square. You also want to hear the commentary. You want to hear, Jim Lampley returning after all these years, all that and more. And so we decided against it. And they certainly rolled out the red carpet. You had the likes of Jim Lampley involved. You had the likes of Mike Tyson involved. You had the likes of Pat McAfee doing a pre and post show with the great Booker T. And when we got there, I was really curious to see how it all was going to be set up. I actually got 2 tickets, and I got to bring New York Rick with me. And so this is the setup. This is us sitting ringside. We had a really great vantage point. And as you can see, there's the action right there. And there are the familiar video billboards of Times Square. If you're familiar with Times Square, there's the NYPD station to the right over here. There's a big American flag that's lit up. It was kind of in that nook. It wasn't necessarily like smack dab in the middle. It was in the nook. So in fact, and I have a video of this, if you're walking, I think it's up Broadway, where the old WWF New York used to be, you wouldn't even know that this was happening because there's all this activity here on the left side. There's the famous naked cowboy who was trying to get in my shot. There's the flag that I'm talking about, and everything was happening to the right of that. Naked cowboy just wanted the airtime there. But as you can see, there were some people who were disappointed that there were these red, I mean, the guy's flexing right in my shot. I'm trying to show something here, naked cowboy, for goodness sakes. There were these red walls up there. If you're just walking up and down that street, you wouldn't even know what's happening within the walls. That's kind of how it was situated and tucked away. Eventually, we made our way in there. New York Rick was like, he was like a pig in shit. He was having the time of his life. I mean, look at that smile. He was so excited, he even wore a little bit of color. It was unbelievable. Look at that.
I picked like the most humid day in history to rock a jacket. It was great.
It was freaking hot over there. And so we got in there. The first fight was at 5. We get in there at like, I don't know, 4:20, 4:25. And there were a lot of luminaries. Again, I think some people gave me shit on Twitter saying that I was, kissing ass. Trust me, if you only knew the road to us getting there, you would think the complete opposite. But I tweeted upon sitting there and watching, this is incredible, just because it was like the first few minutes of the first fight between the FDNY fighter and the NYPD fighter. They had an exhibition match, and I'm sitting in Times Square, and quite frankly, you can't even tell that you're in Times Square if you close your eyes and not look at the video boards, because it was so quiet. Like, other than the odd siren and like the odd like ambulance or police, you didn't hear much. And so that's what I was referring to. Like, it was just kind of surreal to be sitting there. Within the first few minutes, you take it all in. You see, like, there were a ton of WWE production people there. Make what you will of that. Freaking Carl Anthony Towns is there of the New York Knicks. Excuse me, not the New York Knicks. I'm like a pig in shit here. Kat was so friendly, such a big fight fan, so happy to chat, asked me to sit down. We had our little Mega Powers moment there, made a video for my kids, giving them a shout out. They were flipping out over that. That was by far the highlight for me.
Kat was asking for your autograph. It was crazy.
It was unbelievable. Connor Ben is there. Clarissa Shields is there. Keyshawn Davis is there. Nick Khan is there.
Snoop Dogg was there.
Snoop Dogg is there. Turkey Al Sheikh is there. A lot of luminaries. They did a fun thing. Instead of having ring card girls, if you've ever been to Times Square, there's these characters that you could take a picture with. The likes of Deadpool, the likes of Michael Jackson, impersonators, if you will. There was one.
Who, me?
Ed Sheeran was fantastic.
Snoop and Ed Sheeran were the two
was
best
amazing.
ones.
There was a Hulk Hogan. Then they had the characters from the video game, the Fatal Fury game that they were promoting as well. And the entrances with the taxi cabs and the Batmobiles and the trucks and all that, the drone shots, I would say all very memorable. But I think the lesson that they learned is twofold. Number one, you could put fights on in the most unique places in the world. You could put fights on the moon. You could put fights on in Alcatraz, in Times Square, in Central Park, as they're rumored to be doing on July 12th, or any football stadium, anywhere in the world. And if it ain't scripted, if it ain't pro wrestling, and by the way, just ask WWE about WrestleMania 41, even if it is, the fights can fall short. And that's what happened. The fights didn't deliver. They had the names, Teofimo, Haney, Garcia. They had the names, but the fights didn't deliver. The fights weren't great. And how much did they not deliver? Some incredible stats from our friends at CompuBox about how much they didn't deliver. Look at this. Fewest combined punches thrown in a 12-round fight. Not landed, thrown. Number 5, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Number 4, Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero. I think that's meant to say Haney and Ramirez.
I think you're right on that.
Number 1, Canelo Skull. We'll get to him in a moment. 3 out of the 5 fights that happened in 24 hours this weekend, 3 are on this list. Fewest combined punches. Haney's fight was dreadful. There was no activity. Garcia's fight was dreadful. Very little activity, and his performance dreadful as well. And so why did this happen? Why did this happen? And by the way, MVP got a little shot in this growing feud between the two entities, between I guess TKO and MVP. Punches landed this weekend. Canelo, Haney, Garcia, Teofimo combined 319. Amanda Serrano in her last fight against Katie Taylor, 324 total. The 4 dudes combined 319 landed. She landed 324. By the way, 2-minute rounds in that fight. Incredible. But why did this happen? In my opinion, as to why this happened on Friday and as to why this happened on Saturday with Canelo Skull, which was also not a good fight, not an entertaining fight, twofold. There's a lot of money at stake right now in boxing. And there's a lot of fights being planned out. And they're not just being planned out like the next one, they're being planned out over the course of a year. There is so much to lose for these guys. And so when you talk about Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, they just, in their minds, just had to win. When you talk about Canelo Alvarez, with Terrence Crawford sitting ringside, he just had to win. That fight signed, sealed, and delivered September 12th, Netflix, Allegiant Stadium, worst kept secret in combat sports. Haney Garcia, fighting October, Riyadh season, worst kept secret in combat sports. Those things were all done deals, but they all wanted them to have these fights beforehand. And so what happens when there's a lot of money at stake and even more money at stake down the line and the next fight already planned? We've talked about how we don't like this because you try to plan 2 steps ahead, 2 fights ahead, someone slips, everything gets ruined, and this seems to always happen, right? It just happened on Friday. It almost happened on Sunday with Inoue. They just need to win. And so what you saw on Friday and Saturday were guys who were just trying to do enough to win in order to get to the big money fight. It can't be structured that way. That's why I felt like it had to be Ryan versus Devin on Friday. They had to beat each other up. They had to figure out who the man was. And so Haney did enough to win. Garcia certainly didn't. And he's going to have to live with that. He's going to have to live now with all the talk of, oh, you were actually on PEDs. Look at the difference between you on PEDs and you not on PEDs. He's going to have to live with the, oh, you're better when you're crazy. You're better when you're drinking. Now, he talked afterwards about the atmosphere, about it feeling off. You signed up for this. Can't say that after the fact. Rolly Romero fought a great fight. The fight of his life, he dropped him. He did what he had to do. You can't take anything away from Romero. He won that fight fair and square. But I think part of the problem was these guys were looking at the next one saying, just get me to that fight. Don't screw up here and get me to that big fight and that big payday, most importantly. And when you position it like that, and I think that's 1,000% what happened in the Canelo Skull fight. Canelo felt no danger whatsoever from William Skull. No threat whatsoever from William Skull. He just had to get to Allegiant Stadium. Remember, Canelo was supposed to fight Jake Paul on this day. The deal happens, and that's fine. But there was a bit of irony in the fact that while the new TKO regime is saying we're going to get rid of the belts, the only reason why this fight happened was because William Skull was an IBF champion. The only reason why it happened was because IBF has crazy rankings, and they had him as the champion, and he needed to get that belt in order to make the Crawford fight undisputed on September 12th. So there's a bit of an irony there. But ultimately what he needed to do was win the fight on Saturday at like 5, 6 in the morning and then get to September 12th. And he did that. But when it's laid out like this, you're going to see performances like that. So while I sit here and say boxing's on fire, and boxing dominated the weekend. Absolutely. Everyone was talking about boxing. And it's going to dominate in July when Taylor and Toronto fight at MSG and July 12th in Central Park and July 19th, Usyk Dubois, and on and on and on it goes. But when you lay it out like this with the tune-up here and the big fight there, you're going to get performances like that. I mean, there was something like, 8, 9, 10 fights between Friday and Saturday, not a single knockout, hardly any knockdowns. Luckily, the monster showed up on Sunday and gave us an incredible show. And he too had a big fight waiting in the wings. Not like a Crawford or a Haney Garcia, but a lot of people have been asking for this Ahmed Aliyev fight. And they announced afterwards that it's happening in September. But man, could you imagine if he would have lost? Holy shit, an all-time disaster of a weekend. Just made the fight more compelling. Got dropped in the second, ended up winning in the 8th. But I think ultimately what the lesson is here, look, I don't think, this is just my opinion, I didn't speak to him, I don't think Turki Al-Sheikh left New York thinking, we blew it, that was a disaster. I could understand why some media were upset that they weren't sitting in the pit. I could understand why some fans were upset thinking like, hey, I could just be walking up and down the street and I could watch a fight. That's crazy, the way in which it was sold. I did ask around about this, and I was told that part of the deal was, because there is traffic going, you can't have a spectacle like that because it could lead to distractions, accidents, etc. They plopped it in Times Square. They had it on some screens, and a lot of people got to watch from home. I think if the fights would have been great, people wouldn't have been harping on it so much. But because of the fact that the fights weren't great, and because of the fact that they thought it was going to be like right there in the middle, like Times Square on New Year's Eve, where everyone's just crowding around it, people felt like it fell flat. And then I saw some other people saying like, oh, you shit on the Apex so much. Let's see you shit on Times Square. Yeah, they're not doing 130 fights in Times Square. This was a one-off. The Apex is a thing. What are you talking about? Are you stupid? It's a thing. It's a one-off.
World champions fighting,
Yeah.
Big deal.
It's a one-off. But Pete, do you understand what I'm saying? You had to stay up very late. These guys were just trying to do just enough to get to the next one. And in the end, we see a just enough type of performance out of them.
Yeah, I was really excited to see what this looked like, honestly. I was buzzing to see it, and it was just the fights just didn't deliver. It was tough. It was a tough watch, and I stayed up for Canelo as well the next night. And just, I think boxing's been really rewarding for the fan base lately. Like, I only have to look back as far as Ben and Eubank, a fight that people are kind of railing against. This fight means nothing, and then it was one of the most entertaining kind of culture moments. Rather than just boxing, like it was a big culture thing in England and the UK. It was a massive deal. Fight completely delivered, but I don't know. It just really wore on me this weekend. The fights, and it makes sense what you're saying about the lads. They have a carrot dangled beyond the night. They need to make that happen. And we saw Garcia afterwards absolutely devastated by the loss to Rowley, but it was just tough. And I just felt it was going to be this really stimulating affair given where it was and everything like that. But it was a tough watch in the end. And despite the all-star cast, I have to say, watching at home, it was not the event or spectacle that I thought it would be, if I'm being honest.
Rick, what do you think?
I thought it delivered a little bit more than maybe people would expect on the spectacle part of it. Like to the point that you've made, right? Like the walls were up, and that was what I was expecting. When we were told fight in the middle of Times Square, I'm thinking open air, New Year's Eve, everybody's just gathered around and there's a spectacle happening. And to that point, right, like on New Year's Eve, they just close off the streets and you're not driving through there and the people can gather. I pictured that when this was first announced. So certainly when we're walking into there and the walls are up and it's hard to see impossible to see from the outside unless you're, and I think we have an image of this, unless you're a construction worker on some scaffolding, they were able to see it, which was a pretty incredible visual. This one from one of the fights earlier in the night. The expectations got lowered for me, and then from those lowered expectations, I actually thought it was pretty good from that perspective. Like, to be that close to, like, whoever was there got a very intimate experience, right? This was not necessarily for the larger public audience. It was kind of, it was almost like, I don't know if it was good, I don't know if it was bad, it was just surreal. It was surreal to be sitting in Times Square when you're looking past the ring, right? We're looking up at the ring because there's only the one level. You're looking past the ring and you're seeing the billboards and the screens of Times Square. It can kind of be like, holy shit, like they're doing a fight in the middle of Times Square. And if the word of mouth travels about that, because I've heard people in my life who don't follow combat sports, parents, grandparents, things like that, are like, hey, they're doing a boxing match in Times Square. I heard about this. That kind of serves that purpose. But the like instantaneous, we're walking by, we see it. It did not deliver on that front. But I guess at a certain point they had to realize it was not intended to because of the way it was set up. But it was surreal. It was surreal to see like Teofimo Lopez like in Times Square in the third fight down on a boxing card. And then you get Haney and Garcia. It was surreal.
I want to add that, and we got this sense, like, it must have taken a Herculean effort to get this done, right? I'm not even talking about the cost. I'm just talking about the logistics.
Yeah.
I mean, just like I was curious about things like, where do the guys warm up? Where are they getting their hands wrapped? And then they have to go in this car, and then they have to drive, and there's police escort. I mean, just the nightmare. When we left and we saw how traffic was blocked off, like the whole thing, Herculean, really, truly. And I don't know how much they want to do more of that, because, it's obviously a lot easier to do it in a controlled space. But I think what we've learned from Turkey and his crew is that they are looking to make an impact, and they're looking to get people talking, and they're looking to make, moments in fights that are going to break through. They'll get the attention, they'll get the shine, they'll get the credit, and hopefully the fight's delivered. They got everything except the fight's delivering. And
do we think if the fight's delivered, people would have come away with like a different take on it?
Oh, I mean, those were historically bad.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at those stats.
Yeah.
So, yes, I do think so. I mean, GC, you were watching from home, right?
Yeah, it was a massive disappointment for me from home just because of the fights. Like,
but when you talk about the production, how it looked, how did it feel? Did it feel unique? Did it feel special?
Well, once the fight started, it didn't look like anything crazy, unfortunately, just because like I would imagine from y'all's point of view, you're sort of sitting down on the ring, so you're looking up and you can see Times Square and everything. Once they're like down in the ring, it was sort of just like a ho-hum boxing affair, visually speaking. And then the fights themselves, it was just like, I mean, the Ryan Garcia fight, it was just, it looked like he was just going out there for a sparring match trying to finish his workout. Like, he didn't do anything. It was really difficult to watch. And then, like, I think there was like 2 rounds of the Devin Haney fight where there was like no punches landed. It was
tough.
The fights, it's almost like the fights under-delivered so much, it didn't even matter how it looked.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of truth to that. And like, even the idea of it, right? If Ryan Garcia had went out there and won by incredible knockout, and he's riding the subway the next day like he was doing in the Brooklyn one. It adds to it. It's just like, I'm here in New York. I'm in the biggest city in the world, under the brightest lights, literally in the middle of Times Square. I got this knockout, and he's on the mic cutting a promo. All that would have just added and built to the momentum, and it just kind of just
Probably would have faced
fell.
them off afterwards and all that.
Yeah,
And
I
that
mean,
first fight was amazing.
The pictures honestly look cooler than what the broadcast looked like,
Yeah.
because you can see like there's like a Chicken Joy, and you can see like the rolling tickers of ABC and everything in the background, and the big jumbotrons. So yeah, I mean, I have to say, like, to you, like, I appreciate the effort and the logistics and everything that went into it, and trying to do something different, trying to do something cool for the fans. I just don't know if Times Square was the best location for it.
Also,
Absolutely.
Now, by the way, now you're going to have to promote a Canelo fight coming off a dreadful Canelo performance, and a super important one. If all the reports are accurate, I have no insider information. Netflix, Allegiant Stadium, America isn't used to these stadium shows. Crawford hasn't fought since August of last year, and that fight wasn't great. And that was a stadium show that didn't like sell out in seconds. But here they are facing off afterwards. Dana White's going to be promoting it. PT, what do you think? What's the level of interest in this? How big is this going to be, do you think?
It's a massive fight. Terence Crawford is the guy. There was a lot of talk for a long time that this fight wouldn't happen. I think like this is the hardcore boxing fan. This is a dream fight in many respects, but obviously would have been bolstered by a big Canelo performance. I think his opponent, got a lot of stick at the weekend, Skull, and I think that's fine. But on the broadcast, it seemed like absolutely no blame on Canelo whatsoever here. And look, I know it wasn't his kind of fight. He had to chase Skull down the whole time. He was landing nice body shots when he did land, but it was very uneventful. And look, to your point, if they were going to use this as launch pads for Garcia and Haney, and then obviously Canelo Crawford, it didn't quite do that. Like I couldn't wait to turn that off when it ended. Do you know what I mean? Once Crawford gets in the ring, I'm like, well, that's happening. That's fine. Let's move on. There's other fights on. I just think it would have benefited these cards so much more if there was a big moment coming out of these events. Unfortunately, there wasn't.
I think Haney and Garcia needed it more than the Canelo one. I think the combined powers of Crawford and Canelo, there's some time. Certainly we'll move on from this, and I think there's some time to build that up, and you are talking about two of the top pound-for-pound boxers in the world. You'll be able to amplify that. I almost think, from a more hardcore fan perspective, that Canelo performance might even the playing field a little bit. If he comes out there and starches them, we might be saying, man, Crawford's coming up. I don't know if he's going to have a chance here. Now, granted, they look pretty similar in size when they're doing that stare down there.
Yeah.
But there might have been talk of just like, Crawford's too small. I think this levels that playing field quite a bit against the guy in Bud Crawford, who, to me, is my number one pound for pound, and I think is the best boxer on the planet. I think it helps a little bit in that perspective. Now, certainly, you would have been able to sell, hey, huge Canelo knockout as momentum into that, but I actually think from a fight perspective, that might have helped a little bit.
Yeah, to be totally honest, I mean, Canelo still won, and I think most casual boxing fans and the wide audience that is going to be tuning in to Canelo Crawford probably weren't watching the Skull fight anyway.
Yeah.
True, 100%. I also think it's going to be fascinating to see how it's promoted. They posted a picture of Dana. I don't think it was AI in between them. It looks like it was taken in New York City, and maybe it was when they made the announcement. It looked like it was atop the Empire State or something like that. But is it going to be like Dana in the middle of these guys, like a full-on UFC/WWE production? Sounds like it. If it's on Netflix, it's going to be gigantic. I'm really curious to see what the rest of the card looks like. Is it going to be, like the Callum Walshes of the world, or are they going to try to stack the deck? Are they going to try to get some of these guys that they've been working with the other promoters, or is it just going to be guys who are completely tied to TKO? That's going to be very interesting as well. And, how it's all going to be, how it's all going to be positioned, how it's all going to look, I think is going to be very, very interesting. So,
What's your level of excitement for this? Because I am very excited. I'm extremely excited.
Crawford versus Canelo is somewhat of a fantasy matchup. Yeah. I'm happy for Terence Crawford as well, because for the longest time it felt like he was flying under the radar and not getting the attention that he deserved. So I love that. I think Canelo is on a bit of a streak here. I think his last stoppage win was against Caleb Plant in 2021. And we're talking like 5-6 fights where it feels like he just hasn't put his foot on the gas. Still, to your point, one of the biggest names in all of sports. and one of the biggest names certainly in combat sports and definitely in boxing. So my level of interest is in the fight itself. It's great. I mean, of course, I was watching this fight on Saturday, and I was into it. I kept thinking, like, God,
Into it?
well, I was just ready to watch it. Like, once the fight happened, I wasn't loving it. But like, I'm there sitting and watching fucking Bruno Soras against Jaime Munguia and Efe Jagba against Martin Bakoli. Here's what I'm really interested in as well.
Also, just one more thing. The night before, we watched Ryan Garcia slip on a banana peel, right? There is intrigue for that Canelo
100%.
fight, regardless of if he wins or impressively or not. He could have slipped on a banana peel.
We were standing right next to Crawford when he was saying that he's flying to New York, so I knew that a lot was going into this.
To Saudi.
And by the way, to Saudi from New York.
Yep.
Shout out to the likes of Michael Buffer, who was in New York, got on the plane the overnight, and looked fresh as a daisy in Riyadh. I guess he just, obviously, it's easier when you get to stay on American time because this was happening in the middle of the night. And shout out to those fans in attendance that were not on American time and watching. But here's what I'm really interested in from like a business standpoint. So it's September 12th. We know that now. Yeah. It's a Friday night. UFC Noche is September 13th, Saturday night. That's at the new Arena Guadalajara, if I got that right. I saw a great journalist named Rodrigo del Campo, who has been covering combat sports for a long time, saying that the Guadalajara arena isn't close to being done, per a tweet that I saw of him. I think he wrote it this morning or last night. Is there a chance that they call an audible and move that pay-per-view to Vegas, and now all of a sudden TKO is taking over Friday, Saturday with two gigantic events in Las Vegas?
Oh, man.
You take a step back, the power that TKO has in combat sports is breathtaking at this juncture. They own pro wrestling as far as the number one promotion in pro wrestling. There is not even a close second in MMA. They're jumping into boxing with this fight. This is their first offering on potentially the biggest platform there is. This is unlike anything we've ever seen. Nothing even close to this in the history of combat sports. No one has even dared to try to do like 2 out of the 3. And now we have someone that is doing it on this scale, on this level. And you guys just said it. Des Moines, they had Friday, Saturday. We're starting to see this more. We had it a couple of weeks ago in Kansas City. More and more this is going to happen where the whole thing is being packaged together. The sheer power that they possess is unprecedented. And now it's all going to kick off. It's really going to kick off in earnest come September. I'm curious to see how it's all being promoted. Will Dana be the front man? Will it look and feel like a UFC fight week with the weigh-ins and the press conference? Very different than how they do it in boxing. Those things are equally as interesting to me as the fight itself.
No, absolutely. This is, and what is Netflix's reaction to this, right? We have seen them do Paul versus Tyson as a one-off, right? Now we're going to get Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano. Now we're going to get this Crawford and Canelo fight. What is their stance on fighting after some of these shake out, right? Do they work with a promotion? Do they work individually just to bring in these one-off events like they've been doing now? How does that shake out from a network and broadcast distribution perspective? There's so much that is potentially on the line here and to come from this. It's fascinating. It is fascinating. And then it's coupled with the fact that you expect that Noche UFC card to be incredibly loaded. You expect Crawford and Canelo to be a great fight with probably some other great fights underneath. TKO is wielding some unprecedented power at the moment.
But I will tell you guys, more so than Friday in Times Square, more so than Karate Combat in Abu Dhabi, more so than UFC Des Moines, more so than even Naoya Inoue in Las Vegas. My favorite thing of the whole weekend, by far, without a shadow of a doubt, happened in the early morning, Sunday morning here in the United States, Sunday evening, over in Japan at the Ryzen event, the opening ceremony, which featured the legendary Mark Coleman and the legendary Yuri Prochaska doing their thing. Did you guys see this? I mean, these
How
two
could
guys...
you miss it? Yuri in this,
I missed it.
in this getup.
I was out of my mind in the Des Moines airport yesterday morning, and I didn't know what I was looking at.
Look at Yuri up there. Look at this guy. I mean,
Pair of
just
white fronts on him.
understanding the assignment, just all in. Look at Mark Coleman. Might have tripped almost here for a second, but it got a little bit, Yeah, Marky. Look at how good he looks, by the way.
Looks fantastic. I love the camera angle, the tilted camera angles.
Dun, 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 dun. I mean, this is just amazing. This is just
What a
unbelievable.
duo Mark Coleman and Yuri Prohashka is, too.
On the drums. Ryzen's
Both the
great.
boys got waxed down for this.
By the way,
Rightfully
Ryzen
so.
also announcing that they have signed Ryan Bader. He's going to be a part of their tournament in December, end of the year. I got to say, guys, KSW, Ryzen, like, we need to do this.
Stop, man. Stop teasing.
We have to
I'm-
do this. We
I'm
got to
there.
get a crew. We got to film. We got to spend a whole week. Like, it is time.
Throw Octagon on there, too. Max Holzer just announced his fight in September.
Seriously, I am telling you, it is. I have sweaty palms. I need to do this. I need to go. I want to experience that. I need to
Tokyo, so
experience
Tell me
that.
the dates. I will book
I
the
know, we
flights
got-
the
we got-
very day. This takes zero convincing on my end. I am there. KSW.
I want us to
Rising.
shoot stuff. I don't want to
Any of
just show up and take it all in. I want us to give the fans at home, around the world, a look at what makes these other promotions so
Easy.
special.
I mean, Des Moines, the fight was just a little sprinkle on top. It was just a shooting day out there for Fight Feast. I mean, we can make a whole vlog of a trip over to Japan.
Pizza, you in?
Absolutely.
Pete, meet us there, bro.
I would like
You
my
can
own
drive
film crew.
over to KSW from Ireland.
That's right. Yeah.
Can
That
you?
new-
No.
No. Jeez.
It's
By the way, I'd like to go to a Cage Warriors too. I've never been to one of those.
I'm in there.
I've been to loads of them.
Yeah, I know you have. It's not like a.
Hundreds.
It's not like a.
Thousands, actually. I think. you did the
Thousands of
math,
them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Different experience every time.
I'm in there.
Bama? No.
No.
Loads of them.
I think Ryzen and KSW.
Is
should be
that the
one,
top
two on
three?
the list.
Ryzen, KSW,
Or Octagon if they did it one of them stadiums.
Yeah. What are the top three?
Do you know what we should do? We should take a promotion, an underrated promotion every year and do one.
Yes.
Like, right. Year one KSW. Year two is.
I'm
right.
in.
Year two
I'm in. We
is-
just have to find the date.
I'm so fucking in. It's not even funny.
All right. We appreciate that.
pizza
Appreciate-
laughs.
Just want to clarify.
No, we know.
I'm
We
so
know.
fucking in.
We appreciate that. There's more news to discuss. We will do so in about an hour's time. Still to come, the great Alex Volkanovski will join us at the ungodly hour of 6:30 a.m. in Sydney, 4:30 p.m. here. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Sam Alvey, who had that tremendous win over Tyrone Spong on Friday night. Shocking win, knocking out the great Tyrone Spong. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Daniel Rodriguez, but it is a great honor and privilege and very exciting to say hello to our first guest of the day. He was the man who reigned supreme in the main event of UFC Des Moines on Saturday. What a performance. The type of performance, like I said at the top of the show, that he needed, the type of exclamation point, the type of point that he was hoping to prove and did in fact prove that he is, in many people's eyes, including my own, the next man up at 135 pounds. He's the great Cory Sandhagen, the Sandman, kind enough to join us to kick things off here on this Monday. Hello, Cory. You're back.
What's up?
It's like
What's
you didn't
up,
do
Ariel?
anything. Back in the same spot.
I know. Yeah. It went my way. So, lucky to not have gotten hurt because sometimes those things can just be a roll of the dice with your body, you know?
Sure. Cage fight and all. By the way, congratulations. I did learn throughout the week your father's from Iowa. Do you think that's why they put you on this card? Did they know that, or was that just a coincidence?
Nah, I don't think that they knew that actually. I think that was just a coincidence. But when they told me Iowa, I think most people would have been bummed. But I was like, hell yeah, I love Iowa.
And so I think you mentioned this in the post-fight press conference. Like, you used to do like road trips and stuff. You'd the family would all pack in the car. You have great experiences, great memories. Des Moines or some other part of Iowa?
It was a little bit more east of Des Moines. It was in a town called Manchester. It was a really, really small town. My dad's from like farm country. So, but yeah, we used to pack up and make that drive a couple times a year to go see my aunt, my grandma, and then drive back. And yeah, that was like a big part of my childhood, you know, like sitting in the back watching like the little DVD player and then listening to my little CD player. That's why I came out to Ludacris, is because that was like around the same time that I was just a giant Ludacris fan when he was in like Too Fast, Too Furious. And when he like came out with Southern Hospitality and all of his like real good albums and stuff. So yeah, that's why that happened.
I love that. You did also reveal that you wanted to walk out to Enter Sandman, but they don't play Metallica. What's going on there?
I think that there's something to do with like the Metallica. I honestly don't know. I'm just kind of speculating, but I'm pretty sure it has to do some, because I've heard this in other sports too. They don't let you come out to Metallica without like some special thing, or I don't know, they own the rights, so they don't
license it.
I don't really, yeah.
I might be exposing myself here for being a music noob, if you will, but didn't Brock Lesnar used to walk out to that song?
Metallica?
Was that not Metallica? Say your prayers, say goodnight if you're done. Is that not Metallica?
I did. Honestly, I don't know. I was only going to walk out to Metallica because the fans really wanted. I'm not really like a Metallica guy.
Okay. And so this was a thing. They were pushing this.
Pushing what?
Like the fans.
I mean, the fans were a little bit, the fans for sure. I feel like that's what I get a lot of comments on and stuff like that. Is that yeah. So that was gonna just be for the fans.
Can I just say, Cory, there's just something, and maybe you can expand on this. Something's different about you, man. Like the comfort that you are exemplifying in your own skin, being yourself with the YouTube channel, with the social media. I know we've talked a little bit about this, but like, this isn't the same guy, and I'm not suggesting that guy that we first met many moons ago was not the real you, but just, people evolve, people grow up, people get comfortable in your skin. It is so much fun to watch you just kind of own all of this and be so happy, content, and comfortable with who you are in front of the world and just showing us these fun sides of you. How did this all happen? Like, we're showing some of it here. Like, it's like, wow, look at this guy. Look at you. Look at the range. Look at the personality. This is so much fun. Where did this all come from? And how did you get so comfortable doing all this?
Yeah, so I think it's a couple things. One thing is I stopped reading comments, so I can kind of be a lot more free of being myself. But dude, the second thing I think big time is I have like a quirky sense of humor, dude. It's like it's really dry, and it's like I like to be edgy and inappropriate, and it's kind of sometimes not the world to be really edgy and inappropriate, but the world's kind of coming back a little bit. So I feel like I could be a little bit more funny, or what I consider to be funny. So, but yeah, I mean, it just took me a little bit, dude. I mean, if it were up to me, I would just like train and fight every day. But I also think that it's really cool to try to show the fans a little bit more of a side of me, just because I do want to connect with them and I do want to inspire them. And some of my like favorite athletes growing up, I wanted to know who they were. And so, so I'm just doing all that, man. But I think a big piece of it is I'm not reading comments anymore. And I kind of I'm at the stage where I'm just like, dude, I don't really want to feel like I'm trying to be a thing. I'm going to just kind of say what I say, and then people can take with it what they want and all of that,
Regarding the comments, what was the turning point? Do you remember when you said, I'm done with this?
Yeah, it was probably about maybe like 6 or 9 months ago or something.
Oh, wow. That's it.
Where I kind of just had a moment, man, where I was like, my body was getting really anxious for like no reason, and my mind was good, but I was just like, dude, why can I not turn my brain off? What's going on with me? So I kind of just stopped going on Instagram as much. I definitely stopped reading comments. I was not using like a lot of like nicotine and like drinking. Like I'm not like a casual drinker, but I would like go out and have a couple drinks like every couple of weeks with friends and stuff. But I was like, I'm just gonna like go cold turkey on literally everything. And then I kind of did. And ever since then, man, I feel like my body and everything's kind of really realigned, and I just feel kind of like more centered and just more free. I don't really know. It's kind of weird, but yeah, I guess about 6 or 9 months ago, somewhere between then, I kind of just hit a turning point.
Did someone urge you to do that, or was that just all you coming up?
No, it was just like, dude, for just like no reason, I was just getting like anxious, and I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, cause I'm not a really anxious guy. So I was like, dude, what is going on here? And then I just was like, oh, all right, well, instead of just living with that, let me just change some shit. And then I did, and it went all the way.
Wow. Do you think that this makes you into a better fighter?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, dude, it's really tough. Like you kind of get dragged into just weird stuff as like time goes on, and like opinions, like you start to care about them sometimes and all of that. And I mean, dude, like the inside of us and like our souls and what we're actually doing here is so much freaking more big than what we are, like just online stuff and who we project ourselves as public figures. But also, man, a big piece of it too is I don't really have a personality. I don't really like enjoy being a expressive person in my personality sometimes. So like it's kind of weird to like even consider myself a public figure at all, because I'm like, dude, I'm just a fucking guy, you know. But yeah, so that's just a little bit weird. So I think it's just a personality thing too.
Even when you post like a great skit, a great video, something, you don't want to see what the reaction is. You don't want to see how people are receiving this.
Nope. Don't
Really?
care if they like it or if they don't like it. That's what I think is funny. So that's what I'm doing.
Wow. Are you sending this to someone to post on your behalf? Like, are you completely out of it?
I have a YouTube guy who like shoots all of them, but I write all of them. I think it's fun to write them too. A lot of them we didn't do, but yeah, I like writing all of them. Writing's kind of been like this new thing that I've been really getting into. So yeah, so I've really been enjoying writing them. And I also feel like too, like I'm kind of a creative person. So having like a creative outlet, and not just skits, but just like kind of writing in general, and just being creative, man. So I read this book by Martha Beck, and Martha Beck is really big on, if you're stressed out, just start creating things. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, okay, I'll try that. And now I do that. Anytime I feel stressed, I just start working on some type of creative writing something. And then a lot of my stress goes away.
I've heard you refer to yourself as an unathletic blue belt in writing. I don't believe you. I think this is part of your charm. This is you being self-deprecating.
No, I think I mean, I don't know. I've been kind of trying pretty hard at it for maybe like 2 years, but I'm definitely really unathletic at it, because they used to take me to a different room to read. So like, I'm definitely not good grammar. Like I would, like in the first grade, I was like, Ma, why do I got to go to that room to read? And they were like, don't worry about it, you know, but it's because we were reading easier books in that room.
Right.
But yeah, I definitely don't have a natural talent for it. But I do think that if I'm not going to be self-deprecating, I will say that I do think that I have interesting ideas about the world that I would like to put onto paper. And if I can figure out how to do that in a cool way, I think that people will really like it.
If the apex of your fighting career is becoming a UFC champion, what's the apex of your writing aspirations? Like, what would be the the top of the mountain for you?
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
I know you're not there, but what, like, is there something that you say, like, I would love to write a movie, I would love to write a book, I would love, like, is there something
for sure.
that you're striving for?
Yeah. Well, I'm currently really trying to write this sci-fi book, but I don't want to put any pressure on myself or anything like that to actually make it like I just want to keep it kind of this thing that keeps me free and fun or whatever. But no, like I've been working on that for about 2 years now, which is quite some time, and I feel like I'm kind of almost done with that. So I think that it'll be really fun to sit through and read that, and maybe send it to a couple other people and have them just see what I did too. So
I'm only asking you this because I'm a journalist, capital J journalist, and I just want to know: are you taking mushrooms before your fights, or is that just a skit? What is that?
No. I really like being like, I like trolling what people think that they might have like a grasp on what it is that I do. But nah, dude, I'm not really a mushroom guy, a weed guy. I don't do anything fun, actually. I'm actually like a very boring guy. So
you can't not be a fun guy and come up with this. Like, well, like, look at this production value here. This is top level stuff.
I actually made all those with AI. It's way easier than you think, dude.
Oh, really? All right. Well, I'm impressed. Also impressed with your performance when you were and we should probably talk about the fight now, I guess. When you were thinking about the fight, and you've had a lot of time to think since your last fight. Obviously, you find out about the opponent a couple months ago. Did you think the fight would play out like that against Davison?
Honestly, yeah. I thought that I was gonna for sure win. I thought that I definitely believed in my skills a lot to beat Figueiredo. I also allowed myself to be a lot more confident than I ever have in the past. That was something that kind of Trevor was one of the first things that he kind of started planting seeds in my head. He wasn't like, hey, Cory, you need to start being more confident. It was more of like hey, man, like, yes, when you say things with confidence. So Trevor kind of has been planting a lot of seeds. Trevor's really good about turning people into champions, like from the inside out. He's definitely super knowledgeable, but I can definitely that part doesn't really go unnoticed to me. He's really good at that. So I kind of just let myself be a lot more confident in this one. So I did think that I was going to beat him pretty handedly. But also at the same time, I've seen really crappy stuff happen to people in this sport, and fighters lose when they were better than the other person. So I always kind of had an edge of it, but no, I thought that the fight was going to go pretty much exactly how it did. I didn't really think that there would be that much grappling in it, but there was, because Figgy kind of was shooting on me a lot. But yeah, I mean, he was giving me reversals, so what am I going to do? Not take them? So yeah, I mean, I thought that I was going to dominate. I think I said that a lot, and I think I said that I was going to finish him too. Like, the entire plan was to finish him and look better against him than Jan did, so that I could call my shot and have it not be Jan, and that's what I did.
I love the way you phrased that. You allowed yourself to be more confident, not the typical "I was more confident going into this fight." So does that suggest that you were stopping yourself? You sometimes were confident, would say like, "Don't be too confident." What does that mean when you say you allow yourself to be more confident?
Yeah, I'm kind of humble by nature. Like, my parents just big time raised me like that. Like, I was not allowed to be arrogant. Like, growing up playing sports, I was not allowed to be arrogant. I was really not allowed to like, just be really boastful and all of that stuff. So my idea of being humble is not giving myself hardly any credit at all sometimes. So I'm kind of just working on that a little bit, but also being like, hey man, like, you are that good, like, you are one of the best fighters on the entire planet, and maybe in all of humanity. You've dedicated your life to this thing. I know that I do. I know that I work a lot harder than people, because I've been around the sport long enough to understand that I'm more of a consistently way harder worker than a lot of people. And I've been that way for like my entire life. So just letting myself know that about myself, and just be okay with saying that and letting that be the case, instead of me just being a little bit over humble, because I'm just trying not to come across arrogant.
The performance was fantastic. The finish was fascinating, and I loved the post-fight interview. Bisping says to you, "It's a shame that it ended like that." And you're like, "No, it's not a shame. I did that. That's what I was trying to do. That's Ryan Hall. That's 50-50. Can you explain for those that don't understand what is going on there, how you dictated all of that and how that was not done by accident, that was on purpose?
Sure. I just did a breakdown of it on my YouTube. It won't be up for maybe a day and a half or so, but I'll go more in depth with it on that. But yeah, so there's inside heel hooks and there's outside heel hooks. Outside heel hooks are pretty much ass for MMA, if you ask me. Like, you have to be an extreme expert to pull those off against really good guys in MMA. So for the most part, it's not a really good idea in like the top 5, top 10. So Figgy was going for a bunch of outside heel hooks, which just are not going to work on me, especially me coming from 50-50 gym, which it's like leg lock, leg lock, leg lock, leg lock. It's a lot more than leg locks, but it's a lot of leg locks, and you're just not going to beat me there. And then so 50-50 is an inside heel hook position, which attaches us to each other a lot more. And in the exchange where I won and Figgy got hurt, I was in 50-50. I took a crack at his heel, but, sweaty, no shirt, no shoes, nothing. Like, those are really tough to finish. So the answer to not getting the heel is just to build yourself up. But when you build yourself up, if I keep my body orientation in a powerful shape and you keep yours in a less powerful shape, you're going to the mat, or you're going to fight against your body to not win the position, and to hurt yourself. So in most cases, if we were in that spot in training, I would have stopped and I would have said, hey man, like, go to your butt or else your knee is going to pop. But obviously it's a fight. So I was like, and we're powering through this. And when I powered through it, he obviously had to go down. His knee made a really loud, nasty, like pop rip noise.
Wow.
And obviously I knew that he was hurt from there. It was the same thing that happened to TJ, except I didn't hear the pop against TJ and I wasn't experienced enough in the position to like hold the position all the way to the top. So it was one of those spots where it's like, hey, Figgy, like, you can concede to going on bottom, or you can fight the position in a really dangerous orientation for your body and probably get your knee popped, which is what happened. And honestly, it's happened to a lot of my training partners too. Throughout the years. And so it's not that it wasn't an accident,
You said also in the aftermath that you're willing to be the backup fighter for the June 7th fight. I'm assuming if not necessary, you'd rather not be, right? You'd rather just get the title shot and not have to go through all of that? Or do you really want to go through all of that? Like, the reason I ask is last week we had Ian Gary on the Monday after his win, and he's like, I'm going to Montreal. I'm going to be there. It's all going to work out like X, Y, and Z. What would be your preference?
Yeah, I mean, after talking to some people and kind of thinking about it a little bit, I think I try to just be a little bit of a try hard. That's what got me this far in the sport anyways, is just doing stuff that sucks that other people aren't willing to do. But I also think that I'm in a position now where I think that I've earned it, and the backup fighter is really like not a good deal for the backup fighter. It's like you got to prepare for two guys on a whim that you might get it and you might have to take it the day of, so it's a really bad deal that I feel like I have earned the right to maybe not have to do. But at the same time, I will be staying pretty sharp these next couple of weeks in case something does happen or whatever, but I'll definitely be at the show. But I think that I've certainly earned my shot at the title, especially being that Umar just fought for the belt. The only other guy is Jan, and I hate to be a politician and have to like shoot down someone else to put me up a little bit, but Jan has lost to the both of them, and he went 5 rounds with Figgy in a really competitive fight, and I went a round and a half with Figgy in a super uncompetitive one-sided fight that I won. So, and that I finished. So, I think that I'm the next guy, no doubt.
What's the sense that you're getting 48 hours later? There's people there. I know your agent Lloyd Pearson is on it as well, but like, do you get the sense that you are next and you're not going to have to go through all of that?
It's really hard to say. Honestly, I think it's going to kind of matter what happens in that fight, and then what the fans want after that fight too. I think that I've definitely done everything that I needed to do to put myself in the best situation, but I do think that a lot of people are calling for that fight. I think that if O'Malley wins, I think a lot of people are going to be asking for me and O'Malley. So that's something that I'm certainly anticipating. And I think when it comes down to it, probably after this one is you're going to have, I think that I'm logistically the most deserving, but also I think on paper, like what's going to do better for sales and who's going to get more viewership. Me and O'Malley and me and Merab is going to do way better than the only other guy in the conversation, who's Jan. Jan already lost to O'Malley and he already lost to Merab. I'm coming off of a win a month before the title shot. I don't really see how you can't choose me.
The only potential curveball, we were discussing this earlier, is if Merab loses to O'Malley, but I don't get the feeling that they'll give him another crack, even though he probably deserves it, because he's doing the same for O'Malley. What do you think? Your smile makes me think that you agree.
Yeah, I have the same feeling. I think if Merab loses, he's not going to get a rematch.
Right. That's the sense. What if they say we want you to fight Jan to figure this out?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not going to commit to that until after the title fight for sure. But I mean, I'm not opposed to fighting Jan. I would love to fight Jan, especially because he likes kind of spreading the narrative that, like, remember what happened, like last time we fought, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, Jan, dude, I took that on 4 weeks notice on your side of the country, in a fight that I like only had a month to get ready for. And he's a really good fighter, so you need more time than that to get ready for the guy. And not to mention that I was winning that fight all the way up until I got hit with like that crazy spinny weird shit that he hit me with that I'll never let him hit me with again. So let's not act like that was like a one-sided fight, because I was winning that fight until I got dropped at the end of the third. So if it means fighting Jan again, then for sure. But I mean, the title should be next for me.
I saw you guys going back and forth on IG story there, and this is Jan tweeting, "We can find out who deserves it more in July, same place, no more short notice excuse for you, son." Is that Jan tweeting that, calling you son? I don't know.
I don't know. I like Jan though. Like me and Jan are cut from the same cloth. Like, and I know that he feels that too. He's kind of he's like a gritty, mean guy when he fights, and I'm a gritty, mean guy when he fights too. And I think that we're both like about that life. And yeah, I like Jan. If I was gonna entertain Jan for anything, just to throw out maybe like a teaser or an idea, if I don't get the title shot next, maybe a me and a Jan for the baddest motherfucker bantamweight belt would be cool.
Okay. By the way, I like how you had to qualify gritty mean guy in fights. You didn't want to be known as a gritty mean guy just in life, in fights, but in life you're okay. In the press conference you said something like, it's crazy I've never fought on pay-per-view, but you fought on pay-per-view before, right?
I think maybe against the Sunsound once though, right?
Aljo as well.
No, Aljo was during COVID, so it wasn't
Doesn't
like a
count.
real.
Okay.
That
Okay.
don't count.
All right.
Yeah,
And then I guess the Jan was a numbered one, but it was like an ESPN Plus one. Anyway, is it weird that you're not more on pay-per-view in your opinion?
No, I'm cool with main events. I like being main events, but yeah, pay-per-view cards are cool too. I just feel like they really pump up the pay-per-view cards, and so I kind of that's why I wanted to fight Figgy on a pay-per-view. Is it had nothing to do with the amount of rounds as much as it had to do with I just like all of the attention that you get around pay-per-views when you're on those ones.
Can I ask, and I feel like you'll have great perspective here, what Bo Nickel is going through? Obviously, your backgrounds are different, but like he is getting it right now. And some you could say self-inflicted. He talked a big game, and that's just a sport. But what is your perspective of everyone piling on him after this loss?
Yeah, I got to catch a little bit of it. I don't ever feel bad for guys that make big claims and then get shit on from the internet, because that's the gamble that you're taking, like. But Bo Nickel's still a badass fighter, but I mean that fight just kind of showed that he's still really green, which is okay. Like if I went and started to decide to wrestle competitively, I'd be really green too. The problem is that Bo was talking a lot and he made some really big claims, and that's karma a little bit. You don't get to talk like that and then have things not go that way, and then have some people come out of the woodworks and say some stuff to you. So, I don't like watching people get trashed like that, but I also don't feel too bad for them either.
Okay. No, and I completely understand. That's why I said self-inflicted. Do you think he has what it takes to rebound from this?
Yeah, I think that he definitely can. He just, dude, and also let's not pretend like, Ranier isn't a phenomenal fighter, dude. Like the guy was a one championship, held the belt at 2 weight classes. I actually trained with that guy in Holland like 10 or 11 years ago or something. So he's been around the sport for a really long time. He was really good back then also. So, I mean, it's not like he just lost to one of the worst guys in the UFC. He lost to a guy in the UFC that probably is going to maybe one day fight for the belt. So, it was just too much of a mouthful for Bo, and there's no shame in that, dude. It's just like you gotta experience, and you gotta earn your skills, and you gotta earn all of that stuff. And it's nothing against him not trying hard. It's just sometimes trying hard, you still need more time.
And perhaps going back to the beginning of this conversation, the best piece of advice is don't read the comments.
Dude, do not read the comments. Yeah, especially. Just don't ever read the comments. Have someone else read them, and then just have them give you a summary of what people are thinking. That's what I do with my YouTube guy.
Oh, so what does he give you, like a file after? These are all the positive comments?
Nah, I mean, I'll just ask him. I'll be like, hey, dude, people like him. He'll be like, yeah, people like him. They're not getting many views or whatever, but people are for sure digging him. And I'm like, all right, cool. As long as they're not like too weird. I know I can be a little bit like too weird with my sense of humor. So
are you working on a sci-fi book that talks about like portals being open that you're able to speak to God through?
Kind of, yeah. It has a lot to do with religion and God and stuff like that. Yeah, more or less, yeah.
Wow. Is it because you would like to speak to God? Why does that fascinate you?
I think that religions are super fascinating to me, in the sense that I think that we all are humans that have a bunch of identities on top of us that we really latch onto big time. And, like sometimes you can't hear other people talking because it's so against the identity and the ideologies that you've created for yourself. And I think that like our inability to recognize that in ourselves sometimes is fascinating, to the point where we'll start wars and kill innocent people over it over and over and over again, is incredibly fascinating to me, and a really weird human trait. So a lot of the book isn't just about talking to God. It's talking about like, what is it that we are without all of these identities? And if there is a God, what types of things would God actually care about from my perspective? And what questions would he actually care to answer? And so, yeah, it's not like crazy out there. It's just it was like an explorative thing for me to try to put on paper how I think like the universe could be organized.
Can we read this?
Maybe one day. It depends how much it sucks.
What? Why? If it sucks, wouldn't you want to?
If it doesn't suck, because dude, it's one of those Bo Nickel things, man. It's like you don't get to be good at something after like a few years.
Okay.
You know, like you just flat out don't. So like, you don't get to like say that your stuff doesn't suck. Maybe that's mean verbiage, but you don't get to say that you're good at something because you've like worked really hard at it for a few years, you know, like that just means that you just got a little bit of time underneath your belt. But to be good at something, man, takes like 10, 15, 20 years. So, but I also use that word because I'm not afraid to suck. Like I'm totally fine with being horrible and embarrassing myself and doing all of that stuff in the name of trying to get good at something. I don't think that anyone can get good at something without a bunch of embarrassment. So I'm going to kind of I'm going to treat it like a hobby, but if I give it to enough people that I know are going to shoot it to me straight and they're like, hey, dude, this ain't too bad, then I'll send it to you.
Fair enough. Malcolm Gladwell said you need 10,000 hours in order to master something. So you're probably well on your way as far as martial arts is concerned. The writing, you're getting there. I love it all. I really do. It's so much fun, man. It really is. From the first time we met, you talking about just not liking paper towels, which I still think about because I overuse paper towels. I have to say it's one of my great faults in life. To the character that we see in front of us now and the performances that you're having, it's a lot of fun. I hope you get that title shot, and I hope it happens later this year. Thank you, Cory. Appreciate it as always, and congrats on the win.
Heck yeah, man. Thanks, Ariel. I'll catch you next time, man.
Yes, sir. Can't wait. Always a pleasure. Love talking to Cory. And check out his merch page, too. CorySandhagen.com. He's doing some great things over there. It really is. It's GC approved. GC has said that it's some of the best merch in the game. We've talked to him about this as well. Like the stuff.
That tan hoodie is fire. The hats, too. I think he does it all independently as well.
I think his mom helps him, too. He's told us in the
How
past.
could you not want to support a family business?
Have you copped any of
good
it?
shit. No, but actually, you know what? I think I might order some right now.
I think it might be time.
I mean, it's a great interview, a great win on Saturday. We actually saw him in the airport yesterday.
Did you say hi?
Didn't want to bother him. It was very early and
did he have the hoodie up, the headphones?
Hoodie up, no headphones on. I don't want to reveal anything. But me and Rick were in the TSA pre-check line.
He was?
He was the other one. So I was like, I didn't want to have to yell across. Like, yo, Cory, big one last night. Big one last night.
That's
I don't want to. What is crazy though? We were there at 7:15 in the morning. Like the flight's booked. What if you lose? What if you have to go to the hospital? It's like
in and out
to the game, man.
In and out. Tied now for fifth most finishes in UFC bantamweight history. That's 6. That was his 6th. And obviously currently ranked 4th, but he might move up and could very well be fighting for a belt next. All right, so that was one big winner on Saturday. Now let's talk to another. Had a phenomenal win over Santiago Ponzinibbio, a knockout in the 3rd round, a beautiful 5-punch combination. Still improving, ever evolving is D-Rod, Daniel Rodriguez, and he is kind enough to join us. Not only did he have a great performance, he had a great walkout song as well. There he is. Hello, D-Rod. Looks like you're out of Iowa. This does not look like Iowa. Are you back home now?
Yeah, man, I'm back in Vegas right now. Man, I couldn't wait to get out of Iowa. Hey, all love to Iowa, but I'm a big city. I'm a big city slicker, so
it wasn't your speed.
No, man, it's super quiet. But if I ever retire or anything like that, that's somewhere I definitely consider. It's very quiet and peaceful out there.
Man, congrats on the win, and the stoppage was just absolutely vicious and beautiful to watch. And you talked about in the post-fight interview that I think you said one of your coaches told you just add some 3s and 4s and 5s and you'll be able to take him away. Did that happen between the 2nd and 3rd round? And what were you thinking as it was all coming to fruition?
Actually, yeah, that was kind of a part of the whole game time. Because we knew he was very 1 and 1s and 2s, maybe 1, 2, 3, not very had a volume with his combinations. We knew that coming in. We did know that it was going to be the long combination. If I wasn't to have any success with it and getting a knockout, it was going to be that 3rd, 4th, 5th punch, and sure enough, played out perfectly.
That was your first stoppage since 2021. Did you feel a bit of a weight lifted off your shoulders getting that?
Man, that felt so good, man. I've been on quite the roller coaster lately. And the past few, these past couple fights have been going my way. I've been facing some of the best dudes in the world, some of the biggest names, and it feels great to get a finish. And then in that fashion, it was just with everything leading up to it and everything that I have riding behind this fight. It was only just the win. The win was in the game plan, but the knockout was just the cherry on top, man.
When you say everything riding on this fight, what do you mean by that? Like even more so than the win?
Yeah, man. I plan to buy and open a gym in my hometown in LA, and I'm starting to dabble in the music, and I felt like a knockout was definitely going to help catapult and help the trajectory, and like it's going to get me. It's gonna get people buzzing. It's gonna get my name out there again, and what better way to do it with the knockout? I could go out and start, you know, uh, just networking and doing my entrepreneur stuff.
Yeah, I love that. Regarding the gym, your story is one that you have talked about. Obviously, a tough upbringing, growing up in the hood, as you say. I think you went to jail some 20 or so times as a kid before finding
Yeah.
MMA and turning your life around. Are you going to put a gym in the area that you grew up in to help kids not go down that same path?
Yeah, man. That's the ultimate game plan is to, I am definitely a staple in Los Angeles, and my story has impacted so many people's lives. I mean, I get, messages and fan mail and stuff, and people telling me how much that I've motivated them and inspired them to pursue MMA. And yeah, man, I've been in and out of jail for a long time. If it wasn't for MMA, I'd be lost out here, man. I wouldn't know what I'd be doing. It probably wouldn't be anything near as amazing as my career has turned out to. And yeah, man, I've been in jail, and the ultimate goal for me was to be like, eventually. I've said this before in many of my interviews that I would like to go to like the juvenile hall system and speak to them
Oh, yeah.
and kind of be that person that they could look up to. Because when I was there, man, I didn't have no one like me, and I look just like these guys. I've been through it all, and I would like to, if I could impact somebody's life and make them to change their mentality, because it's crazy out in there in Los Angeles, man. But if I could help somebody and help somebody not go through some of the things that I went through, and just channel all that energy into MMA. It make it all worth it for me.
Have you tried to do that yet? Have you done any of that?
I've reached out.
Yeah.
I've reached out to some places. I mean, there's definitely some stuff still in the works, but I feel like a gym would definitely help. It would be like my home base where I could do all these things from my gym, from the home base, we got so much stuff lined up along with that, with the gym and getting a kids program going, maybe even working with the city one day, and creating some kind of program for the inner city youth and troubled youth, and just ultimately I just want to have a place where people could come and be safe and work on something awesome with their lives.
What a 180 that would be for you to give back like that. What would be the ideal neighborhood for this gym to be in?
We're aiming towards. I'm from the San Gabriel Valley, so we're aiming towards right in the heart of it is the city called West Covina.
Mm-hmm.
The gym is already established. Actually, a good friend of mine who he made me an offer, and I told him, yeah, sure. As soon as the fight's done, definitely, you could count me in to make this purchase, and this gym's also going to be like my home base. Everything's going to be in house. I'm obviously there's a ton of stuff that I need to work on. Obviously, this fight camp I was back and forth from LA to Las Vegas, Orange County to Las Vegas. And I kind of want to keep that mix, man, because of course, Las Vegas does have its benefits. There's some of the best gyms in the world here. The UFC PI is here. I was just at the UFC PI getting work on, doing my recovery stuff, and then yeah, when I go back home, it's more centered on me, and I get a lot more focus back home. So that's kind of like the flip side of Las Vegas and LA. In Las Vegas, it's saturated with fighters. There's a ton of coaches, but I feel like when I'm in Los Angeles, I do get more attention towards me. And this time around, this fight camp, it was like the right mix of the sparring, the strength conditioning stuff going on in Vegas, and then going back home working on all the technical stuff, all the other conditioning stuff that I do. And I was talking to Sean Strickland earlier at the PI, and he even said like, "Hey man, there's some guys that honestly do a lot better at smaller gyms, you know." And I was explaining to him that I go back to LA and I work on all the technical stuff, all the conditioning stuff, and I come to Vegas and you know and I put it to work. I spar with some of the best fighters in the world in this fight camp. You know, my teammates told me that this is the sharpest that I look, this is the best that I look, and honestly, this is probably one of the most dedicated fights that I had. I mean, a fight that I could compare this one to, where I came in shape like that, was the Kelvin Gastelum fight.
Mhm.
I mean, of course, the weight difference made up a difference in the fight. You know, I did end up getting tired in the last round, trying to finish the guy, trying to put up, you know, the best fight I could do it. But you know, at this level in the game, you know, those couple pounds make all the difference. You know, so. You know, this is. I'm just excited for all this, for everything is to come, and on top of that, the music things is looking good too, man. You know.
Okay, so I was just about to ask you about that. So where does this come from? You walked out to your own song. You said you want to be the first UFC fighter to rap yourself to the cage. Where did this music dream come from? How long have you been working on this?
Man, it's kind of like it's been like a little personal hobby of mine, man. Well, growing up, my dad, he used to rap. He has like a few songs, and my dad was always a kind of dude. Like, yeah, he was a gang member, but he was always like breakdancing, doing graffiti, and rapping. As long as I can remember, my dad was always rapping, always like, you know. So you know, I'm from Los Angeles. I love West Coast rap. I love rap in general. I spend so much time in the gym and listening to music. All I do is listen to music, and especially and a lot of times when I'm running, is when I come up with a lot of the stuff that you know I've always wanted to do it, man. And my dad passed away, and I always felt like if I had a passion for it. I always like when I was younger at like parties and stuff. I was always like in a circle busting raps with my friends, and I just always I was like always rapping no matter like throughout my whole career, my whole fight career. So, you know, as of lately, one of my videographers, his cousin is a producer, and you know, we got to talking, and then I showed up to the studio one day, and I had already had a bunch of stuff written down. I always write raps in my phone, and I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna try it, you know. And we got in there, and you know, the producer was already willing to work with me, and I was telling him like, look, hold on, bro. Let me just hear me out real quick. And you know, he threw on a beat, and I spit a couple raps from him, and he was already excited to work with me. After he heard me, he was even more excited. So I went in there, man, and it just felt so natural. It felt good. And even the people that were there that were hearing it, they're like, man, this is your first time in here? I'm like, yeah. They're like, man, it just feels like, you know, like you've been here before, like you're natural, you know. And I've been getting nothing but good reviews, and you know, I feel like it's definitely a possibility. I feel like this could work, man. I feel like I got the look, I have the background, I already have a good fan base. So I haven't put anything out yet because I know that once it does, a lot of people are gonna hear it, you know. And I just want it to be good, you know. And I just want to have fun with it, man. And if it takes off, it takes off. I mean, it's not like one of those things that I'm banking on it. Like I need this to happen. I'm just gonna have fun with it, man. And just like I'm having fun with fighting. And if you're having fun with it, man, you know, it's not a bad thing, you know, if you're having fun with it.
Who would you say your style is like as far as your rapping?
My style with like rapping is man, I would want to say I'm gonna keep it like a lot of West Coast stuff, a lot of like my upbringing. I wouldn't really know what style because I mean
Who's your
I don't know.
favorite? Who do you think is the GOAT?
Obviously Kendrick Lamar. I
Number
like a lot of
one,
West Coast.
Kendrick?
Yeah, Kendrick.
Come on. What about Tupac?
Yeah. Well, alive.
Okay.
Alive.
I just mean the greatest of all time. Greatest of all time, in your opinion.
I'm gonna have to say. I'll have to say Tupac, Biggie. For me, Nipsey Hussle.
Mm-hmm.
Ice Cube.
Yeah.
I feel like Ice Cube is one of the most underrated rappers. Like probably coming up, you're like the best lyricist. And
Snoop, Dre.
Yeah, Kendrick Lamar, Dre.
I keep looking past the Kendrick. I'm a big Drake fan. I'm sorry, so I gotta.
No, Drake's awesome. Don't get me
I gotta
wrong.
be loyal to my guy. You know.
Yeah. No, Drake's good. I still bump Drake. Just not as much anymore.
Yeah, I feel you.
All this week, I've been like, beam, bop, boom, bop, bam.
I get it. Would I be putting you on the spot? Like, can you freestyle for us?
Can I freestyle?
Yeah.
I can try something.
Okay.
All right, look. Yo, I'm out here on the Ariel Helwani show. I'm about to blow. I just beat the out of Ponzinibbio.
Wow. I like it. And you needed a beat there.
I'm just, dude. I'm just getting started. I feel like if I really put my time and energy in, obviously I could have done more with it, but fighting's the main focus. And like I said, this rap stuff is just, it's all for fun. And since I mentioned it, actually there's a lot of people that want to work with me, and actually one of the producer that has been recording my stuff, he's one of the producers of a upcoming rapper named Lefty Gunplay, and he's actually on one of the Kendrick Lamar songs, and we've been in the talks of doing a track together. So I already recorded a couple of songs, and the producer sent it to him, and we're gonna go over it, and maybe he might jump on one of the songs, and then from there on, we have had talks about possibly doing.
Have you asked the UFC if you can wrap yourself to the cage in an upcoming fight?
I haven't asked them, man. To be honest with you, I was so excited to hear my song because I turned it in on Wednesday, and I turned it into the UFC, and they're like, we're gonna have to review it, and we're gonna have to. So I didn't know what I was gonna. It was either my song or I picked "Check Yourself" by Ice Cube. So when I was ready to walk out, I was getting ready to hear some Ice Cube, and then I hear my song.
Oh wow! They didn't tell you in advance. They didn't tell you before.
They didn't even tell me.
Wow.
They didn't tell me. So I'm right there, and I got so hyped as I was walking out. I'm like telling people, like, "This is my song. This is my song. What the hell? This is my song." So that gave me a whole nother energy, and honestly, I felt like it added to my energy coming into it when stepping into the cage.
By the way, you're so proud of where you're from, of LA. How come you've never fought on any of the Southern Cal fights in the UFC? Like they were in Inglewood.
Man, I was begging to get on the when they went to the Intuit Dome.
Yeah,
I was begging, man, but that would have been perfect, But ultimately, my dream place. If you ask me, where is your dream place to fight? And for me, man, it's the Staples Center, and now it's the Staples Center again. It's not even crypto anymore. It's
what they changed it.
Yeah, I guess crypto is going bankrupt.
Damn.
Crypto.com going bankrupt. Yeah, so they're changing it back to the Staples Center. So
it's what it should have always stayed as.
My dream place to fight. I already fought at the Forum, but my ultimate goal, dream place is Staples Center.
By the way, you're a Lakers fan, right?
Of course, man.
What happened? How did this happen?
Man, I'm asking the same question, man. How did this happen? I was asking the same question when we got Luka Doncic. Like, how the hell did this happen? So I'm excited. We signed LeBron one more year. I mean, we'll see what he could do. He's acting like he busted his knee, acting like he got hurt. Like, man, just stop already, LeBron. The flop.
Yeah.
But I'm a Laker fan, Dodger fan, all LA fan. Yeah, man, I love them Lakers. I'm still a little hurt. I don't even want to watch basketball, but I'm a true NBA fan. If you ask me what's my favorite sport, it's truly NBA.
I love it, and I understand when your team gets bounced. you're kind of like done with it. You don't want to watch anymore. So I get that.
I was kind of hoping. I was like, man, hopefully the Clippers. And I was like, nah,
Nah, you can't do that. You got to pick one, right? By the way, I'm fascinated by your tattoos. We were talking about this earlier. The lipstick kiss over here. That's a tattoo.
Yeah.
Are those somewhat? Look at that. Okay, so you got the new one, but I want to ask about the lipstick first. Is that someone's lips?
Yeah, it is actually.
How'd you do that?
I get questioned that a lot. The girl I was with at the time, like, I can't do nothing about it. I can't, like, one of those things I could go take off or anything like that. But I get questioned about it a lot, and then people are like, "Whose lips are those?" I'm like, "It's my mom's." Yep. So that's my little cover up. It's my mom's, girl. Don't trip, you know.
But really, whose lips are they?
My third baby mama's.
Okay. So how did that work? Like, did she legit kiss you, and then you go to the guy, and then he goes over it?
Yeah. Well, she put lipstick on, and then she kissed like a piece of paper. And then the artist
got it. Is that her way of saying, like, this is my territory? Like, get out of here?
Yeah, I guess in Los Angeles, a lot of people do have that. I mean, I've had it before. I've had lips on my neck, but when I was way younger, and I guess the ink wasn't good, so it like faded away, just like the girl did.
Well played.
But this was a little difficult. I was like, he got me good right there.
And what's the new one represent?
No regrets.
Yes.
You know?
The one right above it. What does that one represent? That one's new, right?
The one right above.
Yeah, that one.
It's a Sacred Heart. It's like the little Jesus heart.
Okay.
You know, I wanted to get, and I also got another one right here. I got like a rose.
Oh yeah.
And that's it. That's it for the face tattoos. I'm done. Actually, I'm lined up. I'm gonna get the top of my head because my hair kind of thinning out, man, on top. And I was gonna shout out to Bosley. They was gonna do a procedure on me. I don't think it's worth it. The reason why I said no is because they were gonna mess up the back of, like,
you just got a back one, right? This one?
Yeah. I just got that one.
Damn.
And man, that shit hurts, bro.
I was just gonna ask, how much did that hurt? Is that the worst one?
The worst one for me would definitely be like right here in my chest, like my solar plex area.
Okay.
Like that little bone part right there, like probably the worst one. That's the only one I've ever had to stop. And also my side, they all hurt at this point. I don't know what it is, man. I feel like the older I get, or it just hurts so bad, you know.
By the way, isn't that like the Atlanta Braves logo there under your?
Yeah, man. I get that question all the time. Like, yeah, you're an Atlanta Braves fan. So I'm gonna try to adjust and see if I can turn the A like into a LA. But the reason why I was growing up, the street like my main street. Of course, I was gang affiliated growing up. The main street was Atlantic Street, you know. So like the ATL symbol is like, that's usually what we wore, like the Atlanta A's hat. Like that would that's like the telltale sign that you're one of us, you know. And I went ahead and got it tattooed on my face. You know, I'm never shy. I'll never shy away from my past, from my upbringing. If anything, I'm gonna live up to it, you know. And in true LA fashion, man, this is just, I'm covered in tattoos. It's just like LA culture, man. It's like, it's just how it is. It's how we are in LA, you know. Especially like you know, given my background and you know, just my style in general, it's like I love it. I think, you know, to be honest with you, I think it's because I have so many tattoos. That's the only reason why I'm not in the video game right now. I don't understand how I'm not in the video game. Yeah, because every time I fight, they're like, "You got any new tattoos?" I'm like, "Of course I got some new tattoos, bro." Yeah. You know, and I feel like they're just having a hard time keeping up with my tattoos.
By the way, when was the last time you were in jail?
Last time I was in jail, I would say like a little before my Contender Series fight. I had got like a DUI or something. I spent like 2 weeks in jail. And I remember at the time, because I was already traveling, I was already at the BMF ranch doing all kinds of stuff. And I think that was that moment I realized, like, you know what, like, my life is not the same as it used to be. Like, I'm so on the go. I cannot be in one place like that, you know, like time is precious. I'm against the clock, you know? So for me, it felt like I just made the decision there. Like, yo, this is it, bro. Like, this is the last time I'm ever going to jail, and I haven't been since.
Wow. Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
Do you hear from a lot of people?
It's it was kind of like one of those experiences, man, where I'm sitting in the cell. I'm like, dude, this isn't it anymore, dude. Like, I can't live like this. This is not for me. You know, like I had already done, I had already had success, a little success, and being around people, and then the fight life. And I was just like, man, I truly decided there, like, yo, I love this fight game, and I'll never risk anything. I never want this to end, you know. So I try to walk a straight line, you know, from that day forward, you know, and sure enough, it's been working out. And now, you know, I went out there. You know, got two wins in a row. I mean, I lost 3 in a row, so it was like real tough on me. But you know, it pushed me to work even harder, to not give up, and you know, to just keep grinding. And you know, that's kind of like the message I want to tell people. That's what, you know, I want to tell these people. You know, like when I get this gym, I want to be like, you know, the role model. I want to be there to help them. I want to be there every single day to help them, you know, be better and improve. And not only just with fighting, man, I want to give them little, you know, little life lessons, you know, and my little story. Use me as an example that you can make it, man. Like you could be from nothing. You could be hopeless. You could be at the bottom. And you just gotta fucking work at it every single day, man, and not give up, and just truly believe in yourself, and just know and believe that this is gonna work, and it always does, man.
Do you hear from people that you were, you know, crossing paths was in a previous life, saying how much of an inspiration you are now and how you're helping them to turn their life around, seeing the success that you're having?
Man, just today, I was over at the PI, sitting doing my recovery stuff, looking past my DMs on social media, and the amount of fans that tell me that I inspire them, and that I inspired them to actually start training MMA. That people believe that they're not that old. You know, like I didn't walk into the gym till I was 25 years old. I didn't have my first fight till I was 27. I turned pro at 29. I got signed at UFC at 33. You know, and out of nowhere, bro, out of nowhere, you know, and there's so much people younger than me that are like, that think that they're old, you know, that think they're like 20 years old. Like, man, is it too late? Like, no, man, like you just got to give it your all, man. If you're gonna do it, you gotta be all in, bro. You know, and there's gonna be obstacles. There's gonna be, you know, life's gonna hit you, bro. You know, but I tell people, like, for me, like I was always going through shit coming up, you know. I was like, it wasn't easy. Everybody knows starting off in your career, you don't get paid shit, you know. And I was like I was scraping by, man. There was times where I was like, man, I gotta get a real job, you know. But you know, I stuck it through. I stuck through it, and you know, stayed true and stayed consistent, and no matter what was going on, I just never took myself out the gym. I just always left my problems at the door. I always knew that if I came to the gym, there was people genuinely happy to see me, genuinely wanted me to be better. And you know, so I just, you know, did myself a favor and just made all the right sacrifices, and you know, just left all my problems at the door. And no matter how lost I got in life, I always found myself in the gym. You know, I always knew who I was, because there's times where shit hits you so hard, life hits you out of left field, and you forget who you are as a person, you know. And sometimes you, like, the fans and the gym and team is what keeps me grounded, you know. So if it wasn't for MMA, I don't think I don't think I'd be doing anything good, to be honest with you. You know, I don't think I'd be doing bad either, but I think it wouldn't be, I'd just be living some normal, you know, just regular ass life, you know.
You also have a coffee company now.
Uh oh, uh yeah. I got yeah, we're working on some things, you know. I'm a heavy coffee drinker, like, you know, and some good friends of mine over in Arizona with Dos Bros Coffee. We're doing a collaboration, and we're starting up a website, and I'm gonna start, you know, pumping out merch. You know, like I said, right now things are going real well with the knockout. You know, things are hot. I'm working on some merch. Obviously the music thing. We're gonna set up a little coffee shop in the gym, you know, and sell my coffee and all the merch and all that good stuff. And you know, I'm just at this point in my career, man, looking at the future. I'm trying to build something for the future. I feel like I'm at that point already where I'm just like, everything I do now is just for the future, and for my family. I'm trying to build a legacy. I'm trying to make sure that after fighting, we're good and everything's straight.
Two last quick things. You said in the post fight, Jake Matthews been talking that mess. He's on your radar. What's he been saying?
Yeah. Earlier this year, Jake, when the UFC went to Australia, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where he's from.
Yep.
Yeah, he kept calling me out, right after the Alex Morono fight. He was calling me out for a while, and it kind of died down after the fight. But he's the first name that came to mind when they asked who would you want to fight. Obviously, everyone knows I don't care. I'll fight anybody. I'll fight on short notice. I'll fight anybody. I never say no, and that's one thing that they know about me. I think that's what they at that Gastelum fight, they took advantage of that because they know I'm still gonna take the fight. But yeah, there's some good matchups for me. There's Jake Matthews. I think Kevin Holland's a great match.
Oh, that trippy thing happened. When the phone dies, the trippy thing happens where it's like.
Maybe Sandhagen slipped us something, huh?
It seemed like it. This second time it happens where I have one question left, and who's the other person? There was someone else. Oh, Fabian Edwards.
I feel like it's most of the time you only have one question left.
Yeah, but it's true.
Do you think sometimes you think of another question while you're asking your last question?
No.
So at any given time, it's been just one more question.
I say that. No, but I just said I have only two things left. I say that to let them know that we're rounding third here, so we're almost done. What a great chat! What a fascinating guy! What a likable guy! What a guy that you want to root for. Very open and honest, and I can see why he would be an inspiration to so many people. And I hope that he gets a chance. It's funny. I was thinking this guy should go and speak to juvenile detention centers, to jails, to prisons, to people who are incarcerated. They could look at him and say, like, that could be me. Why can't that be me if there is that possibility out there? And then he mentioned it, that it's something that he would love to do. And not a bad freestyle as well, if I do say so myself.
No, working in the Ponzinibbio was incredible.
He's on the Ariel Helwani show. He's about to blow. He just knocked out Santiago Ponzinibbio. That's
bars.
That's
we actually
tough.
saw him on the streets of Des Moines after the fight.
You saw him too?
Yeah, him and his team was rolling around smoking blunts. I was like, D-Rod, congrats, bro. He's like, thanks, man.
That's amazing. I feel like Des Moines was so small that you just see everyone.
All
right?
16,000 people, I shit you not, poured onto like a single street, and everyone was just walking.
And the fighters are just like walking. Is there?
He was walking. I think he had already been back to the hotel. He was walking into the fray of Des Moines. He was getting ready to turn up.
Yeah, if it's even possible to do so.
Oh, it's possible. There was one like main street stretch. They were turning up all day.
Okay. What? By the way, what's the name of the street? Do you remember? No, it was that memorable, huh?
Main
it wasn't
Street.
quite Beale Street.
There was like
Orban
one city block. The state capitol was beautiful.
Oh yeah,
Gold Dome.
Is Des Moines the capital?
Yeah, Des Moines River was a sight to behold.
University of Iowa. Where is that?
Iowa City.
Iowa City. Okay, so that game
Maybe
where Caitlin Clark played against Brazil, that was not in Des Moines.
Definitely not. But I think Caitlin Clark is from the Des Moines area.
And how did the people react to the Iowa State hat while Rick was wearing the Caitlin jersey?
Big pop for the Cyclones.
People liked it.
Yeah, big pop.
Marcus, I think it was Marcus Pfizer. Do you remember him? Iowa State.
Oh yeah. Seneca Wallace.
Seneca Wallace, of course. That's football, but yeah, for sure. So, are we getting D-Rod back or
efforting?
Okay. Do you think his phone just
I
died?
think if his phone died, it could be.
He was chilling poolside, so who knows if he's got a charger.
Oh, that's right.
I do like how you asked. You were like, "Are you back? Are you still in Des Moines?"
No,
he's
that
like,
was a joke.
I could not wait to get out.
Yeah. All right. Well, I would love to. There's a part of me that doesn't like the abruptness, abruptivity.
Yeah.
Abruptness. Yeah.
Of the way in which we said goodbye. So I would still love for us to effort if possible. But what a great chat. Really, really enjoyed that and appreciate him being so open and honest and candid. with everything, and wishing him the best, and hope that he does in fact get a chance to rap while walking to the cage, rap himself, which could take a lot out of you, right? I mean, that takes a lot of energy. Couple other things we wanted to discuss. I mentioned all the weekend results. Shout out to Phil Davis. Phil Davis, who was on the show just about, I don't know, a month or so ago, defeating Rob Wilkinson via second round TKO. It had been quite a while since Phil Davis got a stoppage. To be exact, when was it? I was looking at it. It might be like 2021 or so. Bellator 200, 2018. Was there another one yet? But 2019. Yeah, 2019 was his last win via stoppage. Bellator 231 against Carl Albrechtsen. And then since then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was his 6th fight. So good for Phil Davis getting the dub. Very, very excited for him. And he's one of those guys that could benefit from this PFL format. He's definitely one of those guys that can, that can use this as a way to get back in the mix, get back on track, have one last great run, get a nice little payday. So shout out to him. Some other news that happened over the weekend. It appears as though the Benoit Saint Denis versus Joel Alvarez fight is off. That was supposed to happen at UFC 315. Now the UFC is promoting their press conference last night. They say that this guy, that guy's going to be there. Alvarez was on there, but I think that was just a mistake. According to reports, Alvarez suffering a hand injury. Interestingly enough, like 30 minutes before this news came out, I had asked Benoit to come on the show today. Felt like there were some interesting things to talk to him about, and now it seems like he's up in the air. His status for this fight card is up in the air. Mateusz Gamrot tweeting that he was offered the fight, and also tweeting that Benoit turned down the fight. BSD turned down the fight next week. What's wrong with you guys? Grow some balls, cowards. Is Gamrot developing into one of the most, if this is in fact is true, I didn't have time to verify, if this is in fact true, one of the more, I don't know, avoided fighters right now at 155? I don't know.
It feels like no one wants to fight him.
That was a really good fight. I really liked that fight. And a very important one for BSD, looking to get back on track. We haven't seen him since September of last year when he lost to Renato Moicano. Oh, is that?
No, that's Rick and Frank
Just chatting.
Yeah, just discussing production needs, efforting as they say in the business.
Were you able to speak to him?
Figure out D-Rod. No, they haven't been able to. The theory is right now. Phone died, yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of the 155-pound division, Arman Tsarukyan a little fired up. In fact, he too spoke about Mateusz Gamrot and said that the UFC offered me a fight, but I turned it down. He is below me in the rankings, so I don't see any reason to fight him. Arman Tsarukyan was victorious also at that karate combat event, as was Muhammad Mukayev getting a stoppage win. So I'm not sure what they're going to do with Arman. Arman in the doghouse?
Yeah, it feels like Arman is kind of in the position that he should take any fight, just to get back in the winning ways, just to kind of put that 311 mishap behind him.
Do you think that he's sort of like trying to weather this storm in hopes that he'll be the number one contender? Do you foresee any scenario in which they're like, all right, we'll let you fight for the belt?
No. It feels like they're pretty adamant. I think Dana White came out. And honestly, Arman seems like he's down for it. I just don't think he wanted the Gamrot fight just because of how far back he is in the rankings. I think he wants to take a fight and know that if he wins that fight, then he will be fighting for the belt afterward.
What is Gamrot right now? Gamrot is...
I believe he's 8th.
I don't know. He's 7 right now.
7. Yeah. I think he moved up recently.
By the way, they're going to keep pushing him up closer. Yeah. There he is, number 1 versus number 2.
Yeah, and can't imagine he's going to fly up too high if he gets the win over one Ludovic Klein at UFC Apex 1.
Right. Well, sometimes it's more of a what have you done for me lately type of biz. You win a fight regardless. I've always said this. It doesn't really matter who you beat. It's just how many times you win. And that seems to do the trick. Speaking of the 155-pound division, late last week, I believe it was on Friday morning, we did get a video message from Ilia Topuria, who did in fact break the news that he will be competing on June 28th. But as of right this moment, we have yet to get an announcement regarding his involvement, an official announcement, and we still don't know who he's fighting. And to be honest with you guys, UFC 315 is 5 days away. It might actually end up being what we were kind of talking about, which is they're going to wait and see what happens, which is wild that, we may find out at the press conference. Is it possible Dana's going to rock up at that press conference on Monday? Excuse me, on early Sunday morning in Montreal and just say, all right, as a result, it's this guy. Is Islam training for June 28th? And is Charles training for June 28th? And if it ends up being Islam, is Charles fighting someone else? And by the way, isn't it kind of wild, and correct me if I'm missing something, that, I mentioned the Paulo Costa fight that I heard about, but there's not, usually when a fight card hasn't been announced yet, there's still a bunch of fights that are sort of rumored, people talk about it. Like, there's not much going on for, other than maybe the Pantoja KKF fight, right?
And that still hasn't been confirmed.
No, that hasn't been confirmed, but I don't even feel like there's a lot of bandied about rumored fights.
Yeah. At this point, let's just do no announcements, mystery card, show up International Fight Week.
Yes.
You're going to see some great fights.
I'd love it.
See you there.
That officially ties the TKO WWE merger. It's Royal Rumble-esque.
I'd love it.
I think we got Tracy Cortez.
Oh my God, that's Ilia Topuria's music.
Yes. Oh, she's on there?
Yeah, I think they just announced that today.
Okay. Oh, today?
Yeah, not UFC. I think I saw Big Marcel tweeting it.
Okay. On Threads or X?
I'm still on X, man. Haven't made that switch over to Threads.
We're crushing
I know
Threads.
I know you're pushing hard.
I actually want, when you guys do my lower third there?
Oh, you want Threads?
Yeah, can we get that?
Okay, so
what do I have now?
You
Instagram?
don't want your Blue Sky?
Nah.
You might have TikTok.
What do I got? Do we have it?
You might not have anything.
Oh,
what does Ariel's name ID say?
It's just that Ariel.
Oh, yeah.
No,
that covers them all.
Yeah,
that covers them all.
Does it cover them all? Yeah, I guess it does.
What do you mean? Does it? Yeah, of course it does.
Actually, I went for a brief moment on that woke liberal. I'm kidding. Blue Sky, and it wasn't available. That's why I never went back.
Wow.
Do you think Ariel Helwani got your Ariel Helwani?
I changed it to I did Helwani or something.
Also, would it not have been
my friend request? It was somebody.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it have been Ariel.bluesky.
No,
something
at
.com.
Ariel Helwani wasn't available. It was weird.
No, what Connor's saying though is there's
I know, but just
servers,
whatever I wanted to do to make it look. And by the way, it looks so weird. .bsky.social.com or something like that.
Yeah,
bsky.
Definitely not as weird as X.
No, X is weird. No, Threads is where it's at. We're just,
Is it?
Where you at?
Oh, look, Mark Cuban's active on Blue Sky.
Oh yeah.
Political tweet.
Yeah.
How's your Truth Social working out these days?
It's touch and go. It's touch and go.
I see less and less repost of your Truth Social. So
we're we're sad. Like all the guys are losing. There's a thing. People are saying it's a curse. Yeah. So we're sad about that.
Is Threads big on desktop?
The curse.
It's good on desktop. It's clean. It's nice. They do a nice job.
not a ton of engagement going on over here.
What are you talking about? We're building. We're working through the kinks.
How many followers you got on Threads? There you are.
Yeah, what are we doing?
183K followers.
We're doing something.
Not bad. Oh wow, yeah. You tweet the lineup and everything, or thread the lineup.
Yeah,
you're big on Threads.
What is it called? I think it's called Posted.
Yeah, you posted it.
Oh yeah, wow. I'm really missing out on the Helwani Threads. You are active on
Thank
this
you.
thing. You are active.
It's a conscious effort. We're trying. Listen, the UFC told me to go on Threads. I listened to the UFC. I went on Threads.
Are we just duplicating?
No.
Tweet for Thread.
Put them side by side.
Okay.
Hardly tweeted
Exclusive
about
content over
hardly
there.
tweeted about. I don't even think I even tweeted about it in a way.
Uncensored.
Yeah.
You're more Threads than you are X.
Yeah.
We streaming on Threads?
No, we're not. We're streaming on X, and we love X. By the way, this is all a big joke. We do love X, and we love them all. We love everyone. We're big
Except
fans.
Blue Sky, right? It sounds like you're
Blue Sky. You know what? Fuck Blue Sky. Fuck that woke shit. I mean, Frank, what's your Blue Sky handle?
The Blue Sky.
Frank is like,
wow, you're Mr. Blue Sky.
Let me go on there and tell you all about life.
It feels good to have a social platform where I can complain about all of you and not have any worry that you'll see any of it.
I actually went on Frank's. It's just him and Ben Folks talking on there.
It's just him a bit. Yeah. I think Ben asked for his nameplate to be Blue Sky.
Ben's big on Blue Sky.
Yeah. Shout out. Well, there you go. What a bad. It's bsky.app /
It's your at, and then it's .bsky.social.
Nah, it's whack.
But there's different servers. It doesn't have to be .social. That's the thing.
Oh, it's horrendous.
What about John Jones, guys? He goes on social media and he teases us once again. Johnny, just get. All we want is one more. All we want is one more. One more. Look at that wall. Oh, look at this wall. Big shout out to his teammate Javier. Look at this. They got him all the frame posters. But if you scroll down just a little bit, I've said it before, my career hasn't been perfect, but it's been undeniably legendary, epic, special. Sounds like Cory Sandhagen. Just a few words that come to mind. Legend after legend, era after era. What I'm most proud of, I've evolved. I'm so much more than just a fighter. I'm a man growing stronger in my faith, a family man, a loyal brother to my teammate, a businessman, a leader, a man for my community. And I know, without a doubt, my mother would be proud of the man I've become. The wall's almost filled, but trust me, the story's still being written. The best is yet to come. Look at that, strategically placed, bottom right. What is it? What is
yeah,
it
but is it? But he
UFC
says
23 or something?
No, UFC 309. He hasn't hung it yet.
Up above, he says it's the Stipe fight.
Yeah.
He hasn't hung that one yet.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, he hasn't hung the Stipe.
So that's it? He's
Yeah, that's
done?
it. He's saying
Was that a retirement announcement?
Stipe one's
Yes.
going there. And,
Yes.
and he's
John
Is that how you guys took it?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's never fighting again.
Really? Is that really how you took it?
No.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Some
That's how I
cryptic-
took it.
I just took it as some cryptic shit from John Jones.
Why are we talking about the Stipe poster if that's not what he's saying?
When I didn't see the tweet or the post. I might be blocked on Instagram by him. I've been blocked,
How
unblocked.
about on Threads?
When I don't know if he posted on Twitter, but like, did he accompany that with the song "Staring at the Blank Page Before You Dug It Out the Rolling Wind"? Because the rest is still unwritten.
Yeah, that's
Not
what he
gonna
did.
lie.
It was the music to accompany.
This reminds me of in the movie Lost in Translation, where the
Oh, I love
therapist
that
has
movie.
all the awards, but like he's run out of room, so there's one like on the ceiling. I feel like why stop there? Like it's already wrapped around the room.
Yeah.
If you
Do
look
all four walls.
If you look a little bit closer, it does look like the wall has a slight curve to it. I can't tell if there's a door over there, so it looks like there's going to be room for additional ones. You know, the wall is complete, but then he does finish it with the wall's almost filled, but trust me, the story is still being written.
I do love this idea that John Jones is dictating his career by the space for posters on his wall. That
Yeah.
would actually be
It is a great
unfathomable.
wall. It does look good.
That's why I said the rest is still unwritten.
Mm-hmm.
They played that at the Burnley matches. Yes, go ahead.
And then they sung it afterward. And
Yeah, you saw that, right?
Saw it. Or he never hangs the poster because this is just a wall for his wins.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it's just for his wins, we have to see. Is the Matt Hamill one up there? Or maybe he's
Doesn't look like it.
Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, there's 19.
Oh, you does he have 19 wins? I feel like he has more. Staring at the blank page before you open up the dirty window.
On recount, there's 23.
So there you go. Well, maybe some of those early fights.
I mean, let's see. Did I count that wrong? He has 28 professional victories, 22 in the UFC. So one of the DC one must be up there.
Mm-hmm.
And that would make sense. 23, yeah. Who said 19?
You did.
Incorrect.
Very confidently as well, as I was trying to actually count them. Gentlemen, there were some somewhat surprising releases in the world of WWE. Let me know if any of these shocked you. Braun Strowman, no longer in the WWE. Shayna Baszler, no longer in the WWE. Dakota Kai, no longer in WWE. Katana Chance, Kaden Carter, Gigi Dolan, Jacare Jackson, Javier Bernal, Ora Mensa, Wolfgang, Mark Coffey, and Joe Coffey. Also, Cora Jade, Eddie Thorpe, Riley Osborne, all announced or reported, a lot of them via Fightful. Sean Ross Sapp does a great job with this, that they're gone from the company. I'd say the one that surprised me the most was probably Dakota Kai.
Oh.
Shayna Baszler, legend. What a great job she did reinventing herself, going from MMA fighter, pioneer, trailblazer to WWE wrestler. And I think she'll still have a great career. Her mentor, Josh Barnett, has done an amazing job with this Bloodsport promotion. She's perfect for that. Competed for them last year, I believe, WrestleMania week. Braun Strowman has been up and down. Was in WWE, got released, got brought back. Paul Heyman said recently that he was sad that he wasn't on WrestleMania, and he cut a promo on him. I'd say the one that probably got the most attention was one of the names that I mentioned last week on the Nose. If you recall, someone asked me on the Nose if there's any women that we would want to have from the world of wrestling on the program that we haven't had yet, and I mentioned Cora Jade, who was in NXT and viewed as somewhat of a top prospect, and she got released. So always surprising.
Is this something they do yearly, like a mass cutting of athletes?
Yearly, biannually, like it's not just once a year. But historically, it has often happened after WrestleMania for whatever reason.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it becomes like a whole thing. It becomes like a Black Friday, if you will. Like, and what ends up happening is a lot of them will change their name on social media, going back to their original name or maybe the name that they had prior to WWE. They'll post a video. The interesting thing is a lot of them can't speak. So like if someone got released from UFC, like they could come on a show, any show, do an interview the next day. Often in WWE, it's 30 to 90 days where you can't do anything. Now you're usually compensated for that, but it's part of the deal. Which is a bit like, I remember when we wanted to have Gable Steveson on, he couldn't come on. And then by the time they do surface, the story isn't as big of a deal. Like I would imagine that a lot of the wrestlers would want to speak right away because they're in the news right now, right? Like everyone's talking about them, but they can't. So anyway, we'll see where they go, but that is good for, it's part of the reason why I always say that I think it's great that there's the AEWs out there. TNA is enjoying this resurgence. New Japan Pro Wrestling. Obviously, Ring of Honor is under the AEW umbrella. The fact that there are multiple options out there for the guys and gals is tremendous. Look at a guy like Makayev. Makayev had to go to a different sport, essentially, to just stay active. Not great. Not great. So wrestling is a lot healthier, I would say, in that regard. I saw some people saying, like, over the weekend about boxing and the fights, and then like taking a shot at me, like I have some sort of dog in this. It's so crazy how this gets painted this way, and saying like, oh, you said UFC is in a recession. I never said UFC was in a recession. MMA, there's a big difference. I'm talking about the business, and when I talk about the business, I'm talking about the fact that there aren't options. And by the way, I even saw a tweet from Ali Abdelaziz, my number one hater, saying the same thing. This is a man who's in the business. And I'm not just saying it like sitting here in this chair. I'm talking to managers. I'm talking to people who are in the business, somewhat lamenting the fact that there just aren't a lot of options. And when there aren't a lot of options, you don't have the same type of leverage to negotiate. And you aren't able to see and seek the best deal out there for you. That's what I mean. How many times have we said on the show, the UFC is on fire? They could do no wrong. They're the only place that can go to a Des Moines and just sell the UFC is coming to Des Moines and have an incredible gate and an incredible crowd. There's a big, big difference. So don't try to twist it. MMA as a sport, but the brand, UFC, which I understand to a lot of people as Kleenex, to me, I view it as almost two separate things. Everyone else is in this bucket. They're in this bucket. Do you understand the difference? And it's actually somewhat unfair when we do the boxing versus UFC debate. This is one singular entity versus an entire industry. So it's not even fair, to be honest. And you could say I'm part of that because I'll have that conversation with Eddie Hearn. UFC is on fire. Make no mistake about it. So I'll see the bootlickers getting upset when we talk about MMA versus boxing or MMA being in a recession. Be like, whoa, UFC. No, I've never said that the UFC is in a bad place business-wise. In fact, I continue to say they're in the best place they've ever been, and they're about to get a $1 billion plus TV deal. I know it's complex sometimes, but don't get it twisted. Two separate things. Two separate things. Two separate things. One thing I wanted to bring up, a story that we found out about last week that we only officially got confirmation on late last week. So didn't want to talk about it until we found out what was true and what wasn't. And on Friday, TMZ did in fact report the very unfortunate, the very sad and heartbreaking news that Francis Ngannou was involved in a motorcycle accident that resulted in the death of a teenage girl back home in Cameroon. He did, in fact, release a statement to TMZ, which read, "From the very beginning, I have been by the family's side, offering support, comfort, and deepest condolences during this time. I met with them privately to share in their grief, and I will continue to stand with them every step of the way. I carry their pain with me, and my unwavering thoughts and support remain with them as they face this heartbreaking loss." This is from an article on uncrowned.com written by Ben Fowlkes. According to reports, Ngannou was driving a motorcycle through the Omnisports district of Yaoundé, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, when he allegedly struck a 17-year-old girl identified by news sources as Natsama Bridget Manuela. The girl suffered serious injuries in the crash. Ngannou transported her to the Yaoundé General Hospital and paid for her medical treatment, but she later died of her injuries. Cameroonian authorities are reportedly still investigating the incident. So I was able to communicate a little bit with Francis via WhatsApp after this came out, and obviously heartbroken. He has had a tough couple of years, and yeah, it's just a horrific thing that unfortunately he's going to have to come to terms with. My heart goes out to the family. 17, just unimaginable. Hard to wrap your head around it. And I feel awful for everyone involved. So, yeah, my heart breaks for the family. My heart breaks for Francis. I obviously don't think that this was done on purpose, and I'm happy to read that he has helped them out, that he has offered support, both emotional and financial. We'll see how this plays out, but just a horrific story. And we remember not that long ago seeing him in October in Riyadh, and the pain that he was dealing with following the loss of his son. Yeah, I'm sure this is just an unbelievably difficult period for Francis, but also right now for the Manuela family having to deal with this. So very, very sorry to hear this, but appreciate him coming out and addressing it in some way, shape, or form. Still to come on the program, we're going to be joined by Alex Volkanovski. Looking forward to that. In a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by Sam Alvey, who had an incredible win over Tyrone Spong. I think he was a pretty big-time favorite, by the way. I think he was a pretty big-time favorite. Excuse me, underdog.
Yeah, Alvey was like plus 350.
Can you bet on Karate Combat?
Yeah, I think in some places and definitely on offshores you can.
Don't they have their own internal coins and things that they created, I believe? I think they have an ecosystem for wagering as well.
And by the way, speaking of which, I think we tried to verify. So crypto is not becoming staples again?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything on that. I don't think it's going to return to, because that was also a by name. Like that's a partnership. That's a branding thing.
Yeah, Staples
with Staples, and so I don't think it is.
Sounds so much better. It'll always be Staples to me.
I think a lot of people still call it Staples. That's for damn sure. But I don't. I think it's still crypto, and will be for the foreseeable future.
Well, not a lot of sports being played there these days. The Kings, Lakers. I'm just saying. Maybe by the time they come back in October, they'll be able to. It just goes to show you can't buy yourself a championship.
What is this?
Yeah,
where is this coming from?
Next is going to be
why all the vitriol for the Lakers?
Oh, big one tonight, guys. Game 1. Who's locked in? I know. On air. Jordan's locked in. We're gonna do this. Kat and I had a nice chat. Felt the confidence oozing out of him.
Nixon 6.
Nixon 6, baby. Actually, you know what he told me?
Nixon 5.
Might have said Nixon 5.
I'm cool with that.
He said hockey sticks, fish sticks, thunder sticks, Nixon 5. No, I tried to do that one.
It's got to rhyme with 5.
Well, no, it's not. I got it wrong. I guess it was the thing that Shannon Sharp did, which they told me. I didn't even know.
Lakers in 5.
But the whole thing is, it's like, I don't care if it's OKC, UFC, KFC, Lakers in 5.
Exactly.
So the rhyme has to be about the opponent. It's like,
yep.
Boston, Loston, Schmoston, Knicks in 5.
Well, you know what? It all started back in the day with the LeBron meme where he had the cigarette out of his mouth and the do-rag on. And it was like, Warriors, whatever.
From the greatest NBA title ever won?
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember that meme.
Exactly. Where they came back from 3-1.
He said it.
No,
No,
it was
he
a
didn't
meme.
say it. It was a meme.
The image was so iconic of how little like stress he was under. He was so zen, and it was just like this. We win.
Cavs in 7.
Wow. So I needed like a
The history of the
Celtics,
meme.
Smeltics. No, it's not a word.
It doesn't have to rhyme with the last line. You just
Right.
like 3 rhyming things and then a boom.
Like
Knicks and 6.
I don't care if it's Tatum,
Yeah, exactly.
slayed him,
We're almost
Yeah.
there.
or made him.
Not a lot of things
Boston.
rhyme with Tatum, so that was a rough
Steve
one to go with.
Austin.
Yeah. I don't care if it's Kristaps.
We need D-Rod back to do
Mousetraps.
this for us. We need D-Rod to do it.
D-Rod, where you at,
We need-
D-Rod?
Yeah.
About like a brown. I don't care if it's brown. You're gonna drown. You're going down. Knicks in 5.
Ah, there he is. Thank you, Honor Jordan. I needed that. Thanks for helping me out. All right, let's go to the aforementioned Sam Alvey, who scored a shocking, dare I say, shocking. Maybe he'll take exception to that knockout of one Tyrone Spong on Friday at Karate Combat 54 in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Last we saw, Sam Alvey was a plus 350 underdog. Tyrone Spong a minus 550 favorite. And now he is the first ever Karate Combat double champion. He's kind enough to join us. Let us say hello to the smiling one who was so great the last time we spoke. There he is, still smiling. Back
Always,
home.
more than ever, baby.
Yo, my God. Hey, by the way, are you the light heavyweight and heavyweight champion now? What's going on here?
I am. I'm the first double champ in Karate Combat history.
So how did this happen? Because did they split the titles or something?
Yeah. So originally they're very foreign league. Like when they started up, they had a lot of foreign influences. The heavyweight was 205. And so I won the 205 belt. Then I had to explain to everyone, well, I'm actually light heavyweight in every other league. They just changed it. President Awesome got in there and said he got tired of explaining it. So he said, my original belt, which was heavyweight, is now light heavyweight. And this current one is the true heavyweight.
Damn, look at you. All of a sudden, double champ.
Oh, who would have saw that coming? Now, if I get that fight with Eddie Hall, maybe I'll be a 3 champ. I'll be the super heavyweight champ,
Yes.
too.
And we will get to that in a moment. But what about what you just did? In your illustrious career, was that the high moment to knock out a guy like Tyrone Spong, who has that history in kickboxing and in boxing, the way in which you did? Is that the highlight right now?
With all of my UFC fights included, I have never had so much hype online after a fight as I do with this one. Maybe even leading into the fight. Like, leading into the fight, I read so many times, Sam's going to die. This should be illegal. It's like, on paper, I don't think it's a bad matchup. I don't know if I deserve, or if death is a possibility. But I mean, people had me counted out. Like I said, plus 350. That might be the biggest underdog I've ever been.
Wow.
And then I was just thrilled to go in there and then make my fans a lot of money.
How were you feeling? How was your confidence going into it? You see him now. You're around him on fight week. You're in the UAE, and people are counting you out. What was going on in your mind before the fight?
I was just having a blast. Dubai's a good time. It's just a beautiful city. So I was out. I went out to the desert for a little bit. I went to a flower garden. I just saw the city. I had a good time. No nerves, no nothing. And because I didn't have to diet, I was eating all week too, which was wonderful.
So what did you weigh in at?
I was 240, but I was dressed also. So I was probably about 235.
And what was he?
He was 230.
Okay, so pretty similar. And then as the fight is progressing, I'm sure your confidence is building up. I'm sure you're feeling good leading up to the knockout.
Yeah, I felt good. I wanted to move. Round 1 was not an important round for me. I said, round 1, if I win, lose, well, whatever. I just want to move. I want to feel him because I know. I mean, he was the hardest hitter in the world until Ngannou took the title. So I said, I don't want to trade with him. And he did such a good job of cutting off the ring, like I couldn't get away from him. So that's when I started kicking. Is I needed anything to try and interrupt his rhythm because he had my rhythm down, and the kicks worked. It is in over 80 fights. That was the first head kick I've ever thrown, and I landed it. I'm 100% as far as head kicks go.
Wow. What compelled you to do that after all these fights?
When you should see me practice. When I practice, I don't fight like I fight. I practice. I do everything I want to do in the pit, in the cage, in the ring. And then I get out there and I kind of go back to just my boxing. It finally clicked. My feet started working with me, and I didn't have any hesitation to throw it.
Incredible. What was that moment like when you dropped him and then added a couple of extra punches for good measure?
Yeah, so I dropped him, and then there was a moment like he was done after the first punch. So I was slow to throw the second punch. I gave Mr. Mark Goddard the chance to tell me to stop, but he wasn't there, so I threw the second one just to make sure he stayed down.
What's that feeling like?
It's an immediate. I did this. It's an immediate, and it's every knockout I've ever had. You feel it. You feel it when you hit them. Before they hit the ground, you know they're out. You know the fight's over, and it's just an overwhelming. Oh. And then you have to, if you have to throw that one more punch. But you just feel it immediately.
How do you explain all of this? You're turning 39 tomorrow, I do believe, right?
I do. Yes.
Happy early birthday to you.
Oh, thank you.
Obviously, we talked last time about the losing streak in the UFC, and now this incredible success. Who could have saw this coming? How do you explain what's been happening to your career as of late?
My entire career has got a little mystic to it because I was probably 5-1 as a pro before I ever learned about the UFC. I mean, I was 4-0 as a pro before I started training. Even I wasn't supposed to be a fighter. I wasn't supposed to be in the UFC. I wasn't supposed to do any of that, and it just worked itself out. It's hard work and dedication made it happen, and that's what I blame it on now too. I've got hard work and dedication. I've changed camps. I'm still very much Team Quest, but the gym I train at most of the time is Guardian MMA here in Tennessee, Murfreesboro. If anyone wants to train with me, I'd love to train with you. And it just changed the way I do things. I focus. It's funny. I'm in karate combat, and I focus more on jiu-jitsu now than I've ever focused in my life.
What's the point of that?
It's what we're best at. Guardian's got a good kickboxing program, good everything, but their jiu-jitsu is top notch. So I get the most athletic rounds out of the jiu-jitsu. I've the head coach. I'm a black belt now, and I'm a big dude.
Yeah.
But the head coach, I've never had him in a bad situation or a bad position, and I've tried to when I don't get submitted. That's a good round for me. Chad Hardy's his name. He's just incredible, and because I can have so many good rounds doing that, it's really helped my athleticism. I've never been a particularly athletic person, but doing as much jiu-jitsu as I'm doing now is just helping, and it's made my hand speed faster. It's made my footwork more. It's made me be able to fight the way I always knew I could.
So since leaving the UFC, now it's 4 wins in karate combat, 1 in MMA, 1 no contest. Does this coincide with you joining that gym? Have they been the missing ingredient?
It must be. Guardian MMA is the missing ingredient because I left California and I had 1 or 2 fights left in the UFC where I started kind of finding a gym. And it was after I left the UFC, I went full hardcore. All right, I'm Guardian. And it's been the case ever since. I haven't lost since working with him.
Wow. Overall, what was the scene like? What was the venue like? The experience? I'm assuming every time you're fighting for or working with karate combat, they're getting better and better. It seems like they're making great strides. They had the likes of Muhammad Mukayev on the card. He was victorious. Arman Sarukian in a pit submission match as well. I feel like they're making some real nice leaps here. What was the experience like over there fighting for them?
They took care of us. We were in a beautiful hotel. They took at least the main card. We all got to go out to the Red Desert. We had a whole photo shoot out there. We got the dune buggy and stuff. They took care of us. They made us feel like we were the best in the planet. Like I truly believe they think we are. And if you watch the whole show, not just my fight, the whole card was incredible. There is so much talent. I was telling you, I really think Karate Combat is the premier striking league in the world, maybe of all time. And that they do everything they can to treat us, the athlete, like we are the greatest of all time.
I liked what you wore at the weigh-ins, the overalls there with the American. Look at that look there. That's a nice look.
I had to bringing democracy to everywhere I go.
I like this.
Yeah, every time, even in the UFC, every time my wife and I, she's been with me for every fight everywhere, we come up with a theme of what we're going to dress like.
Yes.
And now Karate Combat's no exception. This time, if you look at our walkout together, she was dolled up head to toe in the flag, and I had the Apollo Creed American jacket on as well.
Where'd you get that?
She brought it. We kind of discussed what we wanted to do, and then because she was at home and had access to everything, she got it and packed it and brought it.
But where do you buy such an outfit?
Amazon.
Okay, easy enough.
Yeah.
I also saw that on Instagram. I think before the fight, you did like a prayer on IG Live. Am I right about that?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, it's something I've always done. Before every fight is I always have a team prayer, but in my team prayer, I invite my locker room, anyone in the locker room. When I fought in South Dakota, I invited the locker room, and I'll bet you I had 40 people circle up with me.
Wow.
I was more nervous to give the prayer in South Dakota because there were oh God, this better be a good one. And so I do it every time. Now, I knew I was in Dubai. I knew the locker room may or may not speak English, and I wanted to invite everyone. So I run a program, School, SKOOL, where I get to teach people online. With School and Instagram, I put everything out there. If you want to pray with me, please come pray with me. And I think we had like 40 or 50 people online praying with me before the fight, and as well as the locker room. And it was a really nice moment.
Is that the first time you streamed it?
It's the first time I remember streaming it. I'm probably going to do it forevermore, though.
Yeah. And are you leading the prayer?
Yes, sir. No. Every time I lead the prayer and then try and just let everyone remember what we're doing this for, who we're doing it for, and why. More importantly, why we have the ability to do it. Without our Christ Jesus, Jesus Christ in our corner, we wouldn't have made the trip.
Do you think of what you're going to say beforehand?
No, I don't. I go out there and I just let the good Lord speak through me. Whatever comes out, what comes out. Now, I have noticed that a lot of my prayers do remain fairly similar to one another, but every now and then there's little tweaks that just come to me or that just come out at least.
So after the fact, as you alluded to, you called out the great Eddie Hall, the Beast.
I called out the Eddie Hall.
Yes,
yep.
the former strongest man in the world, UK strongman, Britain strongman, who just had a big win over Mariusz Pudzianowski a week or so ago. Why him? Why did he come to mind?
A couple of reasons. One, I love him online. Like, he seems like just a fun dude. He's very much like me, just a little stronger. Like, if somebody says, "Hey, you want to do this?" I want to do this. It's like somebody asked him, "Hey, you want to fight two people at once?"
Yeah.
And he said, "Yeah, let's fight two people at once." "Hey, you want to fight this other world's strongest man?" And he said, "Yeah, let's do that too." Well, Eddie Hall, you want to fight me? As I said in the pit, I said, "I'm going to kick your ass respectfully." So sign the contract and let's do it.
So, any response from him yet?
Not yet, but I do know Karate Combat loves the idea. I do know they are very willing to make it happen, and I believe they are gonna try to make it happen. I believe we're reaching out to them. We're gonna do everything we can. And Eddie Hall, if you're watching this, quit ducking me, quit running, son.
Let's go. By the way, so that could be super because he's a gigantic guy. I think he's like 315 or so.
I think he's like 415 or so.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what would you do? How big would you get?
I would say I have no prayer of ever being as strong as him, just like he has no prayer of ever beating me in a fight. No, I wouldn't try and get that big. I would be about what I was in this last fight, between 330, 340.
Eddie in the pants and those gloves, like that would be quite the scene.
Oh, it would be great. I tell you what, Eddie, if you sign the contract, you come out in your UK suspenders, and I'll have my American suspenders, and we'll see what happens.
So do you think it happens, or is that more of a pie in the sky?
I think it does. I think he's the type of guy to do it. I think I'm the type of guy. I mean, how nuts do I have to be to accept the fight against a guy like that? Like, I've had the thought, it's like, could he squeeze me into a submission? Like, literally, if he were to bear hug me, could he squeeze me hard enough where I would tap? I don't know, but I would like to find out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That would be something. And I think he's somewhat of a free agent. Like he could kind of do whatever he wants.
I get that feeling because he seems to have just done everything. Like his strongest man in the world days are behind him. He's still now just one of the strongest men in the world. And he's just been doing everything. I watch him and I watch everything. He's just a man of the people with a gift.
He was on my show last week and we got into this whole 100 versus 1 gorilla debate. And he said that just 2 of him could beat up a gorilla. And this created quite the reaction. What do you make of that statement?
All right. 2 of him versus a gorilla. So we've been talking about it all the time in Dubai. 100 men would crush a gorilla. Like, I don't think it's not a fair fight. My wife was saying, yeah, she by herself could beat a gorilla.
Oh my
said
God.
Gorillas don't know how to tap. They don't know how to defend a rear naked choke. He said she'd get on her back. Eddie Hall, he did. One of the Eddies would die. Maybe 2 could beat the gorilla, but one of the Eddies would be gone.
Okay. How many Sam Alveys?
More than 2. It would take a few. It would take a few Sam Alveys to get it done. We'll say 10 Sam Alveys could take
That's it, huh? No, I thought you were going to say 50, 60, just 10.
No, just I hit really hard. I've got a gift. I mean, I may not be able to concuss the girl, but I could break its jaw.
Yeah.
And make it not want to fight anymore.
Look what we just saw on Friday. That's a big boy right there.
Look at that. I do the whole little Alvey shuffle.
Do you think he was looking past you?
No, I didn't get that impression of him. He seemed to truly respect what I've done, who I am, and who I fought and beat in the past. I think he took me as seriously as anyone could. He just like a lot of people, especially recently, they just weren't ready for it.
Do you think he'll do karate combat again?
Yes, yeah. He is maybe the greatest kickboxer to have ever lived. The only 2 people you could argue the 2 people you could argue were better is Gokhan Saki and Henry Hoof, and they were his corners. There's no way he goes out like that. He's gonna fight one more time, at least one more time, maybe a lot more times, but he will go out on a win.
Last time we spoke about Uriah Hall, kind of trying to pick a fight with you. Is that a possibility if the Eddie Hall thing doesn't? You and the Halls, there's a lot of beef with the people last time Hall. It just occurred to me. Is he a possibility for your next one?
I've never said no to a fight. He's a great dude. I've met him a few times. A wonderful fighter. I'm in. You tell me who you want to fight, and the answer will always be yes. Like they want me to fight. Robellis is probably my next heavyweight title defense.
Ooh.
The dude's like, I don't know, 712 or something. 300 whatever pounds. He's a big dude too. And he's an Olympic gold medalist in karate, in taekwondo. But I'll sign that contract the moment they give it to me.
I love it. Where do you think you'll feel more comfortable, at 205 or 265 heavyweight?
Probably 205. I'll be more comfortable.
Yeah.
Probably. Them heavyweights, they get big.
Yeah.
Oh, they get so big. I know. I always think I'm a big guy until I see an actual big guy. It's like, oh, I guess I'm not that big. And like when I'm around Robellis, I've been around him once or twice. He's a big dude. And I think I will feel more comfortable, but I'm very happy to continue fighting and defending both titles.
Did they get new titles? Did Karate Combat redesign their titles?
Yes. I wish I had it with me. I've been taking the title to all my gyms today to show it off. So I don't have it with me right now. My wife has it. My kids taking it to school tomorrow. Yeah. But yeah, they redesigned it. So my first belt, I love what the first belt means. It means a lot to me. But it's as cheap as it looks. At this point, there's more glue on it from me gluing it back together than there is metal. But the quality of the belt was never the issue. But this new belt is slick.
Amazing.
This new belt I'll bet you it's 30 pounds and it lights up.
And I love that you're wearing the gold belt around your waist there. And I love the fact that your kids are bringing the belt to school.
Yep, they're bringing it to school. They're fighting with each other on who gets to bring it first.
That's amazing. The school okay with that?
What are they going to do? What are they?
Yeah, what are they going to do?
Stop me?
Yeah. By the way, is that a cat that I hear in the background?
Yeah, I got a couple of them. I got one kitty that's going to give birth today. It's supposed to.
Come on.
I've got here. I see him.
Let's see.
You're gonna here. Come here. Oh,
giving birth. Oh my God.
I've got a couple Sphinx cats.
This
one has one eye.
One eye. How'd that happen?
Birth defect.
Okay.
Came out and
where's all its hair?
It's a Sphinx.
It's a Sphinx. Okay, that's like I've seen that in what's it called, in Austin Powers.
Yeah, Mr.
Bigglesworth.
Bigglesworth, yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Bigglesworth.
Oh my God, you like the hairless cats?
I love them. They feel like felt. Yeah.
Wow. Are they all like that?
Yeah, I've got 3 of them, and then one of them is going to give birth today.
Giving birth.
It'll be today or tomorrow. But.
And how does that work? Does she just give birth in the house, or what do you do? I've never experienced this.
Yeah, just give birth. Shoot, my wife gave birth in the house. Cats are going to give birth in the house.
Oh my gosh. Wait, how many kids do you have? 6, 7?
I've got 6 kids, yeah.
6. Your wife gave birth to all of them in your house?
No, just one of them, just the last one.
Okay. Why was that? It was too...
We did a home birth.
Okay,
yeah,
okay. You planned on this?
Yeah, we planned on this last one.
The
other ones we had a hospital for, but
one
of them was adopted. But
would you prefer, home or hospital?
Home. And now it's not important what I prefer because it's,
Sure.
I'm gonna be playing Pokemon on my phone when she's giving birth anyways. But she said she much preferred the home birth. Actually, my wife is in school now to be a midwife.
Wow.
Like she's helping other people give birth at home all the time right now. She said the problem with the doctor's office is you're not allowed or given food for the entire time we've been there. Whether you're there for 24 hours or 2 hours, you're not given anything to eat but ice chips. Said at home, you're at home. You can do whatever you want.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I also know that you've been, you were sort of banging the drum on the Jake Paul fight. Do you think you're getting closer to it now with this success?
I think this success is putting me further away from it. I think when I was leaving the UFC is when Jake Paul would have liked to have fought me.
Okay, so now it's no longer on your radar.
I would take that. Like I said, you put a contract in front of me, I want it. I think Eddie Hall is more likely to sign a contract than Jake Paul is to fight me, though.
Okay. By the way, and you always have a good take on the state of the game. How do you feel about the current state of MMA as a business? I said recently that I felt like the business of MMA was in a bit of a recession because there just weren't a ton of options out there in MMA specific. I'm not talking about the karate combats of the world. I'm talking
right.
MMA options for MMA fighters. How do you feel about it?
We kind of talked about this last time. I'm optimistic. I think the promotions are starting to figure out, don't compete with the UFC. Do your own thing. BKFC does it. Karate Combat's doing it. PFL is getting, they're trying to not to with the tournament format, but tournament format is so hard to do if you don't do it all in one night. And then ONE FC is doing, I don't know, whatever they're doing overseas.
Yeah.
I wish I could watch more ONE FC, but they're just all at like 1 a.m, and I don't want to be up then.
Yeah. I feel like you would be a great fit for Ryzen. I feel like they would love you over in Japan.
Yeah, in Japan, fighting in Japan is a goal of mine. Like every fighter wants to fight in Japan because that's where pride started. That's where some of the biggest and best names in fighting have ever been. So I would love the opportunity to fight over there. Hopefully, Karate Combat gets over there. They tend to travel the world, so I would love the opportunity.
When's your next one?
Hopefully soon. I'm going to take a couple days and eat whatever I want.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to start dieting back down to 205 because I assume that'll be my next one.
What's the big cheat meal when you get home? Like, what's the thing that you look forward to?
Cereal. Yes. There's not a thing on this planet that's as bad for you as cereal, and so you can't eat it most of your life. And so I will eat boxes of it. Lucky Charms with the Crunch Berries is my favorite.
Okay.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is on that list. Golden. I like a good Golden Graham. You almost feel healthy while eating it.
Sure. Honey Nut Cheerios?
I do like Honey Nut Cheerios. It's Honey Nut Cheerios. You can almost justify eating at other points.
Yes.
Because it's like honey's good for you.
Yes.
Nuts, yeah.
Do you give it to your kids?
No, I try not to. We usually have a box of cereal in here if I can't get up early enough to make them breakfast.
Yeah.
We try not to. We keep cereal limited.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like you'll go ham on cereal.
Yeah, I haven't yet today, but it is my plan. I've got to pick up the kids from school here not too long. I'm probably going to stop and get 2 or 3 boxes.
Good for you. All right, well, I'll let you do that. Congratulations on the big win. It's amazing to see what you've been able to do as of late, and that was really impressive stuff. So well done, Sam. Appreciate you, and congrats again. Looking forward to the next one.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and we'll chat again as soon as the next one's lined up.
All right, looking forward to it. There he is, the smiling one, Sam Alvey, with another big win, and this time calling out Eddie Hall. They should go for that. What do you guys think? Eddie Hall versus Sam Alvey? Anyone
I'm down.
in?
No, I'm down. I think.
Could you imagine?
I can.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I'll tell you this.
What are you eating over there?
Cereal.
Carrot.
Okay.
You caught me. That's why it was a little slow.
No problem. Yeah, go
Eddie
ahead.
Hall.
Take your time.
There. Eddie Hall fighting Sam Alvey.
Yeah.
More fathomable than Sam Alvey knocking out Tyrone Spong. So he's already accomplished the impossible.
Were you shocked?
Yeah. Were you crazy? I've seen Tyrone Spong hit a man so hard that I thought he wasn't going to get up.
Yes, I remember that. Crazy.
Yeah. Could not believe that. When we were in Times Square and you showed me that, I was like, what the like my mind was blown.
What a turnaround. Top 5 pound for pound cereals.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That one could get contentious. I love it.
What's number 1?
Special K.
Reese's Puffs.
Special K is such a classic Rick pick.
I love
touches
Special
those.
K.
So it's just like a
number
a
one by
decent
far.
cereal, run of the mill cereal.
The rice flakes. It's just you can't touch it.
What was yours, Frank?
Honey Bunches of Oats with almonds.
Also, whack.
Just like
It's
Whack?
good.
Oh.
It's
Wow.
good. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I agree.
But it's like
good.
you can't give that to a kid. You give that to
Why
a
not?
kid.
Is it my taste or is it a kid?
Literally
Am I
got as
asking
much
what a
sugar
kid
as
wants, or are
anything.
you
Just
saying what are the
just
top
like
5
what-
pound for pound?
Like
That's the litmus test for how
Well,
good a cereal is.
yes.
What you could give to
Yeah.
a kid.
kind of.
Reese's Puffs, number one for me, no doubt.
Lucky Charms then, because it's
Lucky
the most
Charms,
colorful.
Captain
Hey
Crunch
kids, how do you
Captain
like
Crunch
candy for breakfast?
with the crunch berries.
with the Crunch Berries.
Who eats it for breakfast? Grow up. This is cereal's become a dessert for me.
Frosted Flakes,
Yo, Frosted Flakes are good.
Fruity Pebbles.
No.
I used to
I'm going
I just
Cocoa.
love the idea of grow up. And then it's like
Cocoa-
I'm eating cereal for dessert.
Cocoa Puffs.
Grow up.
Cocoa Puffs.
Tricks.
Tricks are for kids.
They're
Tricks
okay.
before they changed them from just the balls to like
Yeah.
old school.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Elite.
Goated.
Shout out.
Get the milk afterward.
Goated.
Corn Pops.
No.
Special K. It's always
off,
going to be
Frank.
Special K.
Corn Pops are great.
Can I give you a
Say,
couple other ones that I really used to love?
Apple Jacks?
I used to love oatmeal squares.
Mm.
When I
That's
was
a cereal?
when I was older, like I'm talking 2004, 2005, thinking it was somewhat healthy. Little squares.
They're never healthy. Oh gosh,
Mini
these are
wheats?
just like
Nice.
pads
Yeah.
of wheat.
By the way, I
Oh,
was a
these look like
big fan of puffins. Have you ever had
Oh
puffins?
yeah,
So you're saying all these and you're criticizing my
special.
special
Because I
K.
was
These sound
I was
organic.
trying to be. I thought I was being healthy.
There was that
By the way-
that time where it was like actually cereal can be pretty healthy.
Yes, yes.
Honey Nut Cheerios are like it lowers cholesterol.
No, you know what was
but
the number?
your blood sugar spikes.
You know what was the number one during that time? Kashi.
Oh,
When
yeah.
Kashi
Oh,
came
yeah.
out,
was-
everybody
Kashi
was
go
like,
lean.
"Oh, this is the healthiest thing that's ever existed.
yeah. By
Let's
the
get some
way-
Kashi."
Yes.
Magic Spoon. Get at us. We'd love to have you as a
Frank,
sponsor.
Frank.
Yeah, another fake healthy cereal.
What's
shout
Magic Spoon? What's Magic Spoon?
out.
Never mind.
It's like protein, healthy.
Oh.
Chael
healthy.
was,
It's like the new
was-
Puffins. And
Chael
Yeah.
was a big spokesperson for them for a little bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magic Spoon. Never heard of them.
Raisin Bran Crunch.
well,
guys.
hopefully
Bran
they
Crunch.
stop watching after they heard my little,
Yeah.
Gotta have the crunch. You guys ever had Wheaties?
yeah.
Oh, of course.
Not
They are ass.
Wait, you've
What
never
about
had
mini
Wheaties?
wheats?
Oh wait.
Frosted mini
Frosted mini wheats aren't bad. I'd prefer a flavor over just the frosted.
I could picture Helwani buying Wheaties all day because
Like-
of the athletes on the box.
No, but it tasted like crap.
Oh,
Like,
you're saying it's just not good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I don't remember if I liked it or not. I don't
No,
think
Look
it
at the
was
Gain cereal.
very-
Cocoa or fruity pebbles for you guys?
it's fruity.
I was a
Cocoa.
I was
Yeah,
a
I'm a
big
Cocoa.
I was a big fruity guy. I'll tell you two other under the radar really solid ones in my opinion. Count Chocula,
Eh.
no. Cookie Crisp,
Cookie
So-
Crisp
no,
was
no.
straight up cookies for breakfast.
Yeah.
It was great.
Those
Yeah, I
those
love
were
a
not
good Cookie
cookies.
Crisp.
Don't try to tell me those were cookies.
No.
Those
No,
were
I know.
Cookies.
Trash.
I was also 10
no,
years
he
old.
said cookies for breakfast. That was not a
Down
cookie.
for Cookie Crisp.
Trash.
Now,
Trash.
now, can I tell you when I was older, my go-to, not like
Raisin Bran.
no, it was worse. It was worse, but it just had to be done, and that was Fiber One.
Oh wow.
Wow,
that-
had to be done.
This is in the Kashi.
All right,
like,
regular-
No, but it was awful. But it
the
was
zeitgeist of all the shit.
Regular
stories
Wani
you
over
told
here.
us.
it's just there was a good stretch where I had to go to CVS to get the
Drink
Fiber
Pedialyte
One.
as well, or
Did anyone ever have Oreo O's?
no?
That was hot. Honeycomb
Yeah.
Honeycomb, not bad.
Apple
with the
Jacks.
crazy mascot, Apple Jacks, the
My-
Cinestick.
By the
my
way,
guy, Chris Manning, shout out Chris, sent me a picture of what looks like a heinous cereal called Truly cereal, French Canadian protein cereal.
oh,
It's like
seems
purple.
seems up my alley.
Sounds horrible.
Anybody ever have
Looks
Honey
disgusting.
Smacks? Those were like kind of like an
Oh.
off
That would-
path with the frog on it.
The frog.
frog, yeah.
Shout out to the
Yeah.
frog.
My favorite
Shout out to
cereal,
Honey
Soylent Green.
I looked up. I forgot.
No, didn't land.
I forgot Fiber One's name, so I just Googled Fiber cereal, and that's the first one that came up. But now I've just learned that there's actually a cereal called Poop Like a Champion. Who wants
so
to
you've
eat that?
upgraded from Fiber One to
Who wants
Fiber,
to eat that?
Fiber One legit looks like dog food.
It is dog food. It tastes like dog food too, but it's
Like,
just
you
like I
couldn't
said.
just eat like some broccoli and make like psyllium husks, like a fiber powder.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
trying to get the whole control room on it. No one wants in.
That's like
on that
Metamucil.
magnesium,
That's like
I'm good.
Metamucil.
Yeah. Every
Yeah.
night.
What about cricket?
You do
powder?
Metamucil every night?
Not Metamucil, just psyllium fiber husks. That's it.
For as long
One
as I can
ingredient.
remember, I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this. My dad has drank Metamucil every night for as long as I can. For
Greatest
like
thing
40
that I ever
years.
did. Greatest thing I ever did was get on fiber.
Yeah. Another one that I liked was Cascadian Farms hearty morning fiber.
What
the
I swear to God.
I believe you. I believe you. I'm just saying.
Are
these
you
all
their
just
only customer?
horrible
Nobody's ever heard of this.
I just
Did
feel like,
you
like,
invent
eat
this?
fruit at night. Like,
Okay, I
now
figured
makes
it out.
sense. Oh, yeah.
Helwani is starting a cereal brand, and he's just promoting it.
swear
By
to God, I'm
pretending that
looking
he-
at
no one
these.
could ever claim that you're full
There
of
it
shit.
is.
There it
Poop
is.
like a
Poop like a
champion.
champion. Ultra fiber cereal. I love that you're just like, I need to get some more fiber in
Yes.
my diet.
When
Why
you
don't
look
I
at the
turn to
box-
processed cereal?
I
When he,
can't
like, active
wait till we get a
ingredients.
picture of Helwani on the box. I can't wait till he's just on the
Where he's
cover
doing the
smiling.
finger thing like he does when he poses with
Is,
people. For
is poop like a champion made by Magic Spoon? It looks
well,
like
if
the
they
same
are,
font.
get at us. We're a big fan.
23 grams of protein of fiber is tremendous.
That's heinous.
You want to know the worst one of all time that I did dabble? All brand buds.
Oh, those are horrible.
All brand buds is dog / like bird food.
Fuck me. Even the marketing for it just looks.
There it is.
Freebasing your damn cereal.
It looks so bad. It looks so bad.
Yeah, the Raisin Bran clusters one. That was a good one. Oh, there was also the Raisin Bran high fiber that was tremendous.
You're a big high fiber guy, eh?
Then there was a period where I went into the Irish cut steel oats.
Yeah.
Remember that period?
That was oats, man.
You guys remember that?
No,
period?
I don't remember that period, but I like oats.
This reminds me of when I was when I was an intern at HBO, living at the 92nd Street Y. You all think it's fun and games. You've got to make choices. And I'm hanging out in the communal bathroom with Giorgio and Alexi and all these guys who are like 50 and 60 years old. You got to take something.
Is this the vignette story or?
No, this is a different one.
Oh, okay. I get him confused.
No, why? Have I told this one already? You guys want to go see Ballerina tonight?
It's on June 6th. I love the pinky while you're talking shit. Talk your shit.
The best part of that shit talk is that only like 5 people understood it.
Yes, the old people in the fucking control room. The fact that you remembered it was called Ballerina is kudos to you.
Thank you. All right, gents. In a matter of moments, our final guest of the day, and what a day it has been, and what a show we have planned for tomorrow. But more on that to come. In a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by a man who made some kind of history just a couple of weeks ago, becoming once again the UFC featherweight champion, defying the odds on several different fronts. And like I said in the Monday after the victory, it was inspiring. It was inspiring to see Alex Volkanovski dust himself off, work his way back, and do so by spitting in the face of all the doubters, not literally, of course, but everyone who said, oh, you're over 35, historically that doesn't work. Oh, you just got stopped a couple times, historically that doesn't happen. He checked off all the boxes. He went in there in Miami. He defeated Diego Lopes, and now, once again, he is the reigning defending UFC featherweight champion. And it's 6:30 in the morning, so let's not waste any time and say hello to Alex the Great Volkanovski. There he is. The man himself. I have to do it every time, Alex. I'm so sorry. But just the fact that you come on at this hour means the world. So thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. I know you're going to tell me you wake up early with the kids and all that. You probably don't want to talk to me at 6:30 in the morning, and you still do it. So thank you so much.
No worries at all, mate. No worries at all.
All right.
I'm used to it. Obviously, I know I get the whole time zone thing, so I'm all good with it.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. I rewatched your post-fight press conference, the interviews that you did in the immediate aftermath of the victory, and you kept saying it hasn't sunk in yet. It hasn't settled in. Maybe in due time, what I just accomplished will settle in. I'm assuming now, less than a month later, 3 or so weeks later, it has settled in. And if so, how do you feel about what you accomplished a few weeks ago in Miami?
I don't know if it has.
Wow.
I don't know if it's just. I think it's just. I'm not too fussed about it. I guess the whole. Winning being champion again and all that type of stuff. I guess I just, I don't like it saying it like this, but care too much about that. There's so much more things that I sort of enjoy with what happened, right? Define all the odds, as you said, and things like that. I think that stuff means more, even just the support coming back, and then all the people that have been backing me from the start, and then just to see the smiles on their faces for me getting it done, and just things like that mean so much more to me. Even going into that fight, you know how I always am. We talk about defying the odds and all that. But I've always go into fights and I try and, even if I'm not the underdog, I'm like, I try and find reasons to be the underdog, if that makes sense. People doubted me, counted me out. I've just always done that. I don't know why. I guess I've just always been the underdog growing up. So I've wanted to use that through my whole career. So I always look for things I don't know if it's underdog mentality. I don't know what it is, but I always look for things to put me there. But it's just good because this time I didn't have to. I didn't have to look for anything because it was all pretty much fact. Like people in my situation before that fight just don't get that done. Coming off 2 KO losses and things like that, it just does not happen. So it was for me to be in that position and have all these people supporting me. They were worried themselves, but I felt like they were a part of that journey with me. It's hard to explain. Everyone's always supported me, but this time it was more than that. It was like they were very emotionally connected. And to see the smiles on their faces when I come back, bringing the belt back home to them, to people that I care about, even just supporters. I've even seen a few of the random supporters, their emotions through the process. I just feel like I've done it for everyone else as well because I don't really care. It's weird. It's hard to explain. I'm not too fussed about being champion again, but I think it's just the story around it is what's really important. I guess that still hasn't properly sunk in either.
Did it not feel like when you were fighting in the past and defending the title and beating all these guys, did it feel more of a personal thing? And this time it felt like it was bigger than you, that you were inspiring your country, people who are told they can't do, people who are older. Like, did you feel like you were doing something even greater than you had in the past?
Yeah, I think so. I think definitely more this time. I would never say that I always did it for more of a personal thing. I guess it was just go there, win it, and then on to the next. Because it was my goal. I was chasing these goals, and on to the next. I guess it was that. I would always do it for my family, winning and being successful for my family. I guess that's always been the case. But I know doing it for the people, supporting me. I guess I've always done that a little bit, but this was a whole nother level this time. It was just, I think, just because I've always wanted to set a good example. I feel like I do that with who I am. But to be able to be in this situation and, I think a lot of people, talk about adversity being a privilege and all that. And, a lot of people really understood what I was trying to say there. And, I know, I felt like it was a great message, and a lot of people can get a lot of stuff out of that. Hello, darling.
Who do we got here?
We've got Rain. Poor darling's a little sick at the moment, so she's all right though. Hey.
And by the way, congratulations, number 4 coming up. That video was tremendous. Kudos to you for posting the video. I mean, well done.
I mean, like have a bit of a laugh. Obviously, I was expecting it to be a girl. I was like, I'm destined for girls, and that's fine. I'm a girl dad. But I was like, oh man, and then I'm just like, couldn't believe it. I'm like, how does that happen? Like 4 times in a row, you know what I mean? Like, but anyway, all good. Happy. Obviously, I'm going to be very happy no matter, what it was. But I'd be lying if I was saying I wasn't hoping it would be a boy. But very happy that it's a girl. It's fine.
Historically, I have learned that the toughest human beings always seem to have girls. I think Cael Sanderson had a bunch of girls, Mark Coleman. So I think that says something about you as well. That adversity is a privilege line. Golly, what a freaking line. Did you think of that on the spot, or is that like a mantra? Is that something that was told you beforehand?
Yeah, it was just something that I just said. Like, I wasn't even planning on saying it. It was it's funny because I thought I just said it after the fight, and then I realized I watched one of the videos while I'm walking around, warming up, and I was saying stuff. I ended up saying it backstage. I didn't realize I actually said it because you hear me walk around, and because that's when I was talking about, I'd say out loud. I always walk around and be like, "There's no way they're taking the belt away from my family," and so I was doing a similar thing. Like, I promised my girls I'm bringing the belt back, and then in my head I'm like, who cares about bringing the belt back? You know what I mean? Like bringing a shiny gold thing back. That's nothing. I mean, like me being in this position and rising to the occasion and, getting through this adversity is what that's what I want to teach my kids and the younger generation, or that's what counts. And then so I sort of thought that in my head, and I'm like, adversity. And then I just like sort of walk away and I'm like, it's a privilege, you know what I mean? I'm like, I said it something like that, and I'm like, oh, I didn't realize I said that earlier. So it was pretty cool. I guess it was something that was in my head through that process, like on the night. Because I'd be lying if you talk about why is it hard to come back from this situation. The most proud thing that I am is probably getting back from the 2 knockouts. The 35-year-old curse and all that type of stuff, that's just a number. You know what I mean? Like I've always said I was different. You know what I mean? I've always said I'm different. I don't care. Like, people can, whatever. But then the 2 knockouts coming off the knockout losses, that's something that scientifically can sort of be proven almost that, it is hard to come back from that, confidence levels and easier, to get knocked out and things like that. And I'll be lying if I wasn't thinking of that. You know what I mean? I'm pretty good at not letting it break me, but at the same time, it's still a thought that's there. And for me to, get through that and, get through that adversity as well, of even just, trying to stay confident. And even when the confidence wasn't there, just stay on path and just do what you had to do. Like, you know what I mean? Even when things were telling you like, oh, this ain't going good, you know what I mean? Like, shut up, you know what I mean? I can't, and just do what you had to do anyway. Quite proud of that. I mean, I'll eventually get more into that in time. But yeah, for me to get through that and, you hear people talking about it and, where like a lot of people, that's what they say, right? They lose confidence and, they just struggle after KOs, and it's a thing. You know what I mean? I'll tell you right now, it's a thing. And for me I think it was great for me to get through that, me even to get hit, even for me to get dropped. I'm glad that I was able to get through that, because that's just going to help me even more going forward. Now I can be like, hey, you're not just going to go to sleep as soon as you get touched. You know what I mean? Like, so that's pretty cool. And again, that was probably something I'm most proud of through this whole process.
By the way, when you say that, I'm probably going to get more into that in due time. What are you referring to there? It feels like there's more there. So I'd be remiss if I don't ask that.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, like, again, like, when we're talking about that sort of stuff, like, there's obviously a lot more details. But I mean, yeah, that's something that I guess I can save that for later. And
Okay.
I don't really know what to do. Again, it's it ain't easy being in that position, and like an easy way of putting this is, I'm usually rock solid. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a problem solver. Even if there's adversity in the cage, I'm usually pretty rock solid. Where I'm like, don't let that get to me. And I just focus on what's ahead. You know what I mean? I was battling. I wasn't just battling Diego Lopes in there. You know what I mean? So it was a lot going through the head while we're going at it. So it was but for me to get through it was pretty good. But again, I won't get too much.
Sure, I understand. And was that?
I mean, I guess that's cool. That stuff, I guess I could save for.
Sure.
If they're ever, when I guess my channel, maybe, selfishly.
I get it.
Or maybe if there was documentaries or anything like that, you can really get into the details. I think that's stuff that people would really want to hear. So sorry. But I mean, I think you get the gist.
No, I get it totally. Just have to ask when that door is open. Could I ask, were you starting to doubt yourself on fight week? Were any of those doubts there? How was your confidence?
Not really. So obviously, I mean, there's always going to be doubts. You're always going to go, even when I say I'm rock solid, I've always been rock solid. That doesn't mean doubts are never there. But I was very good at, like, whatever. I don't like it. I was about to say voices, but I mean, that doesn't sound good if you say voices. But those doubts and everything else, pretty good at just being like, you can stay over there. I'm not going to listen. I don't care. You might be in the room, but you're quiet. I don't care about you. So like they're always going to be there. But yeah, it's again, I don't want to get too much into it.
Okay.
But it's Yeah, they're always going to be there. But I mean, fight week, it was, I guess, is the same as normal. Like I'm pretty good at while you're getting them doubts. That's right. I've got to do this. This is what I need to do, and things like that. And I can sort of brush that off. So it wasn't too bad. Fight week, even back in the backstage, but in your Ilya to Poirier fight, and this one, it was different.
There was some talk afterwards that you may have broken your hand very early in the fight. What is the status?
Yeah, no break.
No break. Great.
But, he's got a hard head. So it was pretty busted. But yeah, I mean, you're always going to get banged up hands, but it's fine. But I thought it was. But I mean, it was pretty painful. But it wasn't long till I usually know when I've broken something. So at the end, I was like, oh yeah, I'm not sure. I go, could be. I'll get it checked. And then the next day, I was like, okay, it's not broken. I'm pretty sure it's not broken. Still painful. But I mean, don't have ligaments and all that in my hand anyway. Like it just flops around, like literally, like
wow.
It's but that's just normal. So it's fine.
And your face has healed up quite nicely. I mean, I saw that video that you posted the next day, and there were some marks there. You look great.
Yeah. It was I was pretty banged up, mate. Like I was asked straight after the fight, did Diego hit hard? And I'm just like, oh man, like obviously they. When you're putting everything in every shot, it's gonna be hard. But he must have hit hard because I'll be honest, I was in some pain for a good week. You know what I mean? So there's a couple of other little things that I need to take care of right now. But yeah, he's I guess he's pretty solid. He does hit hard. It's weird because even his style, like sometimes when he's punching, it doesn't look like it's the most textbook punches, but yeah, he does some damage. And as you can see on the face, I wore it. You can see it.
So when you talk about all of that, I'm reminded of when we spoke before the fight, and you said like, I want to be active. I'll jump right back in there and fight Movsar, and then I'll fight again in 2025. You were asked some of these questions in the immediate aftermath, but here we are about a month later. How do you think this plays out? When do you foresee trying to come back?
No, I definitely going again this year. As I said, I wanted to try and get straight back into it, but just not allowed. So but that's just going to have to wait a little bit. But I mean, I think look, you got straight after the fight, people were mentioning Yair Rodriguez. Obviously, all camp or like before the fight, I'm talking about Mosvar, and obviously he's in a position where. And if you look at who deserves the most, being undefeated, and who he's fought and ranking, I don't know. What's he ranked now? Would he be ranked right up there? He should be, but I don't know how it is.
He's Max is 1, Diego 2, Ilya 3 still, Yair 4, Movsar tied for 4 somehow, or 5. They're both 4.
So they're tied. Yair and Movsar.
Yeah.
Okay. So so they're both in that same position. Obviously, I fought Yair. It's weird because I like Yair, and so when he was calling for it, before the fight, I wasn't really expecting it. I was like, didn't expect, like you had like, if Pitbull won, I'm sure he would call for the shot. Maybe the UFC would maybe want it. And then like who else was there? Yeah, or Mosvar. Like I thought they were like pretty much the only options. I thought it'd be pretty clear. But then Yair won, and then he was calling out. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I don't want to be the guy to turn Yair down because I like the guy. You know what I mean? So I don't want to rob him of an opportunity if that comes forth. So we'll see what the UFC bring forward. But again, I do like that, undefeated record that, I'd love to take that 0, especially for legacy and where I'm at. You're taking out an undefeated guy, you still say, I don't know how old he is, but he's still that younger generation, younger than me anyway. And, that rest of like that sort of different style as well, going out there taking, because I'm sure, when it's all said and done, Movsar I think is still going to be up there. I can see him being a problem for a while, and I go take him out. And he keeps building his resume. To have that name on my resume would be good. So I definitely want to take that 0. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, this was his tweet in the immediate aftermath. Congratulations on an excellent performance. You're a true champion. Now let's see what your word is worth. Tagging you there. So it sounds to me like he would be your top choice if it was up to you.
Yeah. Of course, he was my top choice going into the before the fight and after. But again, I just feel bad. I'm too nice. That's what I want.
Yeah.
But then I feel bad for Yair when I'm just like, I've already fought him. But you know what I mean? It's a tricky one. But I don't want to say no because I like the guy. But again, for my legacy, what makes sense? It's definitely Mosva. But again, we'll see what the UFC want. We'll chat to them and we'll see what that date works out like. Obviously, again, there's a couple of little things that we've got to take care of, and then we'll find a date and whoever it is.
What I find
obviously everyone knows I'm not scared of nobody. So, but I mean, we'll see what the UFC brings forward.
What I find interesting is if you just kind of look at the upcoming schedule, they've already announced in July they're going to New Orleans for Dustin Poirier's title fight, or excuse me, BMF fight, retirement fight. August sounds like it's going to be Pereira against Ankalaev. September is this Noche UFC card, which unless you're fighting a year, I don't know if it makes sense, and I don't know if it's fair to you to go to Mexico. And then we're getting into October, Abu Dhabi. Are you going to fight Movsar there? I'm worried that you'll only get one more this year when you were hoping for 3, and that'll be back into the year.
Yeah, I mean, getting 3 in is going to be trickier than I thought now.
Yeah.
That's something I definitely wanted to do. So that's why I'm like, I said that I was going to do this. But then you're like, I'm not that active guy. I said, but then I'm like, even if I fight later this year, I mean, that's just normal, right? Like I think I'm used to how regularly I usually want to fight, and I'm making that like the standard. I'm like, no, me fighting even at the end of the year is pretty much a standard, if not still reasonably active. You know what I mean? So it's but I mean, again, you go into the fight, you're hoping that you don't come out with any injuries and things you need to look after. So, but that's the sort of the situation. Was, as I said, there's a couple of little nigglies. Again, my hand's all right. Just a couple of other things.
On the Monday after the fight, I was a little surprised. I had John Silva on the show, and he had a great win.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked, obviously, what's next. And he said he wanted a title shot and laid out a case as to why he should be next. Did you hear that? And if so, what did you think of that?
I didn't hear that. But, I mean, he's another guy. Like, obviously, he's not ranked there yet. But, I mean, he can't be far off it. Like, what he's doing, he's you can see him tracking real quick to get there. So it's just tricky. Like, imagine if you're like, I like him too. He's actually a good dude as well.
You got to be meaner, Alex.
So
okay, you got to be meaner.
Yeah,
Stop worrying about these guys.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, it's just again, at the end of the day, I'll just fight whoever. But what makes sense? I need to. I've always been like that. I like just what makes sense, and fighting. So I don't even know if he's ranked. He should be ranked now, right? Is he ranked?
Yeah, he is ranked. Well, he's 11.
Yeah, exactly. So it's it's not a hard sell in the case that people are hyped up about him, but everyone knows what I've always been about. You earn your shot next in line. I've always been a big believer in that, and obviously the UFC, with how they are, like obviously it's not just rankings that gets your title shot. It is more than that. I've never really played too much into that. I mean, whoever earns it, that's how I've earned, not given. I've always said that, right? And that's always, I'm a big believer of that. So it's just hard for me to not want to give Mosvar the chance when you know that, he should be next, right? Like so it's hard. And then just giving guys that are ranked, 11, it's just, it goes against what I've always wanted to do. But again, I like everybody, so I don't want to turn anyone down.
I get that as well, and that's what makes you so special. I was wondering before the fight, given the fact that you told us that some of those, hey, life is okay, why go through all of this? Should I just call it a day? Thoughts were creeping in before all of this came to fruition. Was there any part of you, any sort of thought that if for whatever reason it didn't go your way in Miami, that would be it for you, that you would call it a career?
I guess I didn't look at it that deep enough. There was, how I talk about there's always going to be doubts. You're always going to have, doubts creeping in. That would only go as far as, what if you get caught? I I didn't let it go any deeper than that. I didn't let it be like, oh, you're going to retire and stuff like that. But so I guess I would have had to wait. But yeah, if I was to get knocked out again or something like that, I'm not going to do that to my family, you know what I mean? So I'm sure I would have been thinking real hard of, there could have been a good chance if I was to get knocked out in that cage, hang up the gloves, definitely. Because, my family, obviously, they're like waiting for me to hang up the gloves and that. And I'm like, oh, no, come on, we're all right. We're a little bit more. Come on. So,
Would your wife like you to retire now? Is she ever saying this to you?
Yeah, she's sort of like, all right, you got it back now. Like, what are you doing? I'm like, nah, come on. Especially championship money. You know what I mean? Like, it's you got to capitalize on that.
I get that. 100%. And the one fight. Go ahead.
Sorry, and just like again, like you talk about the adversities, and again, I didn't want to get too much into it. I want to, again, I've always been rock solid. I want to, I want to get like, I want to work around that, whether I use that as a challenge, for myself to be like, all right, we can, let's make this all right again. You know what I mean? I don't know, again, I don't want to get too much into it, but again, a lot goes through the head. I want to, the doubts and all that type of stuff. You're not as confident. The confidence isn't exactly where it needs to be. I want to go out there and be like,
you're the man.
I've got
you're back.
Yeah, exactly.
All good.
Yeah, exactly.
You told us that you cut out the cheat meals, the drinking, all that stuff. Did you allow yourself to have a little fun the last few weeks?
Yeah. Well, man, I don't think I went that crazy, but I put on a few kilos. So, I got real used to them 6-pack. I was like, even straight after, I'm like, or even actually maybe before and after it, I didn't eat too much straight after the fight. I couldn't eat because of the stitches in my mouth. But I'm like, I'm just going to make sure I stay lean, and I want to keep this 6-pack. I really enjoyed that 6-pack. I was very, very lean for this one. I was like, man, I'm going to keep dieting, but that sort of went out the window. But I'm going to bring it back. I'm back to dieting again, but I want them cheese grater abs like I had last time. I need them back. You know what I mean? Especially if I'm going to do any photo shoots and all that. I couldn't keep my shirt on for the last for the last 6 weeks of camp. Enjoyed that. You know what I mean? I ain't usually full of myself, but every fight camp, like the last couple of weeks when you start really getting lean, the shirt comes off quite a bit.
Yeah.
But this time it was like 6 weeks out of that shirt was coming off. But I mean, I wouldn't mind, 24/7 all year round, not being okay with getting that shirt off whenever. So I'm going to try and stay a little bit leaner. So during the week, diet, weekends, enjoy yourself. But I didn't go too crazy, but yeah, I've been eating.
Can I tell you something that I love? I love how Cristiano Ronaldo seems to be such a big fan of yours and really truly care about you. That footage came out after the second Islam fight where he went to Izzy and was asking about you. And then I see one of the top things after, one of your victory posts is Cristiano Ronaldo showing you props. Do you have a relationship with him?
I've chatted to him here and there. Obviously, he's a busy man. I'd love to chat to him all the time, but I don't want to be a pest.
Sure.
But I mean, yeah, he's great. Like you could see exactly what you said. You could see, him asking how I was doing.
Yeah.
After that fight, obviously, it was that that time I was a little bit emotional and vulnerable. So he was just checking up on me, which was cool to see. Then I was chatting to him. He really wanted me to fight in Saudi Arabia, and. But yes, I've kept little chats with him. But see, that was awesome. It's just to know that he was keeping an eye on it as well. Like I want to see, I want to watch Volk's fight. And he's back. The champ's back. You know what I mean? Like he actually not just cool. You won the champ. Like he obviously understood the story. He knows that come off 2 KO losses. Big break, can he bounce back? And he knows I was away, and then to get it back, it's like, oh, the champ is back. Like, how good is that? Like, that he understands the story. So it's not like he's just, oh, you won, oh, cool, how good. Congratulations on the champ. It's like he knows that last year or two, whatever journey, and I don't know. I think it feels like he does care. Like what you said, like it does seem that way. So that's cool. I mean, he's one of the most. It doesn't get much more famous than that when it comes to sportsmen. You know what I mean? So it's pretty cool, especially when you could imagine how much he's got on his plate, and for him to be at least keeping a little eye. I wouldn't say a close eye, but keeping an eye on my career it's incredible. You get a lot of people, everyone's, there's so many Ronaldo fans. So a lot of my mates and family seeing Ronaldo comment, they're like, what? They're like blowing out. Like, what, are you serious? And I'm like, yeah, man, it's pretty cool.
I love the way it all works because right after your win, the Australian boxer Tim Tszyu posted a message that you had sent to him. He lost to Sebastian Fundora. He then lost his subsequent rebound fight. And this is your DM to him, telling him essentially, I'm paraphrasing, that like, you'll be back, no problem. Just again, shows the type of person that you are. But what compelled you in that moment to send that to him?
Oh man, just we know how it can be. Like, people are, he's still young, still a great fighter, and it's only natural for you to get a couple losses and everyone doubt you, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, he's done and dusted, and because he was there's a lot of hype, and then all of a sudden that can go so quick, and that can knock people a bit. I mean, he's a pretty strong. He's strong mentally in that anyway. But I want to let him know, it's like, hey, like, don't worry about it. This is adversity is a privilege, right? Like, I know the type of guy you are. You challenging yourself like the way you did, and that's why you're getting these losses, because you're actually challenging yourself, taking fights that people wouldn't do. But that guy that challenges himself, because you've been doing that throughout your career, and that's who you are. I know you're going to bounce back. This is going to be another challenge and a bit of adversity that I know you're going to rise through. So, like, don't worry about it. And that's what I was trying to explain to him. Like, oh, yeah, look, you challenge yourself and you pull up short. Don't let that get to you. I'm sure everyone's going to, knock you down and think you're done. But, hey, because that's who you've been your whole career, that's how I know you're going to bounce back. So get back to what you got to do, and I'll see you on top soon. And we're both in a similar situation, right? Like, I was there, and, like, I was thinking the same thing. Like, people are doubting me. They have every right, right? I said that. I'm not angry that people are doubting me. They have every right to doubt me. Like, but with my situation, I had more things against me. I'm like age and then just to see people like just think, oh yeah, Tim's done. I'm like, what? He's young, challenged himself. What, now you think he's done? Like, you can't bounce back from that? Like, what do you like? That's not how my world works. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not how it works. Like, but I understand people think that, but for me, if you've got the right mindset, I don't care what's happened in the past. Like, you can change that depending on each individual. And he's again, like, I think he won the week before.
Yeah, just a few days before.
He's coming off coming off two losses, a little decent break, bounce back. And then, same me. So we're sort of on the same sort of journey together, similar journey. So it's pretty cool. But that's. I just thought I'd send that to him. I'm sure he still got a few messages from people, but I thought it would maybe mean something because I'm in that situation, and just be like, let's bounce back. Well, I think I've chatted to a couple of people in a similar situation, like when things aren't going their way, and again, adversity is a privilege.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I've used that. It's funny, actually, because now I was saying that I haven't really it just come off the top of my head. I never used that phrase, but I would always explain that to people. And people have a couple of, a little bad run, whether it was even in the F1, Formula One. Like, I know Isaac Hadjar, chat to him, like he had a bad little run with a couple of fights, a couple of races. And I'm just like, no, the bounce back, you know what I mean? I'm always talking about the bounce back. That's what people are going to remember, you know what I mean? Like, that's the shit that you've been here, and then, getting through that adversity and getting here. Like, that's, that's where you can shine. You know what I mean? Capitalize on that opportunity. It's an opportunity. Go and capitalize on it. So I've always sort of talked about it, right? And that's just who I am and what I'm all about. I'm glad I come up with the actual phrase, because I didn't think it'd be something that'll just grab. To be honest, I didn't even think it hasn't been said before. It was just something that I just said at the time. And then all of a sudden, everyone's like, oh, that's great. And I'm like, oh, no, okay, cool. Because I know you hear that pressure is a privilege. So yeah, it's like I guess it's a similar sort of phrase, but then being in that position, adversity. You know what I mean? When you think you're down the bottom, your rise to the top is only going to make you stronger, even if you don't get the result you want. But if you get that result that you're looking for, that shit can make you a star. That shit can really make you shine. So use it.
Just a couple more, and I'll let you go. Before it's all said and done, do you need that Ilya rematch, or are you content? Are you at peace if you don't get it?
It's just, again, we talk about legacy. It would be great to get that win back. It's just that can't happen right now because if that opportunity was to come next, all right, let's do it. You know what I mean? It makes sense, but that he's moved up, he's committed to that. And he still needs to fight for the title. And then, so it's something that I can't focus on right now because if it does happen, it has to be, we're talking at least a year away. You know what I mean? Because by the time he fights and then he's fighting again. So I'm planning on being a bit more active than that. I wanted to fight, again this year. So I'll focus on that and then we'll see where we're at. But I mean, it'd be great. Perfect world would have been having that rematch to get the belt back.
Yeah.
But that just wasn't the case, and you got to respect what he's doing. He wants to chase he's done with the featherweight, he wants to chase the lightweight. Let him do his thing, and then if we do it, maybe we do it at lightweight. Double champ again. Maybe does that? I win I defend again. Does that put me in a position to imagine that if he was to win and then we have a rematch?
Oh God,
at
that'd be
lightweight.
incredible.
Oh man, it doesn't get much bigger than that. That's perfect world for me. But again, you just a few things need to fall into place for that to happen, and that's obviously in time. So let me just do my thing until that happens, because again, I still want to be reasonably active.
One thing that I love about the aftermath of this fight, I remember not that long ago when you were on the way up, there was this thing like, does he have the personality? Can people get behind him? All this stuff. Not only that, now you've made history. You've inspired people. You made even I'm 42. Like old guys like me say like, you know what? I could still do it. Look at Volk out there. Like you've inspired fighters and non-fighters. You're an inspiration to fellow fighters, of course, the likes of Tim Tszyu and others. But then we see, the ads with you and Beverly, and you're doing the singing and you're doing the cooking with Volk. Like it's comical to think back to when you were first entering the UFC, fighting the Chad Mendezes of the world, and people are like, he doesn't have it. He's too vanilla. Look at you now. Now you've become one of the most beloved and popular fighters in the UFC, and like with this range, this personality where you're doing all these other things. There's a great irony there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I still remember that. Look, it was tough. Like you go through the process. I've always been that guy, but I guess I didn't have a camera on me all the time. I was just focusing on fighting, right? So that's you go and do interviews and people asking questions about fights.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And then that's all it is. So and at that time in my career, I was just so invested in the career, and like just that's all I'll do. You know what I mean? Like that fighter's identity that people talk about is like, I'm either dad or I'm a fighter. You know what? There is no real Alex. So very rarely you would be able to see that guy. I wouldn't even see too much of him either because I was just so committed to training and getting better. And and that's not a bad thing. A lot of people talk about that as if it's a bad thing. It's you want to be the best. You know what I mean? You have to fully commit, and that's me fully committing. I didn't have time for myself, so you know what I mean. So I didn't really get to do that. But as I started getting, more confident in me as a fighter, more confident in me as a person, I was able to sort of still show a bit of that, getting the camera in front of you and touch on that, and especially with the break. So you've seen it really come through, even though you've seen a bit of it before that. You really seen it start to come through with that break because, I was able to spend so much time on me being me, and fighting wasn't coming first. It's not family and fighting. I was doing family myself, then fighting. You know what I mean? And I haven't done that for 15 years. So it was cool. So I was able to really grow so much outside of fighting. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm like before that, I was, am I going to be okay after fight? Now I know I'm going to be okay. I'm great. Like, during that process, I'm like, am I going to be able to fight again? Like, that's a part of the adversity as well. I was like, man, am I going to be able to get back into this? You know what I mean? Like, so there was so many things, so many different situations and things to get through. But yeah, it is cool to see. It is really, really cool to see because, I was hated at one stage, which
Crazy.
as you can see, the person I am, right?
Yeah.
You can see that I'm a pretty caring. I don't want to offend anyone. That's just the type of guy I am. I'm a respectful guy. I don't like to be controversial. And then for people to hate me was just like, what is going on here? Like, what have I done? It's just because I'm fighting loved fighters that people just absolutely hate you. And I'm like, just going, it was hard. Like, again, I didn't get that. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not going to show people how much that would hurt me. But I mean, it was tough, to get through that sort of stuff. And you didn't know what to do. Then I start trying to be, maybe I'll be defensive and then act like I don't care. But then it's just not who I am. And then I'll just be like, I stop caring, and then just started just focusing on me fighting and just doing what I do. And then it all just started to change after that. But yeah, it's crazy now because I feel like the love.
It's amazing.
As an athlete, like it's incredible. I mean, it's not just like people are a big fan of what I do, like just big fan of who I am as well. And that means a lot to me.
It's wonderful to see. It truly is. Last one, quick one. What do you reckon? This weekend, another proud Australian, Jack Della Maddalena, going for the title. How do you feel about his chances against Bilal?
Yeah. So it's obviously a tough fight. You've got to give Bilal credit. He's a lot of people, might not like his style or something like that, but he's very well-rounded. But, I mean, Jack Della, I think he's a great matchup for him. I think because his scrambling abilities, he's got great scrambling ability. Even if Bilal was to get a takedown, I can't see him holding him down for too long. I feel him bouncing back, and then I feel just his boxing is just going to be, he's got great variety and great, like, a range of his strikes, you know what I mean? Like, he can go body, head, like he's got a great mix of boxing in that. So he's a powerful, strong dude. So I feel like he can start to, I won't say break Bilal, but I'm seeing a finish in sort of the later rounds.
Wow.
Which is, so a lot of people would be thinking that Bilal will start taking over the later rounds. I think it gets better for Jack in the later rounds. I think Jack's going to get a little bit more comfortable with the takedowns, going to start getting to his feet more, and then he starts to let his hands go more and more as the fight goes on. And then he starts to catch him, body rips, whatever it is, big shots, and actually can put him away in like the third, fourth round. That's what I'm thinking. Again, Bilal's a great fighter, so it's going to be a tough fight, but I think we're going to have 2 belts in Australia, so that's incredible.
Love it. And I loved seeing Rhea Ripley out there supporting you. I love all the Australian pride right now in sport. It's great to see. You're an absolute gent. Appreciate you very much, Alex, and delighted for you. You've done it the right way, and you're being rewarded for it, and it's really lovely to see. So well done. Thank you for being an inspiration. Thank you for the great fights. Thank you for that performance. Go ahead.
One thing, exactly what you just said. A lot of people ask me, what's my greatest accomplishment through this whole process? I maybe said it to you before. It's me. It's the fact that I was able to be myself through the whole process. A lot of people lose themselves and, want to follow different blueprints and put on characters, whatever it is, and or let their fame get to them. I've been able to be myself through the whole process, and something I'm most proud of. And I think a lot of people can see that and appreciate that. And that's why, the love has never been, like the support has never been so big, you know what I mean? And I really appreciate every single one of you. I felt your connection in the cage, and I really appreciate it. The love has been unreal, and thank you all so much for that.
Well deserved and earned. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it very much. Congrats. Looking forward to the next one. Enjoy the time at home.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're the man. There he is, the great Alex Volkanovski, Alexander the Great Volkanovski, the once again reigning defending UFC featherweight champion, 2-time champ now, and he is creeping very close to Jose Aldo's record for most successful title defenses. He's 1 away now, and he's just the first man over 35, coming off back-to-back losses. It's quite the resume, and how could you not be a fan of that guy? One of the true salt of the earth legends of the UFC, the kind of guy that you want your kid to be a fan of. That's Alex Volkanovski. Appreciate him waking up. Love hearing the family in the background. Wish him and his family. He's had some great footage riding around in the ATV with the family, the kids, and the belt. Look at this stuff. I mean, this is wholesome AF, a real girl dad. The guy's just surrounded by girls. 3, and he's got a 4th on the way as well. Wish him nothing but the best and appreciate him so very much. You'd think I'd forget that there are some super chats. We got to get to them.
Damn it.
So let's hit it. Daddy-o!
So good.
Thank you.
Best in the biz.
Thanks.
Kieran writes, yo, watch every day, was lucky enough to catch Gorgonzola and New York Rick, ironically separate times, and catch pictures. Appreciate you guys. Love watching. Heart emoji.
Hey, by the way, speaking of which, and thank you for that, a lot of people come up to you guys. I would imagine not a lot of celebs just roaming about in Des Moines at the Wells Fargo Arena. What kind of reception did we get?
There were a lot of really nice people who came up to us, and we thank them all for doing it. And the best part, everybody, every single person, hi, we love the show. Thanks for coming. Love you guys. And that was it. There was no lingering. There was no just like overstaying the welcome. Everybody was super kind, super giving, wanted to say hello, and then we went our separate ways. It was fantastic.
I thought you were going to say the best part. Everyone was like, "Where's Helwani?"
Where's Helwani?
Yeah, I thought
Actually, that never came up, surprisingly.
Yeah, I don't even think they had mentioned that. Shout out to Kieran, though.
Shout out to Kieran. They did mention Mysterious Frank, though. There were a lot of like.
Literally, the
"Where's
best
Frank?"
part of meeting people was that they excused themselves quickly.
Yes.
Nah,
Well, you know what?
were,
You see,
great.
Mysterious Frank, you come talk. We'll chat it up.
TST.
Did he get recognized?
He was a celeb, man. Well, he wore that corn helmet like all night, and like a bunch of people asked to take pictures because of the corn hat. But there were some diehards there who were like, TST in the corn hat, eh? I'm like, wow, tight ship.
No ball.
That's a deep cut. If you're
everyone in Iowa was incredibly nice.
What else?
Mo writes, GC, how was your sober year, and what did you learn?
It was fantastic. What I learned is that it's incredibly easy to go a year without drinking or smoking or doing anything like that. It's great. It was the healthiest I've ever been, and I'm probably, I did 2 months earlier this year. I'm probably about to hop back on the train. It's great, and it's much easier than you would anticipate.
That Volk diet.
I highly recommend it. Yeah, I need to get on the Volk diet. He was inspirational at 314. I was like, man, I need that. I need that going on. I need the washboard to go with the bald and the beard. But yeah, if you're considering doing it, I highly recommend trying it. My brother, from the sober year, I inspired my brother. He has completely quit.
Wow.
Yeah.
What else?
MJ Anderson writes, dying to see Sandhagen versus O'Malley.
Yeah, me too. I'm also dying. I didn't want to mention that Forrest was playing because it's been a bit of a rough patch. Had a very important match today against Crystal Palace. In the end, 1-1 draw. But we're on the outside looking in, GC. We're on the outside looking in of the Champions League. I mean, we're close. There's 3 matches left. It's all coming down to the final fixture against Chelsea. That could be winner goes Champions League, winner stays home, or winner goes to Europa League. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, we get the clutch of the 5 Champions League spots, correct?
5 Champions League, 6 goes to Europa. I think 7 is Conference League. Who the hell knows? But we want that Champions League. Someone was trying to climb. Listen, if you'd have told any of us, May 5th, we're 6th, sitting at 61 points, we all would have taken it. All of us longtime supporters. So
is that at the Stamford Bridge, or is that?
That's at home. That's at the world famous.
That's huge.
Yeah,
that's huge.
There's 3 fixtures left. Next week against Leicester City should be a dub at home. Should be. West Ham away could also be a dub, and then Chelsea at home.
We should get 6 points from Leicester.
Let's go 9.
And then
9
it'll all
we're
come
in.
down to the final on May 25th. 11 a.m.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Can't
It's going to
wait.
be crazy when either Tottenham or Man U qualify for Champions League because they
Yeah,
win
that
the
is
Europa
weird.
League and they're like 15th and 16th in the league.
I know. That is crazy.
Can't wait.
That's fine.
Those fighting words.
Yeah. What else?
This guy is actually celebrating his 6 months with us on the chat.
Mason
Bickner, happy 6, ladies and gents.
Shout out to Volvo.
Shout out to
well.
Volvo. Got the XC90 myself.
Shout out. Safe car.
Oh, yeah, what color?
The safest. Actually, the color
Safest
that we
color.
wanted, they got rid of. They got rid of this color, so we had to get this gray, which is I'm okay
Like
with.
gunmetal or like
It's just like
light gray?
it's a bit dull if you ask.
What was the color that they?
Oh, it was like a bluish gray, but there was a blue hue to it. Yeah.
Got it.
Blue hue. Yeah.
What else, Frank? What
Trey
else?
Where's the excitement, man? Come on, are you not into this? What else?
Oh, well, no, I just
Trey Portner Happy Monday, Ariel and boys in the bag. Fun fight that would never happen, but would win fight of the night. Jeremy Stevens versus.
It's not a bad shout.
Be pretty sick.
Don't hate it. Actually makes a lot of sense for both guys. If Jeremy sticks with the UFC, I don't know, man. You had all that success. You're headlining a sold-out Wells Fargo Center in Philly. No knock on the Wells Fargo Arena. Like, do you need all of this? I don't know.
And I can guarantee if Mason Jones and Jeremy Stevens fought in BKFC, Jeremy Stevens probably won it.
So there you go. But yes, I do like that shout. What else?
Another one from Mason Bickner. Hey, Ariel, I just got news that a former coworker of mine during a high school job just got drafted to the one and only Buffalo Bills.
Drafted? You mean maybe free agent
I mean,
signing? Sure. Yeah. Draft doesn't last 10 days. Draft. One weekend.
Wande Owens.
Yeah, you know him?
Don't miss him.
Yeah, New Hampshire.
Mafia.
Hell yeah. Well, we do know that our boy Darian Strong is also DB, so he might have some competition. But love that.
Wande's safety. I know he's put
okay.
safety.
All right. Okay. Well, no more competition. Love it, and welcome to the family. And I'm excited. He's one of our own. Wande Adams. He's one of our own. What else?
Protein Shake 1, Ariel. Been watching the show since 2014. Thank you for everything you do. New fighter curse. Instead of GC merch, it's now the man in the hat. Talbot, Prachas, Diego, and Bo all lost.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
That's a hot take.
Uh-oh.
I mean, come on. The guy, I hate this. I hate when people do this curse nonsense. He had actually 2 bangers this weekend. We're talking about Chuck Mindenhall. He had an amazing. Okay, first of all, he had an amazing article on the Times Square fight, and I haven't asked him if he came up with the headline or Shaheen or one of our great editors over at Uncrowned/Yahoo Sports, but the headline was Ryan Garcia drops the ball in Times Square, and I was just like, that is
high level stuff right there.
That's incredible. I mean, that's incredible. And then he wrote another one saying that perhaps the UFC in 2025 stands for Ultimate Fraud Check. And I was like, this guy is he's the best in the business. Anyway, shout out to the man in the hat. There's no curse. He writes about a lot of people. Stop nitpicking.
The real curse is me going to events.
That's stupid too.
The card is kind of and I always lose money. I got washed on.
Wasn't there a curse also about TST going and the main event ends like unceremoniously?
It ends in an injury. Figueiredo. I know Cory was winning, but it was also an injury.
Wow.
He did right? UFC Long Island. And it was Brian Ortega versus Yair, injury. Next week,
London.
He goes to London for Tom Aspinall, injury. And then Davis Figueiredo on Saturday night. That's his last 3.
Oh, my gosh.
He can't be allowed back in Atlanta.
Wow, that's
I think he's going to Atlanta. I think he's going to UFC Atlanta. Joaquin Buckley,
he's going with you?
Watch out.
He's pulling up?
I think so, yeah.
Wow. What else?
ZZ Biggs says, what do you guys think of the Yoel pullout? Will UFC find replacement for BSD? I paid a lot when I thought it was going to be Burns, so I'm bummed out.
Okay, so first I thought Yoel Romero's on the card. I believe it's pronounced Joel. Anyway, so this individual is saying he paid a lot when he found out that Gilbert Burns was going to be on the card. Like that was the deciding factor. I don't know. As I haven't been online, you guys tell me if they've announced a replacement, but as of right now, I haven't heard that there's going to be a replacement. I know they're trying, clearly, Mateus Gamrot said, but yeah, that was one of the fights that I really liked. I think it was opening the main card. Yeah, so that is a bummer. By the way, speaking of Montreal, they just did a face-off at a spot that I know very, very well. This is actually called The Lookout in Westmount. I've been here a million times, actually live not that far away from there. It's an amazing view. There's the boys. There's the lads. Funny story. Back in the summer of 1999, I was dating a girl. Her name Jacqueline, and she had just come back from camp, and we decided to stay together during camp, but didn't see each other. She comes back and actually, believe it or not, dumped me upon returning.
Wow.
And we went to the Lookout to have a bit of a heart-to-heart as I was trying to maybe salvage the relationship, and it was all for naught at that exact spot. That place right there.
Sometimes the bucket just isn't bucketing.
I've actually been there myself as well.
At the Lookout?
I sure have. I've been to the Lookout.
In Montreal?
Yeah, right before going to a Canadiens game. I'm actually scrolling my Instagram right now to try and find the picture, but I don't think I'm gonna have enough time.
Did you smoke a fatty boom batty?
Fatty boom batty.
That's what people do there.
Fatty boom batty up on the lookout, straight to a Montreal Canadiens game. They
There it
played
is.
the Lightning.
That's a
We
good
won.
spot.
It was great.
Anyways, what else? Just thought it was nice. Do you think Bilal appreciates that he's in my hometown?
Kyle.
Do you think? Yeah, shout out to Kyle.
What else?
I was just saying, like, he's in my hometown. Like, the least he could do is, like, stop by the family,
He's gonna stop there.
break
and call.
bed, Shabbat dinner, that type of thing. Do you think he does any of that?
Absolutely.
The Shabbat.
Check your phone.
What else?
Love Quinn. Gulp, 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 gulp.
Oh. What is it? What is
They were
this?
gulping up whatever you guys are pouring.
I thought we did a thing where it's like,
Don't do that.
we're not doing all of them.
No, look.
No, you got to do them all.
right,
They're
all
paying.
right. So
huh?
we curate some
You're paying
of these.
customers.
We even go through how to pronounce some things.
Gulp, gulp.
And then when you
I-
correct us.
I don't need Frank going gulp, 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 gulp. In fact,
Actually,
They're just drinking in the show. They're
break that
enjoying our
break that
content
out
so much.
the next time Rick or GC are glazing, and I want to get that one. Gulp, 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 gulp. By the way, some breaking
glazing
news.
what? Glazing what?
Actually, what timing? According to Aaron Bronstetter of Sportsnet in Canada, Windsor's Kyle Prepelec will replace Joel Alvarez on Saturday to face Benoit Saint Denis at UFC 315.
Kyle Prepelec?
He is 4-1 since his first UFC stint, and he was in camp to face Michael Dufort at Samurai MMA on Friday. So there you go.
Prepelec, Burns, same.
Well, Burns was fighting Morales, and then Alvarez was fighting BSD. But hey, if you're a BSD fan, you're happy. What else?
Toon Joe. Bo has dealt very well with the incredibly high expectations. Look at Pereira, his record prior to UFC and what he has achieved. Bo will go far.
I agree. In fact, I can tell you that tomorrow on the program, we will in fact be joined by Bo Nickel. Dun, 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 dun. Also, old
That's
friend
exciting.
Juliana Pena going to be joining us.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's go.
Juliana on Saturday.
And the pride of Nottingham, the great Lee Wood, going to be joining us. He returns to action this weekend.
Thought we were
So,
going to get a little frotch fighting.
yeah, that'd be fun.
We spoke to Juliana briefly on the phone on the.
Oh,
weekend.
that's right. A friend of hers.
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
We made big plans.
we're back.
After party in
Oh, we're
Newark
back.
with the belt.
We're
Oh,
flying
I
to get
love it. We have a photo of GC at the aforementioned lookout.
No, I don't think Jordan got it right.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, no, he literally put it in the chat.
No, I put it in the chat. It's okay.
Oh, that was you.
It's all good.
Wait,
Don't-
someone put it in
It's
the
the
chat.
details.
Yeah, there I am.
There he is. All right.
Yeah.
Usually when it's in the chat, it's like an indication that it's in.
Oh, yeah.
No?
MAGA hat?
Look at you. Yeah, what is that?
It sure is.
By the way,
You turn it around.
do we have the
That
side by
was when
side?
we were going for 2020,
What year is this? What year is this for?
What's going on?
Oh, yeah, look at this.
2019.
Look at you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Little did you know.
Yeah, we were hoping to just remain 45. We're cool with 45, 47.
Yeah, sure. It is. I have weird feelings about like the UFC being back in my hometown, and I'm not there. I'm not gonna lie. It's a weird one.
Not too
I was
late.
trying to go get some sketty.
No, it's too late. What's Sketty?
Sketty at the Orange Julius.
Oh, Julep. Julius is like the Dairy
What's the
Queen
name of the restaurant?
shitty one. Yeah.
Spaghetti at the Orange Julep.
Julep. Yes.
It's the orange.
What else?
Andrew, before this year is out, we need uncrowned hoops. Ariel versus
Oh.
Eric versus Connor. 10 free throws each to see who makes the most. Frank can take the video. You know what?
Easy work.
I think we go more than 10. I think we go like 30 or
I dropped a couple videos in the chat. No one even reacted to
I
it.
reacted
I
in
was
0.5
schooling
seconds.
kids.
Not even.
My son's
I know,
birthday
'cause
party.
even
It was
1
video
second.
of you playing basketball with children. What did you want to say?
It was like me and it was me having my Billy Madison moment. Now
Yeah.
you're all in
You blew it.
deep trouble. I was crashing the boards. I was orchestrating. I was distributing.
Crashing feels like a bit of a
was the-
stretch.
The best was like when it was like a one, like, and I'd be like, and then I'd tip it to myself. I felt like a prime Victor Wembanyama out there.
Was it an Olympic size court?
No, it was legit, and I made a vow not to shoot. I was just distributing.
Olympic sized.
I have to say,
Frank doesn't quite know that Olympic is not like the gold standard for
I thought that's-
basketball court measurement.
I'm embarrassed at how sore I am the next day.
Mm.
I'm embarrassed.
Got to get you on that treadmill.
What do we got, Frankie? What else?
DY sends in $2.
This is a
Thank
waste
you,
of everyone's
DY.
time.
No,
What
it didn't.
else?
No, it didn't.
No, it
That's
isn't.
$2
Thank you,
American
DY.
dollars. Thank you, DY.
What- oh my God, really?
Yeah,
Giovanni
Soto. That's
$4.
$5
Are
American
we that
dollars.
desperate?
Abraham
Our time's just
Lincoln.
up.
Thankful. We're thankful.
Anything else?
We are
Yes.
thankful.
Olajuwon Dream.
Oh,
How about
Oh,
the
yeah,
Jets
that was
last night? Game 7, down 3-1 in the third. Score with 1.6 seconds left to
Incredible.
send it into overtime, then to win it in double.
I was actually thinking of you, Olajuwon Dream, as this was transpiring. An unbelievable goal with 1.6, and then to win in double overtime. And what about that sea of white? The supporters so happy for the good people of Winnipeg, and happy that the Canadian teams are well represented in the final, what is it, 8? We've got Edmonton, we've got Winnipeg, we have Toronto. 3 out of the 4 series have a Canadian team in it. So we haven't had a Canadian champion since 1993, guys. Would you believe it? We almost had one last year with Edmonton going 7 against Florida. So I'd love for it to be the Jets. That would be great. Mostly because Olajuwon Dream is from there. So let's
Shout
go.
out.
What else?
Jake from Windy City, Ariel. Curious, outside of the U.S. and Canada, which countries do you attract significant audiences for the show? Any that surprised you over the years?
Yes, England. So if I were to break it down, it would be, I think it's U.S., England, Australia, Canada, Ireland. I think that's the top 5. Any surprises? No, I mean we're big. You know, we're on in prime time over there. We come from a land down under. We obviously are Can-Am. So like we touch a lot of, corners of the world. We're very international around these parts. What else?
Daniel Zach finishes us off. Eric, back off my boy Frankie.
Yeah.
Man's a king.
You didn't read it fully. Eric J. He's going full last first name last initial. Was I bad to you today, Frankie?
It's every day.
Well, his birthday's coming
Debatable.
up, so you can.
Oh, I'll be there. I know you won't be there.
No,
but I will
I'll be there. I'm not going to be there for the
For
second
the part
leg.
that we're supposed to do.
No, I'm
Other
there
than
for
the part we're supposed to do, you'll be
Then
there
you were
for
like,
the other
can't
part.
you move it? Yes.
No one loves
Yeah,
a
I'll
team.
move it next year.
No one loves a team dinner more than this guy. No one. All right. What are we going? We go on a basket
Number of team
Robin.
dinners you've been to with us
Wha-
versus number of team
that's-
dinners and lunches we've had amongst ourselves.
Oh, that's so crazy. The 15-minute powwow at 12:30 as a.
Just saying.
Say it, man.
No, your face. I'm here working. Okay, what do you?
You're working. We're here working too.
Yes. So our times are different. You guys are working before. I'm working after. I'm not where. We go to school to learn, not for a fashion show.
All right,
Who
we'll
knows
see
where
you at the
that's from?
Alamo Draft House. All right.
Yeah, all right.
We'll see you at the Alamo.
Parents just don't understand. Will Smith, circa 1989. All right, it's time to go. We got a game 1 to watch, guys. How we feel, boys? Rick, how you feeling? Cavs
Great.
lose game 1?
I'm a little worried. Garland's hurt. DeAndre Hunter's hurt.
Oh, Hunter's hurt too?
Yeah, he got banged up a little bit, but I think we'll still squeak past Indiana. I'm not loving our chances in the East anymore now. Just a little too banged up.
Even against the Knicks?
No, we'll smoke the Knicks, but the Knicks are not going to beat
We
the
need
Celtics.
to do the NBA a favor. Come on.
Nah, the Celtics
Come on, boys.
dust you guys.
Get in there. No one's believing in you. Everyone's counting you out. I feel like they could do it. I've convinced myself we could win.
I
in 6.
believed more last year.
What's the
Then
series
everybody
price?
got hurt.
What's the series price on you guys?
I don't know. Plus 550. I feel like we could do it.
Series market. Oh my lord, you nailed it. Plus 550.
Hey, I'm good at this.
You taking that one, GC?
Minus 800. No, absolutely.
Me neither.
All right.
Can't be bothered with the old hoops anymore.
You're done.
Ah,
You went from hosting a hoops podcast.
yeah, those are my old days.
Now you're all about the fight game.
All
now
about-
you're more inclined to do a karate combat podcast.
You're damn right.
Probably know more about it.
I want to go to a Ryzen event more than I want to go to the NBA Finals.
That's crazy. Then you're fully in. Well, what a day it has been. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. Thank you so much. Hey, by the way, give us a thumbs up. Hit the subscribe. Let's get those numbers up. We appreciate you, and we are growing, and it's all because of you guys. But I haven't said that in a while, so I felt compelled. Also, sub on the pod platforms as well. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to all of you. Thank you to Volk. Thank you to all our guests. Who else was on the show? Sam Alvey, Cory Sandhagen, and there's one more, Daniel Rodriguez. Hey, he called us back. He says goodbye. We thank him as well. Back tomorrow, same time as this, and peace. I'm out of here. Who, me?